Chapter 451, Lin Yuan, Fish Meat, Delicious. Apart from energy, how much protein was required to produce so many insect species fei? Lu Ji could really afford to support it. At the same time, Lin Yuan's source sand was not idle. This was the shore. Although there were many reefs, the sandy beach at his feet was mostly sea sand. Therefore, it was very easy for the source sand to create sand. However, Lin Yuan found that the sand on the shore was wet. After being soaked in seawater, the sand would become heavier. Thus, controlling the wet sand was far less comfortable than when controlling dry sand. At this time, Zhou Luo, who Lin Yuan had informed earlier, had also arrived. The shield ladybugs that Lu Ji's insect queen had spawned had now gathered at the shore and erected their back armor to form a solid wall. Only a few of them still remained around for protection. When Zhou Luo saw the large group of insect species feys at the shore, particularly the combination of the shield ladybugs, lightning-gathering moths, and plasma caterpillars, he immediately thought of a person, Lu Ji, the heart of insect swarm, who had just returned to the Radiance 100 sequence and ranked number 30 just a short while ago. At first, when Zhou Luo had been interacting with Lu Ji would wear a strange mask. After that, although he had seen Lu Ji's true appearance, Zhou Luo, an inferior king-class expert who was always running around in order to improve his feys, rarely had time to be immersed on Star Web. At first, Zhou Luo only felt that Lu Ji looked familiar as if he had seen him somewhere before. He only thought that Lu Ji might look familiar and didn't think much about it. But now, he didn't expect that Lu Ji was the Radiance 100 sequence number 30 prodigy. Zhou Luo had been afraid of attracting too much attention by riding on a flying fei to this shallow coastal sea and people keeping an eye on him. The Guild Alliance branch that Zhou Luo had visited to ask for information was near this coastal sea, so he had jogged all the way over here. Lin Yuan looked at Zhou Luo and asked, "Has the lava iguana been promoted to diamond?" Upon hearing that, Zhou Luo's eyes were filled with gratitude, and he answered, "Young master, the lava iguana has now evolved into a lava dragon lizard thanks to your flawless dragon's mouth orchid flowers and that tube of diamond dragon species blood. At the same time, it successfully promoted to diamond with the energy of this bloodline awakening." Zhou Luo then summoned the evolved lava dragon lizard. It actually belonged to the Varanus genius and evolved from the 6-meter-long lava iguana. At present, the lava dragon lizard was nearly 12 meters long. Even though it wasn't a very large lizard species fei among the Varanus genus, it could be ranked in the upper class. The lava dragon lizard had 2 heads, one of the earth attribute, while the other of the fire attribute. However, when the energy of the 2 heads clashed and the earth and fire attributes fused, it could turn into churning lava. The lava dragon lizard's intelligence was not low, and it knew that it could be where it was today thanks to its contractor and the grace of someone, so it lowered its 2 heads in front of Lin Yuan. Feys with their dragon species bloodline had always been proud, and the lava dragon lizard's situation was not common. Upon seeing the situation, Zhou Luo rubbed the lava dragon lizard's 2 necks with both hands like a feather duster. After watching his former partner, the lava iguana, mutate all the way into the current lava dragon lizard, Zhou Luo couldn't help but think of Freezing Cold, who had insulted him in the purchase with no loss store. Time had changed, and only less than 10 days had passed. Zhou Luo's talent could now completely exceed Freezing Cold's. Among the 2 lizard species fei that had awakened their dragon species bloodline, the dark snake dragon lizard had awakened its dragon species bloodline at bronze. As long as there was enough time to grow and promote the grade of the lava dragon lizard and the dark snake dragon lizard, he could go from the low-rank king-class expert to a high-rank one. Lin Yuan could completely understand Zhou Luo's joy. He was also someone who had risen from the bottom, so he could feel the joy the metamorphosis had brought to Zhou Luo. At that moment, the joy on Zhou Luo's face was replaced by a grim expression. "I managed to pry quite a lot of information without much effort in the Guild Alliance regarding this coastal sea. It's rumored to be a forbidden place in the Guild Alliance as quite a few spirit chi professionals have disappeared near this place. Since it'll soon be the Dimensional Rift's active period, the Guild Alliance temporarily did not notify the spirit guards to deal with it. Instead, it intended to wait until after the active period before letting the spirit guards investigate this. The Guild Alliance has informed the spirit chi professionals not to come here to undertake missions." Lin Yuan asked, "Did you inquire about the news regarding the frequent appearance of the decaying flesh of water world dimensional life forms at this coastal sea in the Guild Alliance?" Zhou Luo organized what he had heard in the Guild Alliance branch and replied, "I heard from some adventurers that water world dimensional life forms flesh would occasionally appear here, and many spirit chi professionals thought otherwise. But in the recent 2 months, more and more flesh of water world dimensional life forms has been appearing on the shore. Many people are speculating if there are some powerful feys in the sea or if it's related to the upcoming active period. Lin Yuan dismissed the first guess. If there were powerful feys in this water, would they frequently come to the shore and attack spirit chi professionals? On the other hand, Lin Yuan felt it was reasonable that it was related to the dimensional rift's active period. The breeze no longer carried the smell of decaying flesh of water world dimensional life forms. Lin Yuan took the lead and headed to the shore. After walking to the shore, Lin Yuan saw many black rotting marks in many areas of the sandy beach that were precisely caused by the decaying flesh of the high-class water world dimensional life forms. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and summoned Redthorn that was having a feast in the spirit lock spatial zone. Redthorn was unusually elated after Lin Yuan summoned it. Its huge flowers with partial gill-like petals produced the sound, Lin Yuan, fish meat, delicious. Lin Yuan was slightly stunned to hear Redthorn's sound. He knew that it could rely on his huge flower to create the sound of his name. Although its grade and quality hadn't been promoted, its voice simulation ability had become stronger. Was it related to the gilled petals in Redthorn's flower? Lin Yuan realized what Redthorn had meant immediately after that. Chapter 452, The Bottom of the Sea Where Life is Cut Off. Lin Yuan revealed a puzzled expression. As its father, he had to explain to Redthorn what real fish meat was. How could such smelly things like the gold water world dimensional life form's flesh be called fish meat? Immediately afterward, Lin Yuan recalled that Redthorn had seemed to have devoured the water world dimensional life form's flesh of its own accord in the spirit lock spatial zone back then. Apparently, Redthorn subconsciously found the water world dimensional life form's flesh more to its taste. Lin Yuan scratched his head. Did Redthorn like to eat something more, the more smelly it was? He saw that the red ribbon on its vines was a little dirty, so he untied it and replaced it with a new red ribbon specially made by Wen Yu, tying it into a delicate double bow. Redthorn was so happy that its 12 red flowers immediately moved. It was just like the sound of a naughty child playing on the keyboard. It seemed Redthorn should interact with Chimey more to enhance its musical talent. At that moment, the acid corrosion queen bee flew out of Redthorn's mouth of relinquish. Just as it was going to land on Lin Yuan's shoulder, Redthorn's vine squashed it onto the ground. After being squashed, the acid corrosion queen bee hurriedly went far away from Lin Yuan. It landed on Redthorn's corrosive cavity that had metamorphosed into a sack with an obedient look. Previously, when Lin Yuan had summoned Redthorn, Zhou Luo and Listen had felt that the fey he had summoned looked very strange. However, after the acid corrosion queen bee flew out of its mouth of relinquish, and seeing what the acid corrosion queen bee looked like, their jaws almost dropped to the ground in surprise. Wasn't this bee like fey one of Black's many feys that were the hottest on Star Web? If so, wasn't this strange plant fey Black's fey that could spread a sea of flowers? The very one the many scholars could not come up with a specific conclusion? This strange plant fey seemed to have evolved and was completely different from its image on Star Web. The mysterious Black on Star Web was none other than Lin Yuan. Listen and Zhou Luo only knew that Lin Yuan was the purchase with no law store owner, a powerful faction was backing him, and emperor-class experts surrounded him. His outstanding foundation had made them ignore Lin Yuan's strength, and Lin Yuan had never taken the initiative to show it. Now that they discovered Lin Yuan was the most mysterious, heroic youth Black on Star Web, the image of Lin Yuan in their mind changed. Not only was his foundation deep, but he was also powerful. He didn't only win back-to-back on the celestial stairway with no defeats. It could be said that he had vaguely reached the standard of the Radiance 100 sequence in terms of combat power. This sudden discovery of the secret mesmerized Listen and Zhou Luo. At that moment, Lin Yuan gazed at the coast and commanded Redthorn, spread the sea of flowers all over the sea. After receiving Lin Yuan's command, Redthorn sprinkled its spores toward the coast through the huge spore cavity on its mouth of relinquish. The spores didn't grow vines but instead grew several child ramets that were like spore cavities. These child ramets constantly sprinkled spores. Suddenly, several blinking eyes of relinquish on Redthorn closed. The eyes of relinquish were channeled into the child ramets through the roots connected to these child ramets. Then Redthorn sprinkled a large number of spores into the sea with the child ramets. Vines emerged on the shore one after another, growing toward the sea. They would use their sharp teeth to absorb seawater and inject the spore cavities' spores in the mud and sand at the bottom of the sea through the vines. The sea of flowers composed of vines spread out in all directions at the bottom of the sea with these methods. Lin Yuan sensed the speed Redthorn was spreading the sea of flowers and couldn't help but frown slightly. Redthorn's spores were small and light to facilitate the dispersion in the air, but this had become a flaw in the sea water. The turbulent waves would instantly sweep away the small and light spores. Even with the aid of the vines, the speed of spreading out was still slow. After all, the vines could only grab a small amount of the spores. Lin Yuan thought, it seems that if I want to increase the ability of red thorn to fight under the sea, its spore cavity has to be enhanced again so that the spores can be divided into two states, one suitable for dispersing in the air, while the other in the sea water. Red thorn developed part of its spores into child ramets that were like spore cavities. However, these child ramets were also releasing spores, and the spores were swept to the surface due to the surging currents at the bottom of the sea. Since red thorn had yet to devour enough gold water world dimensional life forms to impart the ability to breathe underwater well to the child ramets, the sea of flowers it spread in the sea was not as powerful as on land. Nonetheless, the sea of flowers served as Lin Yuan's eyes and was undoubtedly enough. Since this was a seemingly dangerous sea, Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't easily go into the water before he completely explored the sea. In the sea of flowers that constantly spread, he was surprised to find that there was not the slightest bit of life in this shallow nearshore sea. Red Thorn Sea of Flowers range was not small, but Lin Yuan didn't see any traces of the shellfish feys, the beak-billed spiny fish, or the shellfish-eating armored turtles that Listen had mentioned. Since he didn't even find the beak-billed spiny fish, then the tail-cutting shadow sharks that ate them could not stay in this sea. However, he didn't know whether the school of tail-cutting shadow sharks left because there were no beak-billed spiny fish to feed on in this sea or some other thing had expelled or killed them in this sea. Lin Yuan asked Listen, who was standing beside him with a shocked expression, when you came to check on the coastal sea before you left, did you go into the sea to check the shellfish feys? Listen didn't understand why Lin Yuan asked him that. Was there something wrong with this sea? I caught the 2 poisonous water sea eels, which I brought to the royal capital for you to enhance, before leaving Indigo Azure City in this sea. Chapter 453, The Retreating Vines. Listen calendar and said once again, there were many shellfish feys at that time. Those 2 poisonous water sea eels scampered into the large shellfish feys to hide their forms. Thus, when I sent people to capture them, it wasn't much effort at all. When Lin Yuan heard Listen's words, he could determine that the life in this sea had been cut off, and it had happened within these 3 months. Lin Yuan had always felt that Red Thorn's eyes of relinquish consumed too much. At first, he thought it was the normal consumption of spreading its sea of flowers in the sea. After all, he had never commanded Red Thorn to launch an attack in the sea before. After sensing the state of the bottom of the sea through the sea of flowers, Lin Yuan suddenly discovered that the vine ramets were rooted at the bottom of the sea. Therefore, only those very close to the shore could draw energy from the bottom of the sea. The further they were away from the shore, the less energy the vine ramets could absorb in the sea. The energy at the bottom of the sea seemed to have been exploited thousands of kilometers away from the shore without a trace left, causing the entire sea bottom to become unusually barren. Lin Yuan pondered while letting Red Thorn continue using its eyes of relinquish release spores in this sea. Its eyes of relinquish had gradually been used. But one part of its sea of flowers had already exceeded the range of the coastal sea of the listening heron chamber of commerce. Lin Yuan's perception became extremely poor for this distant sea range. However, he could sense Red Thorn's other vine ramets had absorbed some faint flesh energy in other seas. That faint flesh energy feedback could have been that the vine ramets captured a fish fey. This meant that there were lives in the other seas, and there was no life just in the sea where the listening heron chamber of commerce was located. The Zheng family had suddenly started to take action against the listening heron chamber of commerce 3 months ago. The Zheng family, one of the 3 major affluent families in Indigo Azure City, would naturally investigate this coastal sea since they valued it so much. Therefore, it was impossible for the Zheng family's 3rd lineage not to know that there were no more abundant shellfish feys in the coastal sea of the listening heron chamber of commerce. Since the Zheng family was so imperative to get this coastal sea that was completely barren and had no more shellfish feys, it meant that the 3rd lineage must have a grasp of the secret of why it had become so barren. Before Lin Yuan could think about it, he suddenly sensed a dramatic change of Red Thorn sea of flowers at the distant sea, seemingly twined by a large number of things in a flash. It was unknown what these things were. But, the moment the sea of flowers made of vine ramets were twined, Lin Yuan could sense a large amount of flesh energy being plundered by those things. He was a little horrified at the speed of the plundering of vitality. Lin Yuan looked at Lu Ji, who was at his side and nodded at him with a very grim expression. Lu Ji commanded the flesh-mincing blade insects lurking in the sand, and they emerged one after another. Under Lu Ji's commands, these flesh-mincing blade insects seemed to be heading home, happily lining up to walk into Red Thorn's mouth of relinquish. They were like a group of sows lined up to jump into the gutter, neat and orderly. Redthorn welcomed it, and its tongue of relinquish secreted a lot of acids to digest the flesh of the alien insects to help its mouth of relinquish digest these flesh-mincing blade insects before quickly extracting energy from their flesh. Just like this, as the eyelids of Zhou Luo and Listen jumped wildly, Lin Yuan prompted the Sea of Flowers to counterattack through the energy obtained from digesting the flesh-mincing blade insects. However, the more it counterattacked, the grimmer Lin Yuan's eyes became. Redthorn's Sea of Flowers that had always been unbeatable was clearly not a match. Lin Yuan could feel that the things twining with Redthorn were increasing. However, he found that these things that were fighting with Redthorn didn't seem to move or were very clumsy. Redthorn kept receiving attacks, and the flesh energy in the Sea of Flowers was also absorbed by those things more quickly. The energy absorption of the Sea of Flowers from this unknown life form had affected Redthorn's ortets connected to the child Raymets. Lin Yuan hurriedly let Redthorn withdraw the remaining energy in the Sea of Flowers. Immediately afterward, he closed his eyes and pondered. Through the perception of the Sea of Flowers at the bottom of the sea, there seemed to be countless thorns pierced into each vine Raymets in the previous struggle. Through these thorns, the flesh energy in the vines was rapidly and heavily plundered, and the counterattack of the vines didn't seem to have the slightest use. Lin Yuan didn't feel the vines absorb any flesh energy during the counterattack. Lin Yuan thought, could there be a large group of unknown life forms far from the shore, causing this coastal sea to become so barren? But if this is the case, since this coastal sea has been so barren, why don't those unknown life forms migrate but remain in the depths of this coastal sea? Lin Yuan could be sure that this group of unknown life forms' thorn attack was not considered strong through the fight just now. What was really powerful was the speed at which they devoured energy. The level of this thorn attack shouldn't be able to beat the tail-cutting shadow sharks, and even the spines of the beak-billed spiny fish that fed on the shellfish feys could not be pierced. Looking at the expression on Lin Yuan's face, Lu Ji asked with some concern, "Lin Yuan, did you discover something bad?" Lin Yuan opened his eyes and first shook his head, then nodded his head again. The discovery through the Sea of Flowers at the bottom of the sea could not be called a bad discovery. This was because those things that had devoured the energy from the vines should have nothing to do with the appearance of the flesh of high-class water-world dimensional life forms on the shore. However, the listening heron chamber of commerce's coastal sea destruction was definitely not some good news. Suddenly, Lin Yuan thought of the speed at which those life forms plundered energy, the sea bottom becoming barren, and that life form's inability to move. He thought of a possibility. If this possibility was really as he thought, he could only say that he was really the reincarnation of the god of fortune. He had really encountered a true blessing this time. Lu Ji was a little confused by Lin Yuan shaking his head and then nodding his head. Immediately afterward, Lu Ji heard Lin Yuan say, "Big brother Lu, let your hurricane owlet moth take me to the sea 3,000 meters away from the shore to have a look." The place where Redthorn's Sea of Flowers had been attacked was exactly the location 3,000 meters from the shore. So whether it was a blessing or danger, Lin Yuan felt that he needed to go down to the sea to have a look to be sure. Chapter 454, Water from 8 Directions Gather. Anyway, Lin Yuan knew that he was protected by the Mother of Bloodbath and had his master's extreme token. Even if he was in danger, he could react at once. This danger 3,000 meters away from the shore wouldn't be more powerful than the suzerain/myth-2 Mother of Bloodbath, right? While speaking to Lu Ji, Lin Yuan was also slightly embarrassed. He, Lu Ji, Listen, and Zhou Luo seemed to have no flying phase that they could ride on. He instead had to rely on the moths produced by Lu Ji's insect queen when he needed the flying ability now. Although he could fly with the 4 day and night spirit silver wings, flying would rely on the day and night spirit silver's weightlessness as long as the 4 wings played a defensive role. The sea breeze was currently very strong. Given Lin Yuan's spiritual power as a C-rank spirit chi professional, using the 4 wings would likely cause him to become a kite with broken strings thanks to the sea breeze. The insect queen's hurricane owlet moths could manipulate the wind and wouldn't be affected by flying in the great sea breeze at all. The sea breeze would even speed up the hurricane owlet moth's flight. The chaotic sea breeze was also one of the reasons why, in addition to the fear of attacks by marine phase, many spirit chi professionals with flying phase still didn't dare to fly above the sea. Lin Yuan wanted the hurricane owlet moths to take him over the sea because this coastal sea had been explored. It was also due to the protection of an expert like the Mother of Bloodbath. After hearing Lin Yuan's request, Lu Ji did not ask any questions. Instead, he commanded the 4 hurricane owlet moths to fly toward Lin Yuan. Lu Ji knew that Lin Yuan was not a rash person. Lin Yuan must have discovered something with such a request. 2 hurricane owlet moths grabbed Lin Yuan's shoulder, while the other 2 grabbed both sides of his waist. According to Lin Yuan's instructions, they took him into the air and headed in the designated direction. When Lin Yuan was flying above the sea with the 4 hurricane owlet moths manipulating the wind energy to take him into the air, he looked at the vast sea and was suddenly intoxicated by the blueness of the sea. Lin Yuan could see the bottom of the sea that was 100 meters under the sea surface. The barren sea at the bottom was particularly vast. The silence of no life in this sea contained the beauty of vastness. 100 rivers flow east to the sea, and when will they flow back to the west? The sea is vast, the rivers flow from all directions, and the water is gathered from 8 directions. At that moment, Lin Yuan seemed to have the feeling he had when he had first ridden on a flying fei and flown in the clouds all the way from the Xia region to Red Bud City. All of a sudden, a glimpse of enlightenment appeared in his mind. It revealed a sense of inclusion and convergence. It was just like how the water in the sea never flew back to the rivers. Even if the water would eventually return to the rivers, it was through other means. When he returned to his senses, Lin Yuan couldn't help but shake his head. Previously, there was a sense of enlightenment in his head when he was reading a book. However, it was stuck at a critical point, and he had been unable to figure it out. Before he could fully understand the previous enlightenment, he had new enlightenment that was completely different. If he could fully understand both, that would mean 2 willpower runes. In Lin Yuan's opinion, although he had 2 kinds of enlightenment, he couldn't understand any of them. Rather than that, he would rather sacrifice one of the enlightenments and completely understand the other enlightenment to condense a willpower rune and not have both enlightenments divided and be unable to understand them. At that moment, the Mother of Bloodbath's peculiar yet pleasant voice sounded next to Lin Yuan's ears. "Congratulations, you have just entered a state of epiphany." A bitter smile hung on Lin Yuan's mouth. He was just entering a state of epiphany and gaining a new understanding, not a willpower rune. What was there to congratulate him? It was really sweet distress to be stuck with 2 enlightenments. The Mother of Bloodbath sensed Lin Yuan's bitter smile and couldn't help but feel a little speechless. "You're not taking this state of entering epiphany seriously. Some people don't get such an opportunity even once in their lifetimes. Those spirit chi professionals have diamond/legend feys, but there are a few cases where they have been unable to promote their feys into fantasy breeds because they can't comprehend the willpower rune. They just lack entering a state of epiphany like this." Upon hearing the Mother of Bloodbath's words, Lin Yuan was somewhat thankful that he hadn't spoken the true thoughts. Otherwise, the Mother of Bloodbath would probably transform into the Mother of Sarcasm again and make sarcastic remarks. Lin Yuan retracted his thoughts, no longer thinking about the 2 kinds of enlightenment. "Mother of Bloodbath, I need your help when I get to the sea later." The Mother of Bloodbath's peculiar yet pleasant voice replied, "If you need anything, just ask. My compatibility in the water is not much worse than on land. When I was still at Gold, it rained continuously for 3 years in the endless forest. All the bird feys disappeared, and the forest turned into a swamp. I sank into the swamp to catch fish, and I found that these fish feys were dumb and much better to catch than birds. But the taste of fish is not as good as the finger-licking chicken a few days ago. Of course, the birds I ate before were also raw and not as delicious as cooked finger-licking chicken." The Mother of Bloodbath obviously had some flashbacks when it talked about the finger-licking chicken. When Lin Yuan heard the Mother of Bloodbath talk about what happened when it was at Gold, he thought it was long in the past. Although the Mother of Bloodbath had talked about it very easily, the 3 years of heavy rain must have made it suffer a lot at Gold. If it wasn't for the extreme lack of food, how would a bird-catching spider change the diet engraved in its genes and go underwater to catch fish? The Mother of Bloodbath had never spoken before about what had happened to it when it was at low grade, and it happened to mention it to Lin Yuan this time. Those memories that were left behind slowly surfaced before the eyes of the Mother of Bloodbath. The Mother of Bloodbath remembered how it had suffered before taking its form and then recalled every bit about how it had now transformed into human form and was living in the mansion. The red stingers on its spider legs couldn't help but tremble with happiness twice. If the Mother of Bloodbath wasn't on Lin Yuan's head but a coconut, it would use its spider legs to crack the coconut shell to express the happiness in it. Chapter 455, Sea Burial Lotus Flower. The 4 hurricane owlet moths stopped flying as soon as they brought Lin Yuan to the designation location, but he did not rush to go into the sea. Instead, he summoned the gold-green oxygen sea anemone that he had purchased earlier from the amber button-shaped diamond fey storage box. Lin Yuan had stored this green oxygen sea anemone in the spirit lock spatial zone and nourished it for nearly half an hour with the high concentration of spirit chi before putting it back into the amber button-shaped diamond fey storage box. At this moment, the green oxygen sea anemone was in very good condition and lively as it constantly stretched its short light green tentacles. It buckled on his mouth and nose while being upside down, and Lin Yuan immediately felt the uniquely fresh smell of a marine plant. Lin Yuan couldn't breathe under the sea, so he instructed this gold-green oxygen sea anemone to create oxygen in the water. He took a deep breath and plunged into the sea. The cold sea water soaked Lin Yuan, causing him to shiver. Then he felt the gold-green oxygen sea anemone's powerful oxygen-producing function. The large amount of oxygen it produced completely isolated the seawater from his mouth and nose, and he sniffed the oxygen that had the unique marine plant fragrance. He felt that the gold-green oxygen sea anemone's oxygen seemed to be slightly more than the usual oxygen content in the air. Higher-grade green oxygen sea anemone could probably be treated as an oxygen cylinder that released pure oxygen in the sea. Lin Yuan looked down at the bottom of the sea. If not for the gold-green oxygen sea anemone protecting his nose and mouth after entering the sea, his coughing action could cause him to choke on a large amount of seawater and die. When he was on the sea surface previously, due to the fine waves of the sea, Lin Yuan could only see that the barren sea bottom was almost the same color. However, he couldn't look closely at what was at the sea bottom. When he looked at the sea bottom, he felt his scalp numb. He saw the sea bottom were endless bone-carved lotus flowers. These lotus flowers were not the white color of ordinary bones but like the gray-white dead coral at the sea bottom. The bone lotus flowers were stacked layer upon layer and bloomed. Those at the top were whiter. The bone lotus flowers were endless, and this sea bottom seemed like a barren, beautiful bone lotus hell. The strange beauty of this bone lotus hell made Lin Yuan have goosebumps all over in the cold sea water. This strange natural scenery was beautiful. Lin Yuan couldn't feel the presence of any living creatures in the endless sea at this moment. It was silent, and only these bone lotus flowers were gently opening and closing in the sea. The hearts of the bone lotus flowers contained a cold flare. They must be the thorns that had pierced the vines in his perception. Lin Yuan observed the endless bone lotus flowers and understood why red thorn sea of flowers hadn't absorbed the slightest flesh energy during the struggle. Lin Yuan was currently feeling ecstatic. It seemed that he was really the reincarnation of the god of fortune. He had actually guessed what was in this sea region correctly. However, he needed Morbius true data to confirm it, so he used true data to check the endless lotus flowers at the sea bottom. Fey name, sea burial lotus flower, derivative. Fey species, water willow/water bone lotus. Fey grade, silver, 4/10. Fey type, wood. Fey quality, elite. Morbius true data showed that these bone lotus flowers were really the sea burial lotus flower. However, these endless bone lotus flowers were not the sea burial lotus flower's original body. They were just the ramets the sea burial lotus flower used to extract the energy from the sea bottom. The sea burial lotus flower was a famous carcinoma fey in the sea. The sea burial lotus flower's original body was extremely good at hiding and should be hidden among the endless bone lotus flowers at the sea bottom. Lin Yuan had heard from the Moon Empress that the sea burial lotus flower had appeared in the sea depths the last time. At that time, the sea burial lotus flower had extracted all the energy at the sea bottom, turning the deep sea into a forbidden ground where no marine feys could live. Thanks to the bone lotus flower's continuous expansion, the sea burial lotus flower had finally reached a large whale fall area of a whale beast. The sea burial lotus flower had not been polite at all. It had madly extracted the energy from this large whale fall area. As a result, 4 of the hatching island whale crystal eggs couldn't hatch due to the whale fall area's energy loss. This had angered many suzerain/myth breed marine feys in the deep sea, causing them to attack and kill the bone lotus flowers. After clearing the bone lotus flowers within 5,000 kilometers, many suzerain/myth breed marine feys had finally found the original body of the sea burial lotus flower. They had extracted the sobbing sea crystal condensed by the energy of the large whale fall from the sea burial lotus flower's roots and returned it to the 4 crystal eggs in the barren sea bottom. Under the sobbing sea crystal effect, 5,000 kilometers of the deep sea had soon been revived. Those 4 crystal eggs with the floating island whales had also used the energy in the sobbing sea crystal to successfully hatch. Back then, the Radiance Federation had brought out very valuable treasures, showing their sincerity. They had wanted to make an exchange with the high-grade marine feys in the deep sea for the carcinoma fey, the sea burial lotus flower, which the spirit guards would take. However, the high-grade marine feys had rejected them and annihilated the sea burial lotus flower, which was absolutely harmful to the sea, in front of the experts from the Radiance Federation that had gone to negotiate it. They had jointly expressed the marine feys' attitude to the sea burial lotus flower. Although the sea burial lotus flower was exceptionally harmful to the sea, it also produced the indescribably rare sobbing sea crystal. At that moment, the mother of Bloodbath jumped out of Lin Yuan's hair in the sea and turned into its human form. The mother of Bloodbath, which was unusually calm and composed, couldn't help but swear, "Damn! It's actually the sea burial lotus flower. Your providence and luck are too amazing." Lin Yuan was just about to speak when he recalled that he was still in the sea at this time. The mother of Bloodbath, a myth-breed fey, could breathe and speak freely in the sea, unlike him. He had to rely on the gold-green oxygen sea anemone. Therefore, he stretched out his hand to give the mother of Bloodbath a thumbs up with a smile on his face. Chapter 456, The Lotus Flower's Original Body. The mother of Bloodbath couldn't help but roll its eyes as it saw Lin Yuan's smug appearance. Nonetheless, it immediately started to help Lin Yuan search for the true body of the carcinoma fey, the sea burial lotus flower. Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a little thankful at this point. Fortunately, the sea burial lotus flower had appeared in the coastal sea, and its resources were far less than in the deep sea, resulting in the sea burial lotus flower's slow spreading speed. Furthermore, the coastal sea's resources weren't enough to help the sea burial lotus flower quickly spread its bone lotus flowers to other sea regions. As a result, the bone lotus flowers were hunted in other sea regions. Since the sea burial lotus flower appeared in the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's coastal sea, and Listen chose to come to the royal capital to pay allegiance to Lin Yuan, the latter had the opportunity to find the sea burial lotus flower and have it for himself. The feys living at the sea bottom, like the corals, marine plants, and shellfish feys, would suffer due to the bone lotus flowers. The sea burial lotus flower would empty the energy in the sea, and these corals, marine plants, and shellfish feys, which lived at the sea bottom and could not move around, would be devoured by the bone lotus flowers. Then the bone lotus flowers would transfer the energy to the sea burial lotus flower, which would turn the energy into sobbing sea crystal. When the energy at the sea bottom had been emptied and all life had been cut off, the feys that could move would naturally flee this barren sea region and not stay there. As Lin Yuan watched the mother of Bloodbath constantly unleash blood energy at the sea bottom to destroy the bone lotus flowers, his eyelids jumped wildly, and he hurriedly told it to stop. As a carcinoma fey, the sea burial lotus flower wreaked havoc in the sea, but its original body was very weak. If the mother of Bloodbath's blood energy spread, the sea burial lotus flower's original body would probably die. Compared to the sobbing sea crystal condensed from the energy of this coastal sea, Lin Yuan wanted the sea burial lotus flower more. The energy the sea burial lotus flower extracted from the sea was not actually water element energy. It was the sea bottom's flesh energy and the ley line spirit chi deposit deep under the sea. The sea burial lotus flower would absorb all the energy and condense the sobbing sea crystal. The silver 4/elite sea burial lotus flower was wood type, so the sobbing sea crystal it condensed was also wood type. The wood type sobbing sea crystal was a sacred item that could nourish wood type feys but was life-threatening poison to other types of feys. When feys of other types used the sobbing sea crystal, its energy would burst in the fey's body. One could imagine the horror of the energy exploding in a fey's body. However, when the silver 4/elite sea burial lotus flower reached gold, it would get another attribute, which would broaden the uses of the sobbing sea crystal. The deep sea sobbing sea crystal that the Moon Empress had mentioned should be of the water type and wood type. Otherwise, it wouldn't have prevented the 4 island whales in slumber from hatching out of their energy eggshells. In Lin Yuan's opinion, the most suitable place for the sea burial lotus flower to survive was his spirit lock spatial zone's spirit pool. His spirit pool had a never-ending abundance of spirit chi. The sea burial lotus flower only needed to absorb the abundant spirit chi constantly and didn't have to plunder energy from the bone lotus flowers. It just needed to produce and condense the sobbing sea crystal at ease. Thus, Lin Yuan didn't want the sea burial lotus flower to suffer the slightest damage. When the mother of Bloodbath heard Lin Yuan tell it to stop, it gazed at him in confusion. The area covered by the sea burial lotus flower's ramets was extremely wide. If he didn't search within a certain range, it would not be easy to find the sea burial lotus flower's body that was very good at hiding. Lin Yuan had been using Morbius True Data. Although True Data didn't have the function of locating and searching, Lin Yuan could rely on it to scan a large area of bone lotus flowers while relying on the data to find the hidden sea burial lotus flower. After Lin Yuan swam toward the sea surface and emerged, he waved at the 4 hurricane owlet moths. They manipulated the wind energy to bring Lin Yuan back to midair and then blew dry his moon-white spirit chi clothes. Lin Yuan observed the 4 hurricane owlet moths' actions and confirmed that this was not their intelligence. Rather, Lu Ji had allowed the insect queen to impart its intelligence to the hurricane owlet moths and control them to cooperate better with his actions. The mother of bloodbath surfaced from the sea, and Lin Yuan said to it, "I'll let the hurricane owlet moths fly me around the sea twice and look for the location of the sea burial lotus flower from the surface." When the mother of bloodbath heard Lin Yuan's words, it only felt like giving Lin Yuan some fruits and feeding him a few big hawthorns and jujube. If Lin Yuan could find the sea burial lotus flower hidden among the bone lotus flowers at the bottom of the sea, it would rather not eat the finger-licking chicken in the future. Lin Yuan ordered the hurricane owlet moths to slow down as they carried him in circles to search. He found that looking at the vast blue sea with the sea breeze blowing while flying over the sea felt good. The dead silence of the sea seemed to carry a different kind of romance under this blue sky and breeze. After searching for a long time, Lin Yuan locked on his target, and a happy smile emerged on his face. Lin Yuan said to the distant mother of bloodbath with a wave of his hand, "Mother of bloodbath, the sea burial lotus flower is just below this location." After saying that, Lin Yuan took the lead and jumped into the sea. The mother of bloodbath rolled its eyes again, thinking that Lin Yuan wasn't really smart at this point. However, it also jumped into the sea. The mother of bloodbath subconsciously explored the sea bottom. Although the mother of bloodbath was doubtful about Lin Yuan's words, it still subconsciously believed him. In the middle of the search, the mother of bloodbath fixed its gaze on Lin Yuan like looking at an immortal, and thought, "This is really something. You can see the sea burial lotus flower's body hidden so deep at the sea bottom from above the surface. Are your eyes magnets that are specially made for attracting the sea burial lotus flower?" But right after that, the mother of bloodbath raged in its heart, "Damn! Lin Yuan really found the sea burial lotus flower. Does that mean that I can't eat the finger-licking chicken anymore?" Chapter 457, 10,000 times more disgusting. While the mother of bloodbath was raging in its heart, it didn't hesitate with its actions. 3 intersecting crimson blood-colored waves of energy blasted at the sea bottom full of bone lotus flowers. The bottom of the sea where Lin Yuan's gaze reached was blasted by these 3 crimson blood-colored waves of energy, forming extremely deep ravines. The bone lotus flowers turned into white shreds, and the pale white powder drifted in the sea water like extremely cold snow in the sea. The mother of bloodbath happened to enclose the sea burial lotus flower's body at the center of the 3 intersected blood-colored waves of energy. This disconnected it from the vast majority of the bone lotus flowers. Lin Yuan then saw a strange movement in that small area. The bone lotus flowers suddenly danced at the sea bottom like spirit snakes that probed out in search of the enemy that had just attacked them. Lin Yuan knew that carcinoma feys like the sea burial lotus flower were not intelligent. A life form like it only possessed the instinct of avoiding harm. Its reaction was exactly the subconscious emergency response of a life form in the face of danger. The silver 4 sea burial lotus flower couldn't do anything with a myth-breed fey like the mother of bloodbath around. The mother of bloodbath flew into those dancing bone lotus flowers and ignored the attack from the bone lotus flower's center. It stretched out its hand and pushed aside from inside the bone lotus flowers. Lin Yuan saw the mother of bloodbath grab a delicate lotus flower from the bone lotus flowers. It was white in color, including its stem and leaves. This white did not have a deathly pale feeling like the bone lotus flowers. Rather, there was a glistening sense of sacredness, causing people to have reverent thoughts. It was really hard to imagine that such a small thing would be the devil that swallowed the sea and made it barren. What was under the sacred like white lotus flowers were not the lotus roots but a green crystal smaller than Lin Yuan's thumb on the rhizome. This green crystal must have relied on all the energy in this sea to nurture the wood-type sobbing sea crystal that simply had too many uses. Lin Yuan suddenly thought of the jasmine lily, but it was a bit too extravagant to give jasmine lily the sea burial lotus flower's sobbing sea crystal to raise its quality. That's right. This was extravagant even in the eyes of people like Lin Yuan, who wouldn't hesitate to spend more resources to become stronger. He still needed to think about how to use this wood-type sobbing sea crystal. After all, the jasmine lily could improve its quality from fantasy eye with many spiritual materials. It was not necessary to have this wood-type sobbing sea crystal. The mother of bloodbath flashed to Lin Yuan's side, with its hair dancing in the sea water. Its usually expressionless face betrayed a rare and obvious hint of joy. Lin Yuan, the energy contained in the wood-type sobbing sea crystal is truly a sacred item for wood-type feys. This sea burial lotus flower can be considered the rarest item I've seen other than a sacred source life form. The mother of bloodbath could not help but exclaim. When the mother of bloodbath mentioned the sacred source life form, Lin Yuan became a little curious and asked, "Mother of bloodbath, you've seen a sacred source life form. How powerful is that?" Lin Yuan had heard the Moon Empress talk about the sacred source life forms. Although he had learned about the sacred source life forms' origin, he never had the chance to see them. So far, the sacred source life form that Lin Yuan knew was Ostrich Logistics' spatial mother shellfish. Upon hearing that, the mother of Bloodbath's eyes flashed with longing. The sacred source life form's true power never lies in their attack ability, but in the functionality of absolute authority. I also don't know if I'll have the chance to be promoted from myth breed to creation breed or obtain a sacred source life form to contract after becoming a creation breed. The mother of Bloodbath added, although the power of a sacred source life form never lies in their attack ability, none of them is weak at attacking. Lin Yuan could feel the mother of Bloodbath's longing for the sacred source life form. Moreover, when the mother of Bloodbath became a creation breed, it could contract a sacred source life form. Lin Yuan asked softly, since feys can contract a sacred source life form when they reach creation breed and above, can they contract source-type life forms? The mother of Bloodbath shoved the sea burial lotus flower in its hand to him, rolled its eyes, and said, feys naturally cannot contract source-type life forms, but both humans and feys can contract sacred source life forms. I mentioned striving to contract a sacred source life form after ascending to a creation breed because it's impossible to get a sacred source life form with myth breed strength. The mother of Bloodbath felt that Lin Yuan was getting less intelligent. How could he forget such common sense that feys couldn't contract source-type life forms? Looking at the mother of Bloodbath rolling its eyes madly, Lin Yuan touched the back of his head with some embarrassment. When he was about to speak, Lin Yuan suddenly felt an energy fluctuation coming from the space not far above his head. He and the mother of Bloodbath looked up at the fluctuating space not far away, and he thought, is a water world dimensional rift going to open before the active period of the dimensional rift? But immediately after, Lin Yuan discarded this thought. The spatial fluctuation in front of him was simply too weak. Even the energy fluctuation when the Class 1 water world dimensional rift opened was much stronger than the spatial fluctuation above his head at this moment. Therefore, this spatial fluctuation should have nothing to do with the dimensional rift. Lin Yuan and the mother of Bloodbath headed to the spatial energy fluctuation, ready for some reconnaissance. Unexpectedly, the spatial fluctuations suddenly became stronger when they got closer. At that moment, numerous water world dimensional life forms carcasses were spat out of this rift at Lin Yuan's face. If the mother of Bloodbath hadn't immediately pulled Lin Yuan out of the seawater and floated in mid-air, he would have fainted from the smell of the large batch of high-grade water world dimensional life forms carcasses. Lin Yuan had lingering fears. If the smell had attacked his face, it would be no different than being pushed into a shithole. It might even be 10,000 times more disgusting. Chapter 458, Must Not Be Left Alive. Lin Yuan finally discovered where the massive quantity of high-grade water world dimensional life forms came from. This place was around 5,000 meters away from the shore. The water world dimensional life forms that were below the gold grade would start to rot and submerge before reaching the shore. Only those above the gold grade would have the chance to reach the shore through the wave before rotting on the shore. Lin Yuan looked at the carcinoma fey, sea burial lotus flower, and understood why its ramets had appeared in this place. It seemed like it was due to the massive quantity of water world dimensional life forms flesh, which allowed the sea burial lotus flower to have a feast at the bottom of the seabed. Due to the problem with its mobility, the sea burial lotus flower had chosen to hide and lay roots in this place. This scene was definitely a great discovery for Lin Yuan. The mother of Bloodbath's expression had turned serious too. She could sense a spatial wave that vanished after all the high-grade water world dimensional life forms were unloaded into the sea. She frowned and was contemplating the reason. After a moment, once there weren't any other water world dimensional life form carcasses, Lin Yuan summoned the ethereal jellyfish. As a spatial-type life form, the ethereal jellyfish could feel spatial nodes even from 1,000 miles away. It had a naturally high sensitivity towards spatial movements. Lin Yuan was planning to scout with the ethereal jellyfish and find out how the spatial wave appeared and unloaded all the water world dimensional life forms earlier. After summoning the ethereal jellyfish, it shifted between the spatial zones as it appeared and vanished from time to time. Just as it wanted to land on Lin Yuan's head, it recalled Lin Yuan's stern warning. The ethereal jellyfish then quickly shifted down and landed on Lin Yuan's neck and was particularly satisfied. When the mother of Bloodbath saw the ethereal jellyfish, she immediately gulped down her saliva. She couldn't help thinking of the cold dish Lu Ji had previously prepared and that wonderful taste of the jellyfish skin and tentacle. Lin Yuan said, "Ethereal jellyfish, go and check on all the spatial energy waves in the sea and report to me." Once the ethereal jellyfish received Lin Yuan's order, it immediately flickered on Lin Yuan's neck and produced an image as though it had broken through multiple dimensions as it vanished. The ethereal jellyfish had already appeared in the sea before Lin Yuan and was vibrating the newly grown tentacle to sense the spatial energy waves hidden in the sea. Lin Yuan used this moment to start handling the sea burial lotus flower. Lin Yuan didn't harvest the sea burial lotus flower's wood-type sobbing sea crystals. The grade of the sea burial lotus flower was actually determined by the energy contained within the sobbing sea crystals. If Lin Yuan were to harvest them now, then the sea burial lotus flower would immediately drop from the current silver 4/elite to normal I/normal. Carcinoma Fey might also be contracted by spirit chi professionals like regular Feys and could even be spirit locked by Morbius' exclusive skill, Spirit Lock. However, in Lin Yuan's opinion, the sea burial lotus flower wasn't suitable to be contracted and used for battle. It was more suitable to be a production Fey like the elemental shellfish. The sea burial lotus flower didn't have intelligence and was only moving through instincts. Thus, Lin Yuan wanted to nurture it in the spirit lock spatial zone and restrict it. The best method to restrict the sea burial lotus flower was to make it develop a reliance on Lin Yuan's resources. After leaving the water, the sea burial lotus flower would constantly weaken. The sea burial lotus flower wasn't strong to begin with and was actually very frail. If it left the water for too long, it would start to wither, leaving behind the roots that wrapped around the sobbing sea crystals and falling into a narcolepsy state. Lin Yuan circulated his spiritual power at suitable timings to allow the sea burial lotus flower to absorb the pure spirit chi from his palm. Each time, Lin Yuan only released a small trace of pure spirit chi before he quickly withdrew it. Before the sea burial lotus flower could taste the pleasure, it would immediately lose the pure spirit chi that was just like honey. The sea burial lotus flower could absorb all sorts of energy at the seabed, but Lin Yuan's pure spirit chi was definitely an intoxicating attraction for the sea burial lotus flower. Every time Lin Yuan stopped circulating the spiritual power in his body, the sea burial lotus flower would shake its sacred branches and leaves to show its sadness. It threw tantrums and seemed to be telling Lin Yuan, "You are so bad, I want more spirit chi." Lin Yuan was acting just like the ultimate scumbag, causing the sea burial lotus flower to develop a reliance toward his spirit chi. He was using a withdrawing and giving method to make the sea burial lotus flower rely on him even more. After a few repetitions, Lin Yuan placed the sea burial lotus flower into the spirit lock spatial zone's spirit pool. After entering the spirit pool, the sea burial lotus flower looked as though it was drunk. It obsessively absorbed the pure and ample spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone. Due to the inexhaustible spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone, the sea burial lotus flower didn't have to produce any bone lotus flowers to help it absorb energy. Lin Yuan asked the gold wind speed rapid antelope to keep watch by the spirit pool. Once the sea burial lotus flower had any ideas of producing bone lotus flowers, the wind speed rapid antelope would immediately use wind energy to disturb their production process. Inside the spirit pool was the spirit drawing ichthyosaur, Blackie. It was only bronze X/legend and still unable to produce an absolute pressure toward the silver 4/elite sea burial lotus flower. Once Blackie became a fantasy breed, it would be enough to have absolute control over the sea burial lotus flower. All of a sudden, the spatial zone beside Lin Yuan shook gently. The ethereal jellyfish emerged from the spatial zone and appeared in front of Lin Yuan. It handed over a black fist-sized ore to Lin Yuan. It felt as though the ethereal jellyfish was handing over a treasure as it was using its tentacle to gently stroke the black ore and was obviously fond of it. Lin Yuan could feel the black ore's spatial energy. As soon as the ethereal jellyfish excavated the black ore from the seabed with its two strong and thick tentacles, the mother of Bloodbath saw something in the sea that caused its eyes to turn still. The mother of Bloodbath said in a deep voice, "Someone actually used the spatial magnets to set up a magnetic field to hide a spatial zone. The spatial magnet is something that only other continents can produce. Why is it here, the sea region governed by the Radiance Federation?" After hearing the mother of Bloodbath mentioning other continents, it was unknown why Lin Yuan immediately related it with the pinnacle myth 2 Crow Fey that mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer had killed together. Once the ethereal jellyfish handed over the spatial magnet, it shook its tentacle toward Lin Yuan to transmit some hazy information. According to the information, Lin Yuan found out that there were plenty of spatial magnets in this sea region. Lin Yuan said to the mother of Bloodbath, "Why don't we let the ethereal jellyfish dig out all of the spatial magnets in this sea region? We will then be able to see what this magnetic field is trying to hide." The mother of Bloodbath nodded and said in a cold voice, "Since someone came to set up a magnetic field to hide a spatial zone in the Radiance Federation, they can be considered terrorists no matter what intentions they have. Such a person must not be left alive." Chapter 459, support our third lineage. As the ethereal jellyfish searched through the sea in detail, Lin Yuan's collection of spatial magnets increased and was already close to 100. At present, Lin Yuan and the mother of Bloodbath realized that the range of the magnetic field was truly too wide. As Lin Yuan followed the ethereal jellyfish in the air, they were getting further away from the shore. Soon after, Lin Yuan saw an island that was around 4,000 to 5,000 square meters in size. The island was abnormally barren, just like the seabed that the sea burial lotus flower ravaged. Lin Yuan had heard Listen mention about this barren island before. It was already out of the listening heron chamber of commerce's territory. Lin Yuan realized that the ethereal jellyfish found an extreme number of spatial magnets in the vicinity of the island. Lin Yuan then said to the mother of Bloodbath, "Why don't we use this island as a checkpoint? I will ask Lu Ji, Listen, and Zhou Luo to come over too." The mother of Bloodbath responded. "When coming over to the shore, there were plenty of eyes that were staring at you. You have already been searching on the sea for almost 4 hours now. I believe that those people with motives wouldn't be able to sit still after finding out you went out to the sea, right?" Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes and let out a smile. "If they cannot sit still, they will naturally reveal themselves. We shall respond to them by remaining calm." A tall and skinny man was using a cloth made with spirit beast pell to wipe the chess pieces that had distinct white and black color. There was a black and white sable on the creation master robe of the tall and skinny man. The sable was drooling as it looked at the chess pieces in the man's hand. Its eyes were twisting and turning as it was abnormally spirited. Zhang Jiangliu looked at the sinister-looking youth beside him and said with an impatient tone, "Wenbo, what are you saying? Is your Grandpa Jiao someone you can command as you please?" Zhang Wenbo looked like a frozen eggplant. Zhang Wenbo's sinister eyes and vicious eyes would nearly ooze out as soon as he recalled what had happened during the day at the Indigo Azure Sea Market. The elder with the straight back and cedar aura used his hand to rub on Zhang Wenbo's head and said, "I have watched Wenbo grow up from a baby, and I understand his temperament. If he hadn't suffered a great embarrassment, he would never have talked like that." Zhang Jiangliu asked softly, "Uncle Jiao, are you sure that there isn't any emperor-class expert with the youth and Listen?" Zhang Jiangliu was abnormally friendly and didn't act as sternly as he acted toward Zhang Wenbo. The elder then said with a composed expression, "I didn't feel any powerful presence beside that youth. Unless the opposition's strength is significantly higher than mine, I will not be able to sense their presence. Even if my cold snow pine isn't adept at sensing among the support-type feys, its exclusive skill has a certain level of detection. Therefore, my senses are normally correct." Zhang Jiangliu was still a little apprehensive and was hesitating on how he should make his decision. According to what Elder Jiao had said earlier, the youth with the mask wasn't someone simple. The mask he wore was made with threads of completely jade-textured wood. But after thinking that Zhang Wenbo had actually had the intention to hide the opposition's foundation while asking him to send out people to kill the opposition to take revenge for his embarrassment, Zhang Jiangliu was a little anxious. Why do I have an incompetent son that only knows how to act with his emotions? When recalling the loss of Elder Niu, Zhang Jiangliu felt the rage building up in his heart. Zhang Jiangliu turned to look at the tall and skinny man as he asked with a smile, "Second young master, I wonder if you think I shall make a move on the listening heron chamber of commerce's Listen now and kill their group. I can then take control of all the coastal sea resources in Indigo Azure City and quickly give the 50% profit to second young master." The skinny youth didn't even look up as he was still wiping the chess pieces. He replied without answering the question, "Third uncle, the chess pieces you brought me this time have some nice patterns. They're rather good." When Zhang Jiangliu heard the reply, his smile froze. However, the skinny youth spoke again. "Since third uncle is so willing to split 50% of the coastal sea's profit with me, then I cannot sit by the side without giving ideas while watching third uncle fretting. Actually, I feel that Wenbo is a good child and cannot be embarrassed like that." While speaking, the skinny youth noticed the sable drooling as it looked at the chess piece in his hand. He then let out a gentle smile as before and tossed the chess piece to the sable. "This little fellow, you are already hungry in less than 2 hours? I just fed you before we came, and you are already looking for snacks. Aren't you afraid of getting fat?" When Zhang Jiangliu saw the skinny youth tossing the completely jade-textured chess piece to the fey, his face twitched twice. After all, he had painstakingly obtained those chess pieces. At the same time, thoughts were rapidly flying through his mind. The second young master's meaning was clear: he should make the move. However, the second young master had only said to make the move, but he hadn't said he would help. At present, Zhang Jiangliu only had one emperor-class expert, Uncle Jiao, who he could mobilize. Zhang Jiangliu was still worried about making Uncle Jiao move out alone as there might be risks. After all, the death of Elder Niu, a pinnacle king-class expert, was already a strong warning. If second young master could send an expert to move along with Uncle Jiao, it would be good. The skinny youth looked up and saw Zhang Jiangliu's serious expression. He raised his brows as though it was nothing. Just as he was about to speak, there was a knocking sound at the door. When Zhang Jiangliu heard the knocking sound, he yelled, "Elder Feng, second young master is here, and you dare to knock and disturb. What are you doing?" While speaking, Zhang Jiangliu was a little puzzled. The housekeeper, Elder Feng, had been working with him for at least 20 years. Why would he knock on the door to disturb him now? Something important must have happened. As expected, Elder Feng's anxious and hurried voice echoed. "Master, there is really something important to report." Immediately after, Zhang Jiangliu turned to look at the skinny youth seated beside him. The skinny youth took up another white chess piece to feed his sable as he said indifferently, "Third uncle, please go ahead." After receiving the skinny youth's permission, Zhang Jiangliu yelled toward the door. "Enter." After opening the door, the anxious-looking Elder Feng bowed to the second young master first before he quickly walked beside Zhang Jiangliu and whispered in an extremely soft voice. After the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's listen left with the two masked youths, they headed for the coastal sea under the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's control. "Our spies just came back to report that they have already visited the barren island that is at the coastal sea's outer borders." Zhang Jiangliu's eyes widened. Zhang Jiangliu turned around with an abnormally determined expression that had some anxiety. Unlike the earlier hesitation, he was now like a changed person. "Second young master, if my third lineage moves out alone, there might be risks. I wonder if second young master can send an emperor-class expert to support us in the dark." Chapter 460, Nightmare 6. The tall and thin man ignored the sudden change in Zhang Jiangliu's attitude. He seemed to be a little sleepy, so he reached out to cover his mouth and yawn. "I can send someone to do it. I want 60% of the coastal sea resources that the third lineage controls, and you take 40%. Upon hearing that, Zhang Jiangliu's eyes became increasingly gloomy, but he promised very quickly. "We'll do as second young master says." The tall and thin man chuckled and stood up to pick up the black and white sable before saying, "Since third uncle is so enlightened, I, Zhang Kaiwan, am not a stingy person." He then clapped his palm twice. With that, a humanoid figure covered in a cloak suddenly appeared by Zhang Jiangliu's side, startling Zhang Jiangliu. Zhang Kaiwan said, "Nightmare 6, please go with third uncle." The voice of Nightmare 6, who was clad in a black robe, was unusually hoarse as if he was speaking with a mouth full of sand. "Yes, second young master." After saying that, he hid once again. It was as if he had never appeared before. Zhang Kaiwan raised his eyes and looked at Zhang Jiangliu as he stretched. "Third uncle, I'll be waiting for a constant stream of income from your side of the coastal sea. I hope third uncle won't have so many more accidents." "What I, Zhang Kaiwan, hate the most is accidents." After saying that, Zhang Kaiwan left. After he left, Zhang Jiangliu scanned the space in the house and felt appalled. Zhang Kaiwan had called the cloak-wearing figure that had just appeared Nightmare 6. Could he be a member of the Nightmare Squad that the Zhang family had spent half of its resources to nurture to protect its direct descendants? Rumor had it that the Nightmare Squad had a total of 9 members. They all had Emperor-class strength, each with superior abilities. 1-3 protected the eldest young master, 4-6, and 7-9 protected the second young master and third young master, respectively. He didn't expect that Zhang Kaiwan would actually use a member of the Nightmare Squad to provide support to the third lineage. At this moment, Zhang Jiangliu felt greatly settled and didn't have the slightest worry. However, at the thought of the extra 10% of coastal sea resources that Zhang Kaiwan wanted after the development, Zhang Jiangliu felt that his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys all hurt. Lu Ji, listen, and Zhou Luo arrived on this deserted island all the way from the sea. When they passed by the sea, they naturally felt its desolation. Be it Lu Ji, listen, or Zhou Luo, none of them knew what had happened in the sea that had caused it to be so desolate. After the mother of bloodbath had removed and taken the sea burial lotus flower out of the water, the bone lotus flowers that spread across the sea bottom had all withered and turned into a dead frost and snow that offered their final elegy for the creatures of the sea bottom. Although Lu Ji was a Radiance 100 sequence member and could go to the Radiance Sacred Hall to go through information from time to time, he didn't have much understanding of carcinoma phase. If Lin Yuan hadn't happened to hear the Moon Empress mention the sea burial lotus flower, he wouldn't have guessed that he might have encountered a sea burial lotus flower from a single encounter between red thorns vine ramets and the bone lotus flowers. It had to be said that he had a master with extraordinary insight and knew everything, which really allowed him to widen his horizon. If the Moon Empress, who was far away in the radiant Moon Palace, heard Lin Yuan's thoughts at this moment, she would definitely be rendered speechless and say to him, "Disciple, compared to insight and knowledge, I'm powerful and rich. So can you stop being so independent? Isn't it good to rely on your master?" At present, the ethereal jellyfish was happily working hard at the sea bottom. However, it didn't give the spatial magnets to Lin Yuan immediately after finding one. Instead, it piled all of them in a specific location on the sea bottom. As the ethereal jellyfish dug out more and more spatial magnets, the magnetic force field became weaker and weaker. It was more difficult for the ethereal jellyfish to discover the spatial magnets buried at the sea bottom. Fortunately, the spatial magnets could attract each other, and the large number of spatial magnets piled at the sea bottom could help the ethereal jellyfish dig for other spatial magnets. This made the ethereal jellyfish's search for spatial magnets more efficient. Zhou Luo commanded his diamond eye/fantasy eye lava dragon lizard, trying to get it to go in the water. When the lava dragon lizard had been a lava iguana, it used to find water repulsive because it had been an earth-type fey. Furthermore, it had not been good at fighting in the sea. However, it had awakened its dragon species bloodline and turned into a lava dragon lizard. All dragon species feys were amphibious feys that could deal with fighting in the water and on land at the same time. The lava dragon lizard clumsily descended into the sea under Zhou Luo's command and was somewhat reluctant at first. It lowered its head and also whipped the ground with its tail from time to time, just like using a hammer on a burly man, but Zhou Luo hurriedly coaxed it. "Good boy. Don't wheedle. Dive into the sea. You should be very skilled." After being forced to dive into the sea, the lava dragon lizard was obviously a little panicked. After all, it was its first time diving into the sea. However, it found that the sea was so much fun after a few swimming attempts. It was unwilling to go to the shore after playing in the sea. The lava dragon lizard's change stunned Zhou Luo. Lu Ji was about to let the insect queen set up the insect swarm on the desolate island, but Lin Yuan stopped him. The insect queen's sea of insects was not good at fighting in the sea. Its core unit was the flesh-mincing blade insects, which would drown in the seawater within a few minutes and was completely unable to survive in it. It could be said that Lu Ji was a non-swimmer and was only suitable for land combat. Previously, Lu Ji had created a lot of lightning-gathering moths and hurricane owlet moths, which he had also brought over when he came to this island. These lightning-gathering moths and the hurricane owlet moths were enough. When Listen saw Zhou Luo let the lava dragon lizard play in the sea and recalled that there were no living creatures in this sea, meaning there wouldn't be any danger, he summoned his two contracted feys. Lin Yuan saw the bronze X Pain illusory fox that he had previously exchanged with Listen had reached silver 7/fantasy eye. In addition to the Pain illusory fox, Listen actually had a silver 3/fantasy eye three-tailed crimson fox. The three-tailed crimson fox's aptitude was actually better than the Pain illusory fox's. It would grow a new tail with every huge promotion in its grade and was considered to have an extremely noble bloodline among the fox feys. Lin Yuan realized Listen's aptitude could really be called excellent. Moreover, Listen was only 24 years old this year and was a dazzling presence in the younger generation. Lin Yuan couldn't help but think about recruiting Listen into his new Dome Guild Club. After all, the Guild Club's main team for the S tournament consisted of only him and Lu Ji. At that moment, the wind suddenly picked up above the sea. The freezing sea breeze blew Lin Yuan's moon-white spirit chi clothes, and an eagle cry suddenly resounded above the sea. Chapter 461, Do you understand this reasoning? Lin Yuan only saw a giant hawk with a wingspan of nearly 40 meters flying from the shore. It had dark brown feathers with a sharp metallic sheen. The color of its back feathers was darker, almost black. Instead, the color of its abdominal feathers was lighter, showing a coffee color. However, the giant hawk's head had golden plumes that were as sharp as a sword and created the sound of a sword piercing the air in flight. The sword feathers on both cheeks were erected, with a pair of sharp hawk's eyes, making this giant hawk with a wingspan of 40 meters look heroic and extraordinary. Lin Yuan used true data to check this giant hawk's attributes. Fey name, Sword Plume Sea Hawk. Fey species, Long Feathered Hawk/Sea Hawk. Fey grade, Diamond, 10/10. Fey type, Metal/Wind. Fey quality, Fantasy V. Lin Yuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It seemed that this sword plume sea hawk should have reached the barrier of breaking through to suzerain. It should be long before it broke through. Looking at the sword plume sea hawk flying toward him and the others, Lin Yuan knew that what should come finally came. The sword plume sea hawk withdrew its wings and landed on the desolate island where everyone was. The gusts of wind caused dozens of lightning-gathering moths to be blown hundreds of meters away before they were able to stabilize themselves. Zhou Luo immediately commanded the lava dragon lizard to go onto the shore and block before Lin Yuan, Lu Ji, and listen. He fulfilled his duties as a white-clothed follower and also a servant. An old man and a middle-aged man dressed in half-armor jumped down from the outstanding sword plume sea hawk's back. When Lin Yuan saw this old man, an indistinct smile spread across his face. Wasn't this old man the same old man with a cedar aura following young Master Zhang back in the Indigo Azure Sea Market? He scanned the other middle-aged man wearing half-body armor and thought, did the Zhang family's third lineage send 2 emperor-class experts at once with the intention of attacking me? How much did they want me to die? At this moment, the old man with a cedar aura had a straight back and an indifferent expression. His tone was gentle as if he was talking to his own grandson. Not bad. All 3 of you are here. I don't have to bother with more work. After saying that, the old man with a straight back and a cedar aura glanced at the lava dragon lizard that was roaring violently and said with some regret, a diamond eye/fantasy eye lizard. It's somewhat weak. When Zhou Luo saw the sword plume sea hawk earlier and sensed its mightiness, he knew that the strength of this group of people was far from his own. However, he looked unwilling to be outdone. Zhou Luo knew that Lin Yuan had 2 myth-breed feys that could take human form hidden in the shadows. What else was there to worry about when there were 2 suzerain/myth-breed feys that could take human form and were at least myth-2 protecting them in the dark? Therefore, Zhou Luo said to the old man with the cedar aura without the slightest concern, "Old man, your hair is white, your beard is white, your eyebrows are white, and you're a bit old." The old man with a straight back and a cedar aura did not react for a long time. It seemed that he didn't expect someone to speak to him like that. However, the middle-aged man in half-armor besides the old man frowned and responded. "You dare talk back? Quickly leave this deserted island. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you beforehand when you lose your life." Zhou Luo was about to retort when Lin Yuan put his hand on his shoulder and patted twice. He stopped talking and immediately commanded the lava dragon lizard to retreat while he still blocked Lin Yuan's side. Lin Yuan was a little surprised at this point as the middle-aged man wearing half-armor wanted to drive them away, not directly kill them. Lin Yuan was puzzled. Was the middle-aged man in half-armor not from the 3rd lineage of the Zhang family? Immediately after that, he heard the old man with a straight back and cedar aura say, "Duan he, there's no hurry. You don't have to rush to drive them away. I still have something to say to them." The middle-aged in half-armor clearly looked impatient and stored the sword plume sea hawk into his spiritual spatial zone with a wave of his hand. Lin Yuan took a step forward and asked with a smile on his face, "Does your young master Zhang want the mask on my face so badly that he rushed to send you to make another deal with me?" A gentle smile appeared on the old man's face, but instead of answering his question, he asked, "This huge Indigo Azure City has only ever had 3 trees that rise to the sky. Whether it's a dragon or snake, they can only coil on the branches of the trees in Indigo Azure City. Do you understand this principle?" Lin Yuan smiled even brighter and replied, "Of course, I understand that. Which place does not have a tree that rises to the sky, and which tree doesn't have dragons or snakes? Self-righteous trees always forget to look at the top and think they are big trees when, in fact, they're actually covered by larger trees." Lin Yuan paused before saying, "Are the large trees that rise to the sky the Zhang family's main family or the 3rd lineage? If it's the latter, the main family of the Zhang family won't be happy to know that the few branches that parasitize on the tree roots actually have the intention of growing into a big tree." The old man with a straight back and cedar turned solemn, and his voice seemed to be synchronized with the coldness of the cedar. "You have a tongue that will kill you at such a young age." Lin Yuan shook the wind-blown moon-white spirit chi clothes and asked instead, "Will I not attract a fatal disaster without this tongue?" At that moment, the middle-aged man in half-armor knitted his brows, looked at the old man beside him, and asked, "Xiao Hans Hong, what's going on? Didn't you ask me to help your fey bear the world cleansing?" The old man with a straight back and a cedar aura looked at him apologetically and answered, "Duan he, this is master's personal matter. Wait for a moment, and I'll instantly resolve this big personal matter. We can't taint this good place for world cleansing." The middle-aged snorted, walked a few steps away, and spoke. Chapter 462, Go, Mother of Bloodbath. The middle-aged man in half-armor made no attempt to mince his words or hide his displeasure. Jian Hanzhong, I only came to repay my debt. I have no intention of partaking in the matters of the Zheng family's third lineage. Duan He turned his attention back to Lin Yuan and the rest. Something serious must have happened. Otherwise, they would not have been pressed to dispatch Jian Hanzhong. As a mere collateral branch of the main family, the third lineage of the Zheng family would never send out their only emperor-class expert under normal circumstances. However, no matter how carefully Duan He scanned the group of young people standing in the near distance, he could not figure out in what way they would pose a large enough threat to warrant Jian Hanzhong stepping up. Jian Hanzhong was right. Despite the lava dragon lizard's exceptional skills, it ultimately lacked strength. The third lineage of the Zheng family had several king-class members. A single king-class expert should be sufficient to handle this group of people. Lin Yuan did not expect that Duan He was not actually part of the Zheng family. He had only come to aid the man known as Jian Hanzhong, who had the aroma of cedar wood wafting around him. He was going to assist Jian Hanzhong's contracted fey in undergoing its world cleansing. Lin Yuan asked Duan He up front, Senior Duan He, you are emperor class yourself. If you really aren't part of the Zheng family, I hope you won't meddle in affairs which do not concern you. Duan He could not believe that the masked youth would call him out. Duan He replayed the young man's words in his mind. He was certain that he had sensed a veiled threat within the ostensibly polite statement. Duan He furrowed his brow and asked, so what if I choose to interfere? Lin Yuan regarded Duan He with a stony expression and punctuated each word as he replied, then you are making yourself an enemy of Sky City. At the mention of Sky City, the gears in Duan He's head started to turn. He realized that he had never heard of a faction called Sky City. However, he had no interest in participating in such inter-faction fights. If he was, he would not have made his stance clear to Jian Hanzhong from the very beginning. Jian Hanzhong heaved a sigh and began to circulate his spiritual power. The spiritual power took the form of a cyclone, which materialized in front of Jian Hanzhong. The cyclone increased in magnitude as more spiritual power was released. Suddenly, it turned into an enormous vortex of spiritual power, consuming all the free-flowing spiritual power of heaven and earth. As Lin Yuan observed Jian Hanzhong, he found that he was an S-rank spirit chi professional. S-rank spirit chi professionals demonstrated their battle prowess by exhibiting how their cyclone of spiritual power could swallow all the free-flowing spiritual power in the air, thereby allowing them to manipulate it at will. This showed that S-rank spirit chi professionals had transcended beyond only utilizing the spiritual power inside of their bodies. They possessed the power to harness the energy of the natural world. At that moment, a 70-meter-tall fey covered with icy blue leaves descended upon the island. Its rough branches resembled ice sculptures that were carved with intricate designs. Every light blue leaf was dotted with a single hanging frozen droplet. As the lush blue leaves danced in the air, numerous branches swayed in tandem. Yet, the main branch of this massive tree remained unusually straight. Winter in Indigo Azure City did not reach frigid levels, and the temperature mostly stayed around the same level as that of late autumn in the royal capital. However, the second that this 70-meter-tall, blue-leafed fey appeared, Lin Yuan noticed a coat of snow appearing on his white clothes. Each breath he drew stung his lungs with needles of frost. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the 70-meter-tall, blue-leafed fey. Fey name, Ultimate Ice. Fey species, Advanced. Fey grade, Diamond, 10/10. Fey type, Ice. Fey quality, Fantasy V. Lin Yuan realized that this Fantasy V Ultimate Ice held comparable power to the golden-feathered sea eagle. Both were almost suzerains. True data did not reveal anything particularly special about Ultimate Ice. It possessed the average skills of any ice-type fey. The only special skill it had was that it could condense the elemental skill of its opponents. This skill would greatly affect feys that used their elemental skill for offense, greatly elevating the Ultimate Ice's fighting ability. But no matter how effective this skill was, it could only be used on feys of the same grade. It would also affect feys of a slightly higher level, namely ones that just become suzerain but had not undergone world cleansing. Feys like the Mother of Bloodbath, whose willpower rune had already morphed into a lore rune, were already leagues above Ultimate Ice. Thus, the Ultimate Ice's power was limited against the Mother of Bloodbath. Jian Hanzhong looked at Lin Yuan before shooting a look at Listen. Hand over the item you found near the coastal sea. If I'm in a good mood, I might be willing to freeze your hearts instantly and give you a painless death. Jian Hanzhong said in a low voice. Zhou Luo was in the middle of controlling the lava dragon lizard's maroon fire forward launcher ability. He blanketed the crowd with lava shield. The lava shield helped Lin Yuan counter the extreme cold emanating from the ultimate ice. Unfortunately, due to the sizable difference in ability between the lava dragon lizard and ultimate ice, Lin Yuan could still feel the immense pressure from the diamond/fantasy V Fey. Lin Yuan could feel the danger looming over him. The feeling reminded him of the time Cheng Wu had hunted him in the wilderness outside the royal capital. Lin Yuan could no longer be bothered to continue engaging Jian Hanzhong in discourse. He originally planned to extract information regarding the Zheng family's third lineage from Jian Hanzhong. However, he gave up the notion. Lin Yuan said softly, "Go, mother of bloodbath." Lin Yuan's voice was barely a whisper. It was easily overpowered by the whipping gusts of the ocean breeze. At that moment, a terrifyingly powerful pressure, stronger than that of ultimate ice, appeared. The stench of malice and blood accompanied it. At the same time that the pressure appeared, a crimson-red streak shot out of Lin Yuan's head and headed straight for the ultimate ice. Chapter 463, Murderer and Loser. The moment the intense pressure and metallic odor of blood manifested, Jian Hanzhong's expression completely changed. He drew out the spiritual power within him and a beautiful bonsai sprouted from the center of his palm. At the same moment when the exquisite cedar bonsai sprouted from Jian Hanzhong's palm, the originally undisturbed surface of the sea surged. A gigantic glacier rose from its depths. The air around the cedar bonsai turned to ivory frost the moment that the cedar bonsai radiated the chilling aura. Jian Hanzhong pumped a large amount of spiritual power into the cedar bonsai and bellowed, "Cold snow pine, pine needle shield. Ultimate ice, ice leaves scatter." The cedar bonsai in Jian Hanzhong's hand shed its needles. The falling needles melded together on the ultimate ice's branches, forming a hard shell. However, the ultimate ice was built too sturdily and was colossal in size. The cold snow pine was unable to wholly sweep over its branches to provide it with full coverage protection. When the ultimate ice received Jian Hanzhong's command, its dense blue foliage churned up a tornado of leaves. The droplets hanging off the leaves transformed into needles that burst forth toward the electric streak of scarlet light headed toward the Fey. Alas, the tornado of icy blue leaves was no match for the electric streak of scarlet light. As the crimson light closed in, the ultimate ice's branches bowed and reached inward, starting from the point where the needles were absent. The ultimate ice's branches were blasted open, leaving a large crater in the aftermath. When the crimson light blasted another hole adjacent to the first one, it transformed into an enchanting girl. She had flame-red hair, red eyes to match, and was dressed in ruby armor. A light blue tree core was nestled in the girl's hand. The mother of bloodbath languidly tossed the light blue tree core up and down. It even tossed it so that it made a complete circle in the air and intersected each throw with a complex trick. An enraged roar ripped from Jian Hanzhong's throat. "No!" The mother of bloodbath's strange yet melodious voice chimed in, its tone one of scornful derision. "No? Old man! Your voice pissed me off from the beginning. How dare you threaten to freeze the hearts of the people from Sky City? Dream on! If you had used the suzerain peak snow chill to attack me, I might have been slightly injured. But you chose to use the snow pine chill to protect the ultimate ice instead. How stupid! I have to admit, you're quite powerful for an old guy. I'll also say that ultimate ice's tree core is not bad. It'll be great for cooling down my room on sweltering summer days." The moment that the mother of bloodbath showed herself, Duanhe, who had not participated up till then, jumped. His pupils contracted instantaneously. His rugged features betrayed fright and incredulity. He could not shake the feeling that a comedic performance of sorts had just taken place. Jian Hanzhong, who initially held the advantage, suffered a loss as his contracted Fey lost its tree core. One look at the feeble ultimate ice and its decimated state was enough for Duanhe to know that the ultimate ice was about to meet its end. An advanced Class 4 creation master could only save the ultimate ice. However, it was unlikely that the red-haired girl would give the ultimate ice such an opportunity. The mother of bloodbath's residual blood-red energy was still devouring the ultimate ice's branches. The edges of the crater in ultimate ice's body were already starting to wither. Duanhe knew that the red-haired girl had to be a suzerain/myth breed Fey that could change into human form. Only one question remained in Duanhe's mind. Why was I unaware that Sky City possessed power? No rising faction would already have a myth breed Fey that could take human form. I've never heard of Sky City being mentioned amongst the veteran factions before. Could they be one of the rare hidden factions? When Jian Hanzhong realized the true extent of the ultimate ice's situation, his ramrod straight posture sagged. Tears welled up in his eyes, and his hoarse voice croaked. How dare you take my ultimate Isis tree core? I'll make you pay even if it's the last thing I'll do. The mother of Bloodbath made a yawning gesture as it ignored Jian Hanzhong. It raised the ultimate Isis tree core to its lips and took a bite out of it. The mother of Bloodbath chomped down the entire tree core in a few mouthfuls. When it was done, it made a show of opening her mouth wide and spitting the chewed-up tree core out on the ground. Its voice dripped with haughtiness. A tree core that hasn't reached suzerain just doesn't sit well with me. You've been lazy, old man. However, the chives growing out of your hand look pretty tasty. I think I'll dig it out of your hand and make a dish out of it. The mother of Bloodbath's words caused Lin Yuan's eyelids to twitch. Its forked tongue was just as effective of a weapon as its actual abilities. It launched a sneak attack, then went for the heart before finally going for the lethal blow. Jian Hanzhong stood no chance against its murderous intent. The ultimate Isis Diamond/Fantasy V tree core would definitely fetch a source-type item on the market. What a loser! Jian Hanzhong's anger erupted when he saw the mother of Bloodbath take a bite out of the ultimate Isis tree core. He spluttered and coughed in rage. He also clutched his heaving chest as he coughed. You! The mother of Bloodbath cut in again before he could finish. What? Just stop struggling already. I'll carve the chives out of your hand soon. When you die, the third lineage of the Zhang family who is still waiting for your good news will probably explode into laughter. Don't worry though. You won't be lonely after your death. I'll bury your ashes on this island and open a big disco here. That way, I'll be able to relieve the happiness of today over and over again. Jian Hanzhong arched his back, looked up into the sky, and released an ear-shattering howl. Nightmare 6, please help me. Please return the tree core to me. The second that Jian Hanzhong wailed toward the sky, a person clad in a black cloak materialized next to him. Chapter 464, Older Sister and Younger Sister Can. With one wave, an oily black mass attached itself to the scarlet energy that was rotting the ultimate Isis branches. The black oily mass countered the mother of Bloodbath's blood energy. It also weaved together the hole in the ultimate Isis branches and effectively slowed the rate of rotting. Despite having negated the mother of Bloodbath's energy, the ultimate ice would continue to wither from the hole outward without its tree core. The black-cloaked person spoke with a deep and grating voice. By attacking the Zhang family's third lineage, you have offended the Zhang family. You shall pay for your actions with your life. The mother of Bloodbath kept the ultimate Isis tree core in the red crystal cluster diamond fey storage box hanging off its ear. Its tone and attitude remained playful. Don't hide behind the mask. I smelled the stench of a bat species fey on you from the start. Although its tone was impish, its expression was completely serious. The scarlet glow in its hand flashed. The light streaked toward where Lin Yuan's group was standing and separated to form 4 crimson crystal spiders. Lin Yuan knew that the mother of Bloodbath was using its gold ability, Spider Incubation, to protect him and the rest. 4 shields in the shape of the mother of Bloodbath's back armor covered the lava dragon lizard's lava shield. When the mother of Bloodbath's armor-shaped shield engulfed the lava shield, Lin Yuan felt the crushing barrier restricted outside. The shield's interior felt as though it had been sanitized. At the same time that it launched the crimson crystal spiders, the mother of Bloodbath's body was suddenly awash with a blinding scarlet light. Blood law runes appeared and released their maximum power. The initially calm sea simultaneously transformed into sticky coagulation of blood that extended endlessly. A ferocious red spider, the size of a small mountain, appeared at the spot previously occupied by the mother of Bloodbath. The spider was swathed in blood energy. Other than its back, its entire body was covered with a terrifying fur of stingers. The stingers gleamed shocking red. The moment that the mother of Bloodbath transformed, it charged toward the man in black. Nightmare 6 morphed into a plume of black smoke at the same time that the mother of Bloodbath charged at him, deftly dodging her attack. The mother of Bloodbath was unfazed, and it immediately changed directions. 2 scarlet stinger-covered spider legs raised and stabbed, penetrating the still weak ultimate ice. About 2 meters long each, 2 gashes were left on the branches of the already helpless ultimate ice. The gashes almost sliced the ultimate ice's branches into thirds. At that moment, Nightmare 6, which had transformed into black smoke, appeared behind the mother of Bloodbath. Nightmare 6 transformed from human form into an enormous black bat. Its obsidian body was lined with metal. The bat flapped its wings, sweeping up mountains of grey dust. The roiling dust was thick, obscuring the vision of the people present. It seemed to transport them to a whole other world. The enormous bat crossed its wings, forming hooks, and slashed down toward the weak spot of the mother of bloodbath's spider body. The grating voice exclaimed, "Dead dream law, devour dream hook." The mother of bloodbath anticipated the attack and leaped into the air. The eye that grew on the mother of bloodbath's back armor had noticed Nightmare 6's movements early on and had formed a strategy to counter Nightmare 6's abilities using all-seeing eye. Nevertheless, Nightmare 6's two Soul Eater hooks were too quick and managed to land a blow on one of the mother of bloodbath's legs. The attack was inflicted on the mother of bloodbath while it was leaping into the air. The mother of bloodbath's strange yet pleasant voice shrieked viciously. "Blood law, blood control." The mother of bloodbath's blood control ability could manipulate the enemy's movements through controlling their blood. Although both Nightmare 6 and the mother of bloodbath were Myth 2 phase, Nightmare 6's power was at the peak of Myth 2. As such, the mother of bloodbath could not control Nightmare 6 for long. Nonetheless, that short window was enough. While blood control was manipulating Nightmare 6's body, 3 light purple flower buds the size of small balls appeared behind it. The purple flowers bloomed and shed, transforming into a rain of purple petals. One flower petal elongated to become a light purple spear. After the transformation of the first petal, the rest of the petals swiftly followed, each one of them turning into light purple spears. When Lin caught sight of the razor-sharp light purple spears, he immediately recognized them. They were the same ones that had slain the king-class experts that had tried to assassinate him in the royal capital. A gentle and caring voice cried out. "Shooting spears of summer, 3,000 spears of summer." The 3,000 spears of summer sailed through the air, and half of them embedded themselves in the enormous bat. Nightmare 6's metal back burst open at the point of contact, and a fountain of inky blood gushed out. Unfortunately, the spears did not manage to fully penetrate Nightmare 6's body. They merely punctured it. By the time the other half of the spears were flying toward the giant bat, Nightmare 6 had already escaped the mother of bloodbath's blood control. Nightmare 6 morphed into a cloud of smoke and resumed its human form. Its once pristine black cloak was now tattered and torn. Its features were twisted into a sinister expression. Its eyes turned into slits, and only the whites could be seen. Its skin had an unhealthy ashy color, and 2 sharp incisors grew out of the corners of its mouth. Nightmare 6 spat out a mass of black blood before its grave voice carried threatening undertones. "Do you know the consequences of opposing the Zhang family?" The rain of light purple petals continued to dance in the wind as Endless Summer appeared next to Lin Yuan. It noticed the human manifestation of the mother of bloodbath standing nearby. Despite its relaxed expression, its leg had completely deformed. Endless Summer studied the mother of bloodbath's deformed leg for a while, its brow furrowing tighter and tighter. Its kind gaze was laced with ferocity as it fixed its eyes on Nightmare 6. "Another dark-type Fey. I sure am fated with dark-type Feys," said Endless Summer. "Since the Zhang family has sent out assassins, it means that you're aware of the consequences of making enemies of Sky City." Endless Summer's eyes landed on the mother of bloodbath. "Leave this dream-eating bat to me. You take care of that old man and the 2 stalks of chives." Endless Summer snapped its fingers, and runes swirled around its fingertips as it whispered, "Older sister can." The mother of bloodbath snapped to attention at its words. "Younger sister can too." Lin Yuan rubbed his forehead. "Is this really how older sister and younger sister can should be used?" Chapter 465, You've comprehended lore runes. The mother of bloodbath and Endless Summer had only recently learned about Star Web. Did they already master it in such a short time? I'll have to ensure that my Feys don't learn too much about Star Web. Lin Yuan thought about Chimey. My Chimey is so lovely and obedient. Although genius often buys books from Star Web, Chimey is always by its side. I've never noticed Chimey becoming obsessed with Star Web and picking up strange things from there. How lovely! When Nightmare 6 heard Endless Summer's words, it immediately summoned its lore rune. The moment Nightmare 6's lore rune was summoned, intermittent cries of happiness sounded out from a distance away. Nightmare 6's hands entered lore rune's mass of grey fog. Nightmare 6's hands immediately started to decay, but its finger joints started to glow long and slender. Black nails that were longer than Nightmare 6's hands sprouted from the finger joints, inciting a sharp surge of energy in the air around. Nightmare 6 watched as the nails grew from its withered fingers. It made the gesture of slitting its throat. "Both of us are Suzerain/Myth 2. But I have already reached the peak of Suzerain/Myth 2 and discovered several secrets to modify my body into a weapon. Do you two really think that you can kill me? I'll show you the true power of a Myth 2 utilizing the partial power of a Myth 3. Endless Summer did not acknowledge Nightmare 6. It stood statuesque. Shortly after, Endless Summer spoke gently. Time's up. The energy around Endless Summer suddenly rose, greatly surpassing its initial level. The energy shot toward Nightmare 6. Endless Summer pointed at Nightmare 6 and emphasized each word. I heard that you like to spout nonsense. How annoying. Endless Summer did not even try to hide its disdain for dark-type feys. Nightmare 6's confident expression disappeared, and its grave voice carried a tinge of incredulity. You're actually Myth 3. Why did you reduce yourself to Myth 2? A smile played on Endless Summer's lips. Its sweet voice dripped with malevolence. Moron. It's because we were after the law crystal in your head from the start. The dream-eating bat's escaping capabilities are unparalleled. Moreover, you possess the dead dream law. Both of them together are amazing. The mother of Bloodbath braved its injury for the sake of keeping you here. Putting on a small act is the least I could do for its efforts. Nightmare 6 got goosebumps. It was a suzerain/Myth 2 fey. Yet, the enemy coveted its law crystal the second it revealed itself. Nightmare 6 started to circulate the energy in its body. The dead dream law's grey fog absorbed all the energy in Nightmare 6's body. The sounds of crying in the Lorun rose in volume. Nightmare 6 plunged the black nails into its heart. Black blood spurted from the wound, which was absorbed by the nails. Bat wings sprouted from Nightmare 6's back. The 10 black nails, which had absorbed a substantial amount of blood, fell from the withered hands. The fallen black nails landed on Nightmare 6's metal wings and turned into bones that supported the bat's structure. The bat wings were enveloped with dark energy, almost completely obscuring Nightmare 6's figure. One flap of its wings and Nightmare 6 could disperse the fog all around. You might be Myth 3, but you won't be able to stop me if I want to leave. The light purple enlightenment law runes around Endless Summer's fingertips glowed brighter. Enlightenment Law, Second Summer Jail. The wound on Nightmare 6's body that had been inflicted by shooting spears of summer had stopped bleeding. In fact, it had healed somewhat thanks to the suzerain phase regeneration abilities. However, numerous flowers protruded from Nightmare 6's wound. The flowers bloomed, growing layers of fresh leaves, and light purple buds were nestled amongst the leaves. The lush leaves pierced through Nightmare 6. From a distance, it looked as though Nightmare 6 had been pinned to a blossoming flower tree. When the flowers bloomed from Nightmare 6's wound, it realized that although it could still think clearly, its mind could not control its body's actions. Lin Yuan, who was watching from afar, suddenly came to a realization: Endless Summer and the Mother of Bloodbath styles were on the opposite ends of the spectrum. For example, when the Mother of Bloodbath had been fighting with the ultimate Ice Seeder, it could have dominated the battle using a frontal attack. Yet, it had chosen to use sneak attacks. However, Lin Yuan could understand it. He even admired it. As a wild fey that had to fend for itself for as long as it could remember, the difficult life had molded Mother of Bloodbath's thinking. It would always go for the move that created the greatest turn in the tide during a battle. Endless Summer and the Mother of Bloodbath had planned for how to deal with Nightmare 6 from the beginning. It had started when Nightmare 6 made its move, and the Mother of Bloodbath had used Blood Law to activate its manipulation ability. Since then, Nightmare 6 had fallen into their trap. When Endless Summer used shooting spears of summer, Lin Yuan could not help but use Morbius to check Endless Summer's characteristics. Lin Yuan found out that physical attacks were the weakest ability of shooting spears of summer. Rather, physical attacks were just the byproduct of the shooting spears of summer's abilities. When shooting spears of summer pierced its target, the tip would leave a flower seed. Each flower seed would germinate swiftly and turn into a lock that confined the target's abilities in its mind. Half of the 3,000 shooting spears of summer had penetrated Nightmare 6's body. Ergo, more than 1,000 locks were keeping Nightmare 6's abilities at bay. The thoughts that were imprisoned in the mind could not send the signals needed to move the body. It was left vulnerable. Lin Yuan unconsciously used Mobius True Data to check the suzerain/Myth 2 Dream-Eating Bat's characteristics. Fey name, Dream-Eating Bat. Fey species, Horseshoe Bat species/Toothed Bat species. Fey grade, Suzerain, 8/10. Fey type, Dark. Fey quality, Myth 2, Dead Dream Law. Lin Yuan knitted his brow. Soon after, Lin Yuan shouted at Endless Summer. Chapter 466, Spirit Return. End of Summer. Lin Yuan's voice was loud, and it immediately reached the ears of everyone on the battlefield. Its exclusive skill, Dark Night Tribute, allows it to burn its Lorun and energy as a tribute to its fake body before upgrading into a fantasy breed. It can then abandon the current body and reincarnate into the fake body where no one knows where it is hidden. After hearing Lin Yuan's words, a question mark involuntarily appeared in everyone's heart. For a wild fae, especially a myth-breed fae, its abilities and exclusive skills were its trump cards to save its life or for absolute kills. They naturally wouldn't let anyone know the abilities and exclusive skills easily. Even if a Class 2 creation master was able to know clearly about a normal fae's ability and exclusive skill, once a fae became a fantasy breed, not even a Class 3 creation master could see through its abilities and exclusive skills. As the grade of the fantasy breed fae got higher, even a Class 4 creation master wouldn't be able to do a complete investigation of the fae's abilities and exclusive skills. Once the fantasy breed fae became a myth breed 1, the fae could hide its abilities and exclusive skills without letting anyone else know. Nightmare 6 was only having one thought in its mind now. How did someone else know of my exclusive skill? Nightmare 6 felt that the masked youth was getting increasingly bizarre. Endless Summer found it a little unbelievable, but she would never suspect Lin Yuan's words. After all, she knew that Lin Yuan wasn't a person who would speak off the cuff. Therefore, whatever he said must be true. As soon as Lin Yuan's statement ended, Nightmare 6 started burning with black flames in the lush branches. It was melting just like a candle. Endless Summer turned abnormally stern and looked at Nightmare 6 as she said in a deep voice, "Earlier on, you said something wrong. You said that a pinnacle myth 2 might be able to emulate but will never truly achieve body weaponization." At that moment, Endless Summer had this particularly serious look as though she was going to do something sacred. Endless Summer took off the pink-purple flower ball bracelet that she had been wearing. She then enveloped the bracelet in pink-purple lorune that was in a gaseous state and said in a pious manner, "Spirit return." As soon as Endless Summer said the words "Spirit return," it felt as though the entire world had turned silent. The surface of the sea suddenly bloomed with countless flowers. Within the sea of flowers, gigantic wooden pillars were rising up into the clouds. The gigantic pillars were upholding a verdant divine wood that was almost connecting heaven and earth. The verdant wood had branches that were filled with pink-purple embroidered ball-shaped flowers. A sky-shaking aura allowed the divine wood that was already close to the sky to climb up limitlessly. The aura brought upon an energy wave that had extended toward Indigo Azure City that was far away. After using Spirit Return, Endless Summer reverted by the time she just transformed into a human and was wearing a pink-purple palace dress. Her long pink-purple hair suddenly became illusory, and her palace dress was covered in flowers. The pink-purple strands of hair were just like the verdant divine wood and were floating toward the horizon. One pink eye and one purple eye suddenly opened. At that moment, it felt like the world, and all beings were receiving great enlightenment. All of the aura had returned to serenity in an instant. The sea of flowers and the gigantic wood that lifted the divine wood looked as though they were bestowed with wisdom and were alive. Lin Yuan realized that Endless Summer gave off a feeling that she was no longer a simple fae. It seemed like Endless Summer's body had already fused her body and the Enlightenment law into the world. Endless Summer's body was already a small world with the law. She extended a finger and pointed at Nightmare 6, which was still constantly melting. She then chanted, "End of summer, all things shall go into long solitude." The flowers and the gigantic wood instantly withered and fused toward the finger. The attack immediately caused Nightmare 6 to lower its head. It felt as though it was in a slumber, and there was no longer any vitality. At that moment, a dark hole opened up in the sky. The horizon was covered in layers of dark clouds. The dark clouds pressed down but were still unable to affect the verdant divine wood. However, the dark clouds were getting denser. Endless Summer quickly withdrew her prowess and went back beside Lin Yuan. Jiao Hanshong, who had been non-existent, was letting out a frenzied expression. He was looking at the Diamond X/Fantasy V Ultimate Ice Cedar, and his eyes were filled with apology and sorrow. The Ultimate Ice Cedar had already turned into a withered wood that didn't have any vitality. The Mother of Bloodbath had severely injured the 70-meter tree, and once it collapsed, it would become a pile of wood ash. Lin Yuan looked at Jiao Hanshong with eyes of delight. Furthermore, the delight was getting increasingly intense. Lin Yuan felt that Jiao Hanshong was truly an ambitious old youth who had ideals and aspirations. Lin Yuan had been waiting for Jiao Hanshong to fall in despair and call forth the world cleansing to destroy both himself and his enemies. Before Lin Yuan could give any guidance, before the Mother of Bloodbath could use her words to infuriate him, Jiao Hanshong had already taken the initiative. Lin Yuan felt that if Jiao Hanshong wasn't the enemy, he would ask Endless Summer to bring him a hair dye to express gratitude. Lin Yuan didn't wish to help Jiao Hanshong endure the world cleansing, allowing his suzerain/myth I Cold Snow Pine to upgrade into Myth 2, allowing for the extracted tree core to have greater value. Lin Yuan was coveting the world grace that would descend after the cold snow pine endured the world cleansing. Normally, after a myth-breed fey endured the world cleansing, the world grace that descended could be plundered. However, the effects of the plundered world grace would be faint. In fact, it wouldn't even be 1% of the world grace's entire energy. Percent of the world grace that didn't belong to the fey would be scattered into the air. Only that crow that had wanted to upgrade its quality in exchange for its life would try to plunder Endless Summer's tree core and world grace. It would allow it to fight for a chance to upgrade from Myth 2 to Myth 3. However, back when Lin Yuan had used Morbius Pure Land of Bliss to help the Mother of Bloodbath to endure the world cleansing, he had unintentionally realized that just a trace of the overflowing world grace was enough to immediately condense 20 over spirit chi crystals. It could be said that Morbius Pure Land of Bliss could completely absorb the scattered world grace's energy and turn it into spirit chi crystals. Therefore, when Lin Yuan heard that Jiao Hanzong's fey was going to go through the world cleansing, he had already started coveting it. Chapter 467, Lord Guard Envoy. The layers of dark clouds in the sky suddenly released snow powder. As they fell, they gradually turned into goose feathers. As soon as the goose feather-shaped snow fell onto the sea's surface, it turned the sea surface into ice. While the snow fell, the air in the surrounding became so icy cold that it transformed into pale white flames of ice. It looked just like fireworks in the middle of an ice storm. Jiao Hanzong watched as the snow fell toward the pot of cold snow pine in his hand. As he experienced this beautiful scene, he suddenly felt that this was rather ironic. This was the day of the world cleansing that he had been waiting for days and nights. However, this day had actually become the day of his funeral. Jiao Hanzong said to Lin Yuan in a deep tone, "I will perish today, but you have killed a member of the Zhang Main family's nightmare squad, just for the thunderous revenge from the Zhang Main family." When Lin Yuan heard Jiao Hanzong's words, he felt that it was rather sad for this Emperor-class expert. Jiao Hanzong was already at the Emperor class and possessed myth-breed phase, but he still felt that the Zhang Main family was the eternal support even at his demise. Lin Yuan said in a cold voice, "If the Zhang Main family wants revenge, my Sky City shall accept it." Once Lin Yuan finished his statement, a shout came from the horizon. "Who is causing trouble at Indigo Azure City's sea region?" The spatial zone shook intensively, and a crevice was ripped open. The crevice then turned into a door. 3 men walked out of the door. One of them was wearing Indigo Azure Guard's azure-colored armor, but it had many additional bright silver patterns that were like waves. Just based on the bright silver patterns, Lin Yuan could see that this man should be the Indigo Azure Guard captain. He was the person aside from the Indigo Azure City Lord who had the most authority in Indigo Azure City. The 2 other men were wearing Spirit Guard uniforms. The man in the Indigo Azure Guard armor assessed the situation of the barren island. Once he saw the world cleansing that was descending from the sky, he frowned slightly and bowed to the 2 Spirit Guards. "My lords, I hope that you can help this Emperor-class expert from the Zhang family to endure this tribulation." As the Indigo Azure Guard captain, the middle-aged man had obviously recognized Jiao Hanzong's identity. Seeing that Jiao Hanzong's cold snow pine was facing the world cleansing, he quickly asked for help from the 2 Spirit Guards. The 2 Spirit Guards didn't summon any fey. One of them waved the hand and produced a spatial energy shield to protect the cold snow pine, temporarily helping cold snow pine to isolate the icy snow that was falling. The other Spirit Guard looked at the sky that was producing the world cleansing and sent out fire elemental energy. The 2 moves had been controlled delicately and weren't considered too strong. However, it was enough to help the current cold snow pine to go through the world cleansing and successfully upgrade. Lin Yuan was silently shocked by the prowess of the 2 Spirit Guards who casually made their moves. These 2 individuals were obviously S-rank experts and possessed myth-breed phase. They might not have summoned any phase, but their casual moves were already at the same strength level as the Mother of Bloodbath. If these 2 Spirit Guards were to summon their phase, they would be at the level of Suzerain/Myth 3 and were at Endless Summer's strength level. Receiving help from others was supposed to be a good thing, but Jiao Hanzong was flabbergasted. He was originally planning to wait until the harshest moment of the world cleansing before he tossed the cold snow pine over and executed its exclusive skill at full power. This would be considered his strongest attack before his death. However, now that the Indigo Azure Guard captain and the 2 Spirit Guard experts were here, Jiao Hanzong wouldn't be able to execute his plan. At the same time, Jiao Hanzong's eyes flashed with hope. If this was purely a personal feud, the Indigo Azure Guard captain and the 2 Spirit Guards wouldn't help him. However, if he changed his method of explanation, the spirit guards wouldn't allow Lin Yuan to kill him now. In fact, it would cause the spirit guards to investigate Lin Yuan. As such, Jiao Hanshong shouted to the Indigo Azure Guard captain and the 2 spirit guards with resolution, "Lord Spirit Guards, they have a carcinoma fey. My lords, don't you see that this sea region has no life at all? It is because they placed the sea burial lotus flower in the sea." After hearing Jiao Hanshong mention the carcinoma fey, the 2 spirit guards turned stern. But once they heard that someone used the entire sea region to nurture the carcinoma fey, sea burial lotus flower, the 2 spirit guards frowned even more intensively. They immediately turned to look at Endless Summer and Mother of Bloodbath, who were the strongest. Lin Yuan responded by stepping forward and bowing to the spirit guards. Just as Lin Yuan was going to speak, one of the spirit guards asked first, "We are the guard envoys that will be overseeing the Indigo Azure City during the active period of the dimensional rifts. Do you people really have the carcinoma fey? Is it really as he mentioned, that you are using the vitality of the entire sea region to nurture the sea burial lotus flower?" Guard envoys were merely one rank lower than the chief guard. A guard envoy needed to work in the spirit guards for at least 10 years, and the guard envoy's strength had to be of a certain level in order to apply for the role. Every time during the time of crisis like the active period of the dimensional rifts, the guard envoys would be the ones to lead the members of the spirit guards to solve the problems. Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't lie to these experts who protected the Radiance Federation. As such, he took the actual body of the sea burial lotus flower out of the spirit lock spatial zone and said, "It is true that I found this sea burial lotus flower in the coastal sea. However, I wasn't the one that placed it here. I wouldn't turn the entire sea region into a dead region just for one sobbing sea crystal." One of the guard envoys revealed a contemplating expression as he looked at the sea burial lotus flower in Lin Yuan's hand and took another look at the coastal sea. The Indigo Azure Guard captain looked at Duan He, who was standing there with a flabbergasted expression. Even if there is any confusion, Duan He wouldn't be dumbfounded. What is going on? Does he not have enough sleep? The Indigo Azure Guard captain was preparing to find out more about the situation here through Duan He, so he went over toward Duan He. It was obvious that the Indigo Azure Guard captain would be more familiar with Duan He as compared to Jiao Hanshong. Lu Ji walked near Lin Yuan from behind and pointed at his own mask, signaling that he was going to take it off. As a member of the Radiance 100 sequence, Lu Ji could be a witness for this incident and explain to the 2 spirit guard envoys. Lin Yuan shook his head and casually handed a brocade box to Lu Ji. The brocade box looked dull and ordinary in appearance, but when Lu Ji held it, he realized that the surface was extremely soft and smooth. It was white in color, but when the sunlight reflected off it, it felt like there was a moon radiance that should only be seen at night. Lin Yuan said to Lu Ji, "Brother Lu, help me to hand this brocade box to the 2 Lord Guard envoys." Lu Ji was rather confused as he walked toward the 2 guard envoys with the brocade box. When the 2 guard envoys saw the material of the brocade box, their eyes widened. They exchanged looks and saw the expression of shock and disbelief on each other's faces. Chapter 468, Moon Empress Disciple. As the Indigo Azure Guard captain was conversing with Duan He, the Indigo Azure Guard captain had been paying attention to the expressions on the 2 Spirit Guard envoys. When he saw the sudden change in their expressions, the Indigo Azure Guard captain got a shock too. He had a serious expression as he looked at the youth wearing the strange cloud-patterned mask and the silver light armor who was walking toward the 2 guard envoys. As he looked in that direction, the Indigo Azure Guard captain fixed his eyes on the white brocade box in Lu Ji's hands. But no matter how he looked, the Indigo Azure Guard captain couldn't see anything special about this white brocade box. Lu Ji was currently in front of the 2 guard envoys and immediately handed the brocade box to the 2 guard envoys. Lu Ji was thinking, "I wonder what is contained within Lin Yuan's brocade box? If it isn't useful, then I will take off my mask to show my identity as a Radiance 100 sequence member. That will be the best solution to the current situation." Lu Ji didn't think that Jiao Hanshong would be so shameless to lie to the guard envoys and implicate the matter of the carcinoma fey with them. Lu Ji didn't know what the sea burial lotus flower was, but according to what Jiao Hanshong had said, the anomaly in this sea region was probably related to the so-called sea burial lotus flower. The spirit guards would normally capture and contain the carcinoma feys that appeared in the wild. They also allowed the possession of a carcinoma fey by a private faction or an individual. However, the prerequisite was for the carcinoma fey owner not to use the carcinoma fey to cause destruction. Now that the coastal sea region outside the Indigo Azure City had been turned into a dead region, it wasn't a small matter. These 2 spirit guard envoys would certainly investigate thoroughly. Just as Lu Ji's mind was rapidly thinking, the two spirit guard envoys received the white brocade box that was radiating moonlight. As soon as the two spirit guard envoys made a small opening, they had an instant change of expression when they saw the item within and became abnormally respectful. They immediately circulated their spiritual power and poured it into the 4 crests inside the brocade box. 3 of the crests with crescent moons suddenly emitted a gentle moon color. The two spirit guard envoys quickly closed the white brocade box and handed it back to Lu Ji before looking at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan didn't think that the Creation Master crests that the Moon Empress had prepared for him would actually be of use in this situation. Inside the white brocade box were 4 crests. 2 were Class 2 Creation Master crests, and the other 2 were Class 2 Creation Master's Retainer crests. One of the 2 Class 2 Creation Master crests was the ordinary crest issued by the Creation Master Association. The Moon Empress had given the other Class 2 Creation Master crest with the crescent moon when Lin Yuan became her disciple. The 2 other retainer crests with the shield also had the crescent moon. However, Lin Yuan had never told Lu Ji that he was the Moon Empress disciple, as well as the Radiant Moon Palace's young lord. Therefore, Lin Yuan had never given this Class 2 Creation Master's retainer crest with the crescent moon to Lu Ji. Lu Ji was still wearing the retainer crest that Lin Yuan had given back in the Xia region. When Lin Yuan visited the Indigo Azure Sea Market, he didn't wear the Class 2 Creation Master crest, so there were 4 crests inside the white brocade box. Seeing the Spirit Guard envoys' looks, Lin Yuan quickly bowed again. As Lin Yuan bowed, the Spirit Guard envoys felt their mouths involuntarily twitching. They would never have expected to encounter the Moon Empress disciple when they were in preparation to oversee Indigo Azure City for the active period of the dimensional rifts. Furthermore, the Moon Empress disciple was actually bowing to them. If this news made it out. When thinking until this point, the 2 Emperor-class Spirit Guard envoys' eyelids were constantly twitching. Due to both the twitches in both the eyelids, their eyes were obviously turning dry. Lin Yuan said softly, "Lord Guard envoys, this junior has been obstructed and was nearly killed here. It just so happens that this junior has some life-saving methods. This junior is truly ashamed to disturb the Lord Guard envoys for this private matter." As soon as Lin Yuan finished his statement, the 2 Spirit Guard envoys only wished they could leave this place as soon as possible. These 2 Spirit Guard envoys who could calmly face the dimensional life forms truly didn't wish to hear this youth calling them Lord and calling himself a junior. "Lord? Who? You are the Lord, okay? If you call yourself junior, wouldn't we be equally ranked with the Moon Empress? Our lives are going to end prematurely." But after hearing that Lin Yuan was attacked, the Spirit Guard envoys' eyes turned into sharp swords. Their eyes shot toward the cold snow pine that was still struggling to survive and the contractor, Xiao Hanzhong. Earlier on, they had heard the Indigo Azure Guard captain mentioning that this Xiao Hanzhong was an Emperor-class expert of the Zheng family. Is the Zheng family tired of living? How dare they attack the disciple of the Moon Empress? This is the disciple of the Moon Empress. Xiao Hanzhong felt a little strange at the sword-like glares from the 2 guard envoys. Could it be that the 2 guard envoys have exposed my lie just like that? Impossible. Or did they hear the accidental fart I made earlier when I commanded the cold snow pine to resist the world cleansing? An elderly man doesn't have a good stomach, but I am already very careful. The younger guard envoy said, "Lord." Before he could finish the word Lord, the younger guard envoy recalled how the Moon Empress disciple handed over the brocade box instead of revealing the crests in an open manner to show his identity. It meant that the Moon Empress disciple didn't wish for his identity to be exposed apart to the 2 of them. Therefore, the younger guard envoy paused for a moment before saying, "Do you require any help from the 2 of us?" When the younger guard envoy spoke, apart from Lin Yuan and the other guard envoy, everyone here was stunned. Including Listen, Lu Ji, the mother of Bloodbath, and Endless Summer. The mother of Bloodbath took a glance at Lin Yuan and quickly let out a smile. For such a change of events to happen, there was only one possibility. It meant that Lin Yuan had used a kind of strength he had never used before. It was the strength of his identity. The mother of Bloodbath always felt that Lin Yuan was rather inflexible. But from the looks of it now, Lin Yuan was just like a Vane who insisted on his own path of life. The mother of Bloodbath looked at Lin Yuan with eyes of approval. Lin Yuan is really an exceptional child. He can easily get 100 points. But the mother of Bloodbath thought for a moment. It is a pity that Lin Yuan doesn't know how to cook. -150 points. He can only have -50 points. Chapter 469, Surplus of Spirit Chi Crystals. Lin Yuan responded with a cupped fist while the 2 guard envoys' mouths and eyes were twitching violently. Many thanks to the 2 seniors. This junior can handle the matters here. I hope that the two seniors can help this junior to keep a secret of what you saw today. While speaking, the pinnacle suzerain/mythi cold snow pine was already at the final juncture of the world cleansing. The goose feather like snow was already at the final wave too. The senior guard envoy watched the heavy snowfall and said, "Don't worry, the snow can make the world purer and can also conceal a lot of secrets." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan smiled faintly. The two seniors don't have to fret. The ones to conceal the secret are never the snow, but the humans. While speaking, Lin Yuan looked at the Indigo Azure Guard captain. The latter immediately bowed with a cupped fist in return to Lin Yuan while having a stunned expression. The two guard envoys let out a hearty peal of laughter and said, "The active period of the dimensional rifts will happen in less than 2 days. It is best not to stay on the sea." Several Class 5 scholars predicted that this year's dimensional rift wave is said to be the strongest among the 10 dimensional rift waves that happened in the recent century. After speaking, the senior guard envoy shook his hand and summoned a silkworm-like fey. The silkworm fey wriggled in the air and climbed up as though it treated the air like a tree. It then quickly spun a massive amount of threads while chewing out a door-like shape in the spatial zone. The glistening threads then weaved a crooked door handle on the door. The senior guard envoy then opened the spatial door before calling out to the Indigo Azure Guard captain and nodding to Lin Yuan before leaving. Duan He, who was originally having a conversation with the Indigo Azure Guard captain, had slowly regained his senses but was now in an astonished state again. What is happening to this world? I do not have any insomnia, and I always have quality sleep that doesn't have dreams, nor do I snore. Why am I having such a twisted and ridiculous dream this time? After Duan He regained his senses again, he was repeatedly looking and sizing up Lin Yuan. Subsequently, he looked at Jiao Hanshong, who had just commanded the cold snow pine to endure the world cleansing. However, Jiao Hanshong felt as though he had grown older by 10 years and had this look of despair. While Duan He looked at Jiao Hanshong, he felt an itch on his gums. Jiao Hanshong, this old man is really evil. He looked for me to help the cold snow pine so that it can successfully endure the world cleansing and upgrade into myth 2. He nearly dragged me into the drain. Had I not been cautious and always refrained from getting involved with conflicts between factions, wouldn't I have the same outcome as Jiao Hanshong? While thinking until here, Duan He sneaked a glance at the mother of bloodbath and endless summer. He pursed his lips secretly and thought to himself, they look so beautiful but are so ruthless. Women are truly pork trotters. Shortly after, Duan He realized that when he looked at that woman wearing the pink-purple palace dress, she also looked at him and even winked at him, revealing a benevolent and gentle expression. When seeing this scene, Duan He involuntarily recalled his birth mother, who had remarried when he was 8 years old and had never seen her again. The goose feather snow had stopped, but the black hole in the sky had yet to vanish. Jiao Hanshong might have an ash-white expression of despair, but the cold snow pine in his hands had already broken through the bottleneck of myth I and upgraded to myth 2. Due to the fact that it had just endured the world cleansing, all of the energy within its body had already been wiped out. It would need to absorb the world grace that would descend later in order to stabilize its new upgrade. During the world cleansing, the cold snow pine's leaves and branches had all fallen due to the burning ice. The newly grown branches and leaves gave off a chilling cold aura as compared to before. Now that it had just stepped into myth 2, the cold snow pine's body was burning with ice flames. The azure, white flames were an ice flame effect when the extremely cold pine needles made contact with air. It made the cold snow pine look like a pot of burning tree. When a plant-type fey became myth 2, it might not be able to transform to its human form like animal-type feys, but just like endless summer before, it could form a human image in the original body's vicinity. The cold snow pine immediately flew out of Jiao Hanzong's hand and welcomed the world grace that was about to descend from the black hole in the sky. But just at that moment, endless summer grabbed the cold snow pine when it was about to fly upwards. While endless summer extended her hands, the pink-purple flower bracelet that was originally in the body weaponization state formed a prison with flower petals. Because of the prison, the cold snow pine couldn't absorb the world grace, so it was still unable to form the image outside of its body. Lin Yuan made use of this opportunity to use Morbius' exclusive skill, Pure Land of Bliss. In an instant, the barren island appeared with a patch of pure white sand. When the world grace fell onto the Pure Land of Bliss, it was immediately absorbed by the white sand. At that moment, the limestone bowl inside the Spirit Lock spatial zone was constantly producing Spirit Chi crystals. Due to the excessive number of Spirit Chi crystals being produced, it soon overflowed out of the bowl and started to drop on the ground with clinking sounds. There were even a few spirit chi crystals that rolled to the side of the spirit pool. When the carcinoma fey, sea burial lotus flower, sensed the massive and pure spirit chi from the spirit chi crystals, it instinctively produced the bone lotus flowers in an attempt to grab the spirit chi crystals. At that moment, the wind speed rapid antelope, the spirit lock spatial zone's housekeeper, used its strength as a gold fey to produce a violent storm of wind to stir up the bone lotus flowers. It then grumbled and complained as it collected the spirit chi crystals that dropped on the ground before stacking them tidily beside the limestone bowl. Seeing the situation, Lin Yuan couldn't help giving the wind speed rapid antelope a thumbs up. At the same time, Lin Yuan was thinking that he should give the wind speed rapid antelope some reward for being so sensible and diligent. To the wind speed rapid antelope, the best reward was to find a spirit chi professional with a willpower rune, allowing it to upgrade into a fantasy breed. However, the wind speed rapid antelope was no longer a bronze fey. Therefore, its potential was limited. Lin Yuan felt that the wind speed rapid antelope was just like a daughter in his family that was waiting to get married. However, this sensible and diligent daughter was already a leftover queen that couldn't be married out. For this daughter that couldn't be married, Lin Yuan could only nurture it like a wild fey and make it so that it would become an existence that no one could marry even if they wanted to. While the wind speed rapid antelope was fulfilling its duties in the spirit lock spatial zone, it didn't know that Lin Yuan was already preparing great rewards for it. However, these rewards were tossed so high and had yet to drop down. It was at this moment, the wind speed rapid antelope's job as the housekeeper of the spirit lock spatial zone had become an iron bowl job. Chapter 470, The Possibility of the Mother of Bloodbath Becoming a Creation Breed. Suddenly, Lin Yuan felt the enveloping grace of the pure land of bliss. Intense disgust rose within him. It felt wrong, like a child in the arms of the wrong mother. After the pure land of bliss completed the cold snow pine's world cleansing, it absorbed about 10% of world grace. However, Lin Yuan immediately sensed that the cold snow pine was unable to absorb the grace provided for it. Lin Yuan was now unsure if they were dealing with the entirety of world grace. Morbius could only absorb a maximum of about 10%. If it was true, then Morbius's pure land of bliss would be able to achieve the absorption of world grace. It would be 10 times the absorption rate of other feys who were trying to obtain world grace. The cold snow pine was left with 90% of world grace. Naturally, Lin Yuan would do all that it took to make it his. Lin Yuan shot a look at Endless Summer. Endless Summer ripped apart the prison of petals that was keeping the cold snow pine confined. Unfortunately, the cold snow pine's mind had been frozen by Endless Summer's enlightenment lore rune. It entered the cold snow pine's body along with the remaining 90% of world grace. Just as the cold snow pine was about to morph into human form, a light purple spear from Endless Summer's shooting spears of summer appeared in Endless Summer's hand. This time, the spear seemed much sharper than the ones it had used before. Endless Summer punctured the cold snow pine through its branches with the spear, and its tree core was gouged out with one swift motion. A few more strikes followed, allowing Endless Summer to dig out the law crystal hidden at the top of the cold snow pine's bows. Endless Summer fiddled with the cold snow pine's law crystal. A gentle smile spread across its face as it addressed Lin Yuan. The cold snow pine's law crystal is unorthodox and not one of the pure ice-type laws. It's a complete myth 2 law crystal, nonetheless. Lin Yuan gave a thumbs up. He was thoroughly impressed by Endless Summer and Mother of Bloodbath. Endless Summer's enlightenment lore rune had the ability to freeze minds. Any fey below Endless Summer's grade would become its soldier after it extended its control over them. After the death of the fey, the lore rune would crystallize into a complete law crystal. The memory of the Mother of Bloodbath splitting itself into crows was still etched in Lin Yuan's mind. Lin Yuan almost wanted to change the Mother of Bloodbath's name to Mother of Chefs. She had absolutely perfected the technique. The Mother of Bloodbath whispered to Lin Yuan, "Should I take care of that old man?" Lin Yuan nodded without hesitation. A scarlet light flashed. The Zheng family's third lineage's emperor-class expert, Jian Hans Hong, came into view. The smell of a fresh ocean breeze wafted into Lin Yuan's nose, and the trauma of being hunted by Cheng Wu dissipated. When Cheng Wu had been hunting him, Lin Yuan had had no means of defending himself. Despite his best efforts, he had been merely Cheng Wu's plaything. That had been the moment when Lin Yuan had become aware of the importance of power. If he was hunted down by a strong expert again today, he would still lack power. Fortunately, he could rely on the might of Sky City, which he helped build from the ground up. He would not be a sitting duck even when facing off against 2 emperor-class experts. He could now fight back. Nightmare 6's appearance made Lin Yuan aware that his pool of enemies was wider than just the Zheng family's third lineage. It also included the Zheng family's main family. One must remain steadfast in the face of tribulations and magnanimous when the winds were favorable. Nonetheless, whether it was to the Zheng family's third lineage or main branch, Lin Yuan only had one thing to say: every problem has a solution. Lin Yuan thought about the recent clashes against Emperor-class experts. The Suzerain/Myth 2 Crow, Jian Hans Hong, and Nightmare 6 all seemed to be after me. Yet in the end, they all became my faithful messengers. Fate is hard, truly hard, to come by. How generous! The mother of Bloodbath returned to Lin Yuan's side and handed a diamond fey storage box. Here you go, this came from the old guy, said the mother of Bloodbath. Lin Yuan did not immediately take the diamond fey storage box. Instead, he looked at the mother of Bloodbath's previously injured deformed leg. As a myth breed, the mother of Bloodbath possessed exceptional healing capabilities. Now, as it stood next to Lin Yuan in human form, its leg already looked good as new. Lin Yuan knew that the mother of Bloodbath had sustained a blow from the more powerful Nightmare 6 in order to exhibit blood control. It must have been grievously injured. When Lin Yuan had bought the Heaven and Earth Fey Blood Brew grapevine, he had already figured out a way to cultivate the Blood Brew grapevine. The Blood Brew grapevine needed fresh blood to grow Blood Brew grapes, and Lin Yuan's Red Thorn was the same. Other than being able to use its mouth of Relinquish to absorb blood, Red Thorn could also store excess blood. The excess blood was stored in the eye of Relinquish that grew on the mouth of Relinquish. In other words, the purest essence lay in the eye of Relinquish. Lin Yuan started pondering. Can I use Red Thorn to cultivate the Blood Brew grapevine? If so, it'll be a piece of cake to grow the Blood Brew grapes. The mother of Bloodbath had the exclusive skills Blood Embrace and Desire Spider form. Everything was ready to promote it to Myth 3 soon. With Endless Summer's help, it was highly possible for the mother of Bloodbath to successfully undergo the Myth 3 world cleansing. At Myth 3, Mother of Bloodbath would be able to activate body weaponization. After witnessing the power of Endless Summer's body weaponization and subsequent spirit return, Lin Yuan came to understand the power discrepancy between Myth 2 and Myth 3 phase. If the Mother of Bloodbath could elevate itself to Myth 3, Lin Yuan could tap into a higher level of fighting abilities. Lin Yuan started thinking. The Mother of Bloodbath mentioned the Creation breed, which is 1 league above Myth breed. I know nothing about them. But if I can use Red Thorn to produce Eyes of Relinquish and cultivate the Blood Brew grapevine, I will be able to nurture the Mother of Bloodbath. It could push it to the Creation breed quality quickly. This seems feasible. Chapter 471, Mother Spider's Sixth Sense? The Mother of Bloodbath noticed Lin Yuan eyeing its injury. Its emotionless countenance was replaced with a warm smile. The Mother of Bloodbath placed Jian Hanzong's Diamond Fey storage box in Lin Yuan's hand and said, Nightmare 6 isn't dead yet. Its mind is just in pieces because of Sister Summer's attack. Lin Yuan looked suspicious. The Mother of Bloodbath explained, you can take Nightmare 6's current condition to be similar to that of a vegetative state in human terms. The Mother of Bloodbath started to gesture as it continued. I'm going to help Sister Summer with the Cold Snow Pine. The Cold Snow Pine's pine needles are rather valuable. I'll dissect the Nightmare 6 later when I've regained my maximum power. The Mother of Bloodbath saw that Lin Yuan's expression had shifted. Lin Yuan had placed half his attention on the ethereal jellyfish and sensed it digging continuously on the ocean floor. At that moment, he sensed that the ethereal jellyfish had already dug out all the spatial magnets in the ocean floor. When added to the 100 pieces he already owned, the ethereal jellyfish had managed to dig up 500 spatial magnets. However, what caused Lin Yuan to frown was not the large quantity of spatial magnets. It was because there was something hidden behind the spatial magnet's magnetic field. There was another more complex hidden technique underneath it. Compared to the more complex hidden technique, the 500 spatial magnets were peanuts. The Mother of Bloodbath saw Lin Yuan's tightly drawn together brows and asked, is something wrong? Lin Yuan relaxed his brows and responded, I tasked the ethereal jellyfish with searching for spatial magnets in the ocean floor. It dug up a total of 500 pieces. However, below the spatial magnets lies an enormous net made of floating silver strands. The Mother of Bloodbath fell silent. Who would go through the immense trouble of setting up such a project in the coastal sea so close to Indigo Azure City? Floating silver could definitely count as one of the extremely valuable spiritual materials. It had spatial characteristics, which were rare in metal spiritual ingredients. Whoever had put the floating silver strands in place had to have done so very early on. At the very least, it had to be done before the carcinoma fey, sea burial lotus flower, appeared. Otherwise, whoever had set up the spatial magnets and floating silver would have captured something as precious as the sea burial lotus flower. Lin Yuan analyzed the chain of events. If we didn't come to the listening heron chamber of commerce's coastal sea to investigate, we would not have stumbled upon the sea burial lotus flower. I would not have dove underwater and coincidentally experienced the unusual spatial tremors when the water world dimensional life form was spat out. It was after the unusual spatial tremors that I released the ethereal jellyfish to investigate. Soon after, the ethereal jellyfish found the first spatial magnet and discovered the complex hidden techniques below. The mother of bloodbath was quiet for a while before speaking. Floating silver can perfectly divide spatial tremors, giving it countless applications. Who knows what lies under the net of floating silver strands? Although we are only 2 days away from the dimensional rift, I think we should tear it down. With me and Sister Summer around, despite the dimensional rift, the losses will be minimized. The mother of bloodbath kept a thought to itself. The Radiance Federation did not produce the 500 spatial magnets. The fact that their origins are unknown is cause for concern. If not looked into thoroughly, there could be untold dangers. The mother of bloodbath had a feeling that a prodigious secret was being kept underneath the net of floating silver strands. It shook its head, forcing the thought out of its mind. As a suzerain/myth 2 fey, it was accustomed to using strength to establish the pecking order. When did it start to become disillusioned by the mother spider's sixth sense? The space beside Lin Yuan started to distort vigorously. The ethereal jellyfish's silhouette started to glow bright red. The ethereal jellyfish's silhouette solidified and landed expertly on Lin Yuan's neck. It extended 2 strong feelers, waving them around. The mother of bloodbath could not help but giggle at the sight. The bright red ethereal jellyfish was hanging off Lin Yuan's neck, with its 2 feelers dangling and twirling. It looked like 2 braids were protruding from Lin Yuan's head, dancing in the wind. The braid was red, which used to be Endless Summer's favorite. Lin Yuan hastily plucked the ethereal jellyfish from his neck. Lin Yuan was already made aware of the conundrum the ethereal jellyfish had encountered when it tried to clear the floating silver strands. Due to the sea burial lotus flower's casual extraction of the energy from the ocean floor, the structure of the seafloor had undergone foundational changes. As a result, a large volume of floating silver strands was stuck in the rock crevices in the seafloor. It could not pull out the floating silver strands from the rock crevices even when using its 2 strong feelers. The ethereal jellyfish would need help in order to clean out the floating silver strands from the ocean floor. Zhou Luo's contracted fey, lava dragon lizard, would be the most suitable. Lin Yuan instructed Zhou Luo, who was standing next to him. Zhou Luo ordered the lava dragon lizard to go underwater and randomly stomp around on the ocean floor, damaging the rocks which were holding the floating silver strands down. This greatly expedited the rate at which the ethereal jellyfish collected the floating silver strands. According to Lin Yuan's calculations, after the dimensional rift in 2 days, the collection of the floating silver strands should have been completed. It was then that they would find out what unsavory secrets lay under the complicated web. The ethereal jellyfish needed constant assistance with the floating silver strands. Moreover, the newly suzerain/myth 2 Snow Pine Chill and Nightmare 6, which was already at the peak of suzerain/myth 2, had not been taken care of. The most optimal option was to stay on the island for 2 days. Lin Yuan would be able to use the 2 days to rest. Only after nurturing his sister into an iron bucket would the Vajra butterfly and obsidian iron wild bull be able to establish a perfect connection. He was going to start tempering the fairy source type item burning sunflower he had traded. Chapter 472, I Miss Him. South of Flame City, at the scorching volcano district. Even in winter, the temperatures never dipped below 40 degrees here. Temperatures could climb up to about 50 degrees in the summer. It was comparable to the temperatures in the Class 2 Abyss Dimensional Rift. The difference was that the number of plants in Flame City's scorching volcano district trumped that of the Class 2 Abyss Dimensional Rift manifold. Numerous plants that thrived in hot weather took root here. A large number of plant phase leached spirit chi from the constant flow out of the magma. Thus, the spirit chi in the area was much thicker than in other places. This resulted in many wood-type plant phase, which originated from other areas, evolving into wood-type and fire-type after spending time in the scorching volcano. These wood-type and fire-type plant phase became Flame City's specialties. A young girl wearing a red bud intermediate Spirit Chi Academy uniform stood next to a massive sienna-colored rock. She was commandeering an all-black, metal-lined wild bull that was charging amongst a group of silver fire-spotted wolves. The fire-spotted wolves were covered with brown fur that was messy and sparser than other wolf-type feys. After all, a thick coat of fur was disadvantageous to feys who lived in such a high-temperature environment. Flecks of red were dotted all over the brown fur, and they emanated fire energy. Suddenly, a fire-spotted wolf larger than the rest howled. Other than the fire-spotted wolf, which had its head smashed in by the black rampaging bull, the red spots on the rest of the fire-spotted wolves lit up simultaneously. The scarlet flames jetted out of the fire-spotted wolf's jaws toward the wild black bull. The young girl dressed in the Redbud Intermediate Spirit Chi Academy uniform was Chu Ci. When she saw the flames closing in on the obsidian iron wild bull, her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "Obsidian iron wild bull, use pain buffer." The obsidian iron wild bull's originally black body radiated a gem-like luminescence, the legendary rainbow black color. The fire-spotted wolf's flames descended upon the obsidian iron wild bull but failed to burn it. Instead, it seemed to be subsumed by the obsidian iron wild bull's glowing skin. The fire-spotted wolf's attack caused the ground around the obsidian iron wild bull to sizzle. However, the obsidian iron wild bull appeared totally unaffected. Flames wrapped around the obsidian iron wild bull as it charged toward the fire-spotted wolves, whose red spots had dulled. The fire-spotted wolves flew into a state of panic, having not expected their attack to fail. Faced with the fire-covered obsidian iron wild bull, the fire-spotted wolves knew they were in trouble. The head of the pack bolted off in fright, despite the injury to its hind legs. The ferocious obsidian iron wild bull suddenly let out a pained roar. After the gem-like luminescence around the obsidian iron wild bull disappeared, the flames quickly started to consume its body. When the obsidian iron wild bull was being burned, dots of green lights full of vitality appeared all over its body. Chu Ci, who was standing off to the side, scrunched her face with worry and heartache. The Vajra butterfly that was on Chu Ci's shoulder fluttered its wings. At that moment, a pair of white marble-like hands patted Chu Ci's shoulders. A frost-covered woman carrying an air of immortality gently spoke to Chu Ci. "Don't worry. The ability Pain Buffer, which your bronze/fantasy breed obsidian iron wild bull advanced to silver, is equipped with pain absorption. It is more than capable of taking this amount of damage. Besides, because it often feeds on metal spiritual ingredients, it allowed it to build its tolerance against flames like this and increased its body's durability." Chu Ci's worries seemed to be significantly alleviated. However, the same could not be said about the heartache she felt. The obsidian iron wild bull has already reached silver/fantasy I. I think my fighting abilities have improved considerably and will not be increasing anytime soon. It's about time for us to go back, said Chu Ci. Cold Moon looked at Chu Ci in admiration. In the beginning, she had only come to Redbud City because of the Moon Empress order. Cold Moon had long become resigned to the fact that Lin Yuan was Moon Empress's disciple. Chu Ci was only riding on Lin Yuan's coattails. However, after spending time with her, Cold Moon had realized that the ostensibly docile girl was actually extremely determined. When she made her mind up about something, she was willing to put in more effort than anyone else in order to see it through. She possessed a resilience well beyond her age of 15 years. Cold Moon initially intended to take Chu Ci out on a training excursion during the holidays. However, Cold Moon realized that when she trained Chu Ci, she was merely performing the responsibility of a guardian. Chu Ci took care of every other aspect, even wilderness survival. She would even prepare Cold Moon's share. Cold Moon thought back to when she had first glimpsed Lin Yuan's information, which included a section on Chu Ci. The siblings support each other and remain steadfast despite the trials they undergo. It's heartbreaking to watch them. Cold Moon reached out her arm and gently pressed down the 2 stray hairs on Chu Ci's head as she asked, "Do you miss your brother?" Chu Ci answered honestly, "It's been 4 months since I last saw Lin Yuan. I miss him." Cold Moon felt a pang in her heart. She could feel the deep sibling bond in Chu Ci's words. It was sincere and warm. Chapter 473, Chu Ci's Master. The fire enveloping the obsidian iron wild bull had nearly dissipated. Although the obsidian iron wild bull had managed to sustain the damage, its entire body had been charred black. It was clearly severely injured. The obsidian iron wild bull snorted and stood its ground. It watched as the fire-spotted wolves in the distance changed to a crimson-red color. A strong wave of energy shot out of the obsidian iron wild bull's eyes toward the fire-spotted wolves. The fleeing fire-spotted wolves' heads exploded, and they collapsed on the ground, dead. Cold Moon gasped in awe. The obsidian iron wild bull might only be silver/fantasy I, but after it takes enough damage, its exclusive skill Annihilation Gaze will be able to attain power comparable to a gold/fantasy breed. Amazing! If there was someone around who recognized Cold Moon, their jaws would drop for sure. Cold Moon was infamous for her arrogance. She even had the courage to speak her mind in front of the Moon Empress. Obviously, Cold Moon greatly admired the obsidian iron wild bull. Cold Moon could not help but be curious. Where did Lin Yuan find such a treasure for his sister? It's so sturdy and strong. It's capable of handling a lot of hits and possesses impressive defensive abilities. Its abilities will exponentially boost Chu Si's power once it improves its strength. All the fantasy breed feys counteract each other in terms of their differing talent, bloodline, abilities, and exclusive characteristics. This results in larger differences in their power. There are very few feys amongst fantasy breeds that can distinguish themselves. The obsidian iron wild bull's exclusive skill, pain absorption, strengthened its other exclusive skill, Annihilation Gaze. The ability Pain Buffer, which the obsidian iron wild bull learned during silver grade, requires it to get hurt. However, during the time when the obsidian iron wild bull starts to buffer the damage, it can use the pain to strengthen itself. When paired with Iron Horn, it combines the damage that the obsidian wild bull is about to receive with its innate attacking power and focuses it on its target. The obsidian iron wild bull does not seem like a regular defense-type fey. Although Pain Buffer is definitely a defensive ability, it turns into a whole new beast when utilized by the obsidian iron wild bull. Especially when directed by Chu Si, its power becomes out of this world. Cold Moon's praise elicited a wide beam from Chu Si, who said, "Lin Yuan is the one who gave me the obsidian iron wild bull." Cold Moon could feel Chu Si's pride and joy from her words. "Since we're here at the Scorching Volcano District, why don't I mine some shining ores for your obsidian iron wild bull? It might help the obsidian iron wild bull promote its grade," said Cold Moon. She went on to explain, shining ores only have efficacy when freshly mined from the scorching volcano. Once it cools, it turns into an ordinary ore and loses the ability to promote the obsidian iron wild bull's grade. It takes about 2 days to mine shining ore and promote the obsidian iron wild bull's grade. We can go back after 2 days. Chu Si knew that this opportunity was rare. If they did not mine the shining ores now, they would need to return at a later date if they ever wanted to do so. However, Chu Si also had her doubts. Using spiritual ingredients to improve a fantasy breed phase grade required the help of a creation master. It was because the elevation of fantasy breed phase grade also needed pure spirit chi, which only a creation master could produce. Could Cold Moon also be a creation master? Cold Moon noted the conflict and quizzical expression on Chu Si's face. Her frost-covered face split into a gentle smile. Cold Moon usually could not be bothered to give others the time of day, but she was exceptionally patient with Chu Si. "Yes, I'm a creation master. Why don't you become my disciple?" A blush bloomed across Cold Moon's cheeks. Her face tensed as her expression grew cold. Cold Moon was slightly embarrassed. Why did she spill her honest thoughts all of a sudden? As someone who was not adept at expressing herself, she felt as anxious as someone with acrophobia that had just sat through a 3-day cable car ride. Cold Moon did not expect herself to become so nervous after blurting her true feelings. Chu Si smiled warmly as she took on an oddly serious demeanor and said, "Greetings, Master." Cold Moon was instantly stunned. Not once had she revealed her identity to Chu Si, nor had she demonstrated her power as a pinnacle class 4 creation master. Although she did use her powers once in front of Chu Si, she merely exhibited platinum-level power to scare off the cheetahs from the field of fire. Yet, Chu Si agreed to become her disciple without hesitation. Cold Moon was surprised and touched. She suddenly realized why the Moon Empress had taken Lin Yuan as her disciple. She instantly felt like a different person. The urge to cook rose within her. At that moment, Cold Moon was even willing to hand-make the pot. Cold Moon solemnly but gently asked Chu Si, "Why?" Chu Si's eyes shone. "Because you're the only person in this world besides my brother, who I regard as family." Cold Moon hung her head and was silent for a while. When Cold Moon lifted her head, her eyes shone with the same brightness that was in Chu Si's eyes. When they arrived at the scorching volcano's entrance, Cold Moon waved. Moments later, along with the flowing magma and intense heat, a layer of chilling frost covered the entire scorching volcano district. Then a 100-meter-long enormous dragon emerged from the sky. The gigantic dragon did not roar. But its silence carried the majesty and ferocity unique to dragon species phase. Cold Moon instructed the dragon, "Icy King Dragon, you stay here and protect my precious disciple." The icy king dragon was visibly stunned for a second before it transformed into a young man wearing a light blue robe. The young man had breathtaking features. His eyes resembled that of Cold Moon's. Cold Moon leaped into the air and flew toward the scorching volcano's entrance. Cold Moon suddenly realized something. "Now that both the Moon Empress and myself have disciples, isn't Mystic Moon the only one left without one? I'll have to share with her how wonderful it feels to have a precious disciple when I return." Chapter 474, Specialty Suana. Lin Yuan, who was on the deserted island, felt the weight of the two small crystals resting in the center of his palm. A wave of distress washed over him. "It would be a waste if I did not make use of such a treasure." Lin Yuan held up one of the crystals. Flickers of azure swam inside blinding ivory, while flames of ice seemed to jump within the crystal. The crystal's interior seemed to coalesce and dissipate continuously. Despite the enthusiastic leaping of the icy flames, it emanated a strange frigidness. Two subtle streaks of gold revealed the identity of the crystal. While the mother of Bloodbath was busy handling the cold snow pine, Endless Summer listlessly plucked pine needles nearby. It spotted Lin Yuan staring at the icy flames law crystal with a troubled brooding look. Endless Summer could not help but say, "Lin Yuan, the icy flames law crystal might have laws, but it's only an unorthodox ice-type law. Yet, it contains a wisp of fire. It's the best plaything of fire and ice-type myth breed phase." Endless Summer whistled in approval. It had mastered enlightenment law, so whether it was the cold snow pine's icy flames law crystal or the dead dream law crystal, they were all useless. Nonetheless, it could use the power of its own law crystal to commence melding and absorption to bolster its enlightenment law. Although the discrepancy between myth breeds and creation breeds seemed similar to that between fantasy breeds and myth breeds, they were actually leagues asunder. The distance between myth breeds and creation breeds was much further. A fantasy breed would be close to death during their world cleansing to become a myth breed. Many seemingly all-powerful fays were reduced to ash during their struggle to rise from fantasy V to myth breed. Fantasy breed fays could seek aid from others during their world cleansing to increase their chances of surviving the process. Unfortunately, when myth breed fays tried to elevate to creation breed phase, they needed to continuously strengthen their law runes. Their law runes needed to be strong enough to create a genuine world of law using only the power of law. Ergo, it was 100 times more dangerous for myth breeds as they had to go through the trial of world creation rather than world cleansing. The accumulation of the power of law required an unspeakable amount of power and training and usually took myth 3 phase years to accomplish. Class 5 creation masters' most enviable asset was their ability to activate a portion of the power of law from law crystals. This granted them the ability to make adjustments so that any law runes could absorb the pure law energy. Despite this ability, they mostly used it to elevate the power of their contracted phase and source-type life forms. Why would they bless someone else with something so precious? The mother of Bloodbath was swiftly tearing away the cold snow pine's bark. It also took out a crystal bottle and squeezed out the essence of the cold snow pine's branches. When it heard Endless Summer speak, the mother of Bloodbath raised its head and said to Lin Yuan, "The cold snow pine's law crystal might not be particularly impressive, but its tree sap is valuable. If you still have the fire heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls, their pure fire energy can be used to roast the cold snow pine's tree sap. The tree sap will turn into rosin. But only the fire heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls can be used. If the fire energy isn't pure enough, the tree sap will turn into incense instead. The cold snow pine's rosin has warming properties that can heal injured souls. Its incense will only be able to replenish energy." The mother of Bloodbath spoke with a strange seriousness. It valued the cold snow pine's tree sap much more than its law crystal. Lin Yuan was momentarily dazed. He did not expect cold snow pine's rosin to have such effects. He had heard from the Moon Empress about items that could heal souls. She had mentioned that they were counted as prized strategic class resources. There was an abundance of spiritual ingredients that could restore energy, but few had qualities that could really affect the soul. Lin Yuan carefully noted down the mother of Bloodbath's words. Nevertheless, even the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls did not possess fire energy as pure as that produced by the twin red pagoda's life form sacrificial fire. Would we get a better result if we used life form sacrificial fire to calcify the tree sap instead? Lin Yuan asked. The mother of Bloodbath firmly replied, "Of course. If life form sacrificial fire is used to burn the tree branches, we'll be able to preserve most of the properties of the tree sap. We'll even be able to bring out the immense life-giving qualities of the cold snow pine's tree sap." Rosin made from the life form sacrificial fire will be far stronger than that of the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls. At the mention of life form sacrificial fire, Endless Summer gently placed a hand over its heart. In order to save it, Lin Yuan had placed the life form sacrificial fire inside of it, which had become a tree core inside its body. Endless Summer had reabsorbed its original tree core, which had been dug out. Thus, Endless Summer now had 2 tree cores. It was both an opportunity of a lifetime and a drastic change to possess 2 tree cores. Endless Summer felt that it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Lin Yuan to have even one piece of something as valuable as life form sacrificial fire. Now that Lin Yuan no longer had any life form sacrificial fire, Endless Summer felt rather guilty. Gratefulness surged in the depths of Endless Summer's heart. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was mentally calculating. It's best if we can use life form sacrificial fire to calcify the cold snow pine. Then I'll be able to wait until the spirit lock spatial zone for the twin red pagoda's main flower to mature in order to use its life form sacrificial fire to calcify the cold snow pine's tree sap. Zhou Luo, who was standing nearby directing the lava dragon lizard, heard the exchange between Lin Yuan, the mother of Bloodbath, and Endless Summer and suddenly felt as though his master was too cruel. His master and the mother of Bloodbath talked about wanting to build a disco on this deserted island, but who knew when the plan could come to fruition. The deserted island's scenery was beautiful. They could also build a theater along with the disco. When the time comes, I'll be able to whip out my specialty Suana again. Chapter 475, Glad when you did not come. Lin Yuan looked at the dead dream law crystal in his other hand. It was slightly larger and ashy black in color, with 2 gold streaks cutting through it. The dead dream law crystal looked to be containing a mercurial dream realm. The foggy dream realm carried the strange feeling of joy intermixed with pain. Lin Yuan's hand quivered, and he fished out the black law crystal he had obtained from the night calamity crow in Endless Forest. Lin Yuan suddenly came to the realization that he was fated with dark type feys. 2 of the 3 law crystals in his hands came from dark type feys. However, between those 2 dark type law crystals, the one from the night calamity crow was clearly better than the one from the dream-eating bat. Whether it was the laws in the crystal or the appearance of the law crystal itself, the night calamity crow's law crystal came out a winner. It was probably due to the fact that Nightmare 6 had used its exclusive skill, Dark Night Tribute, causing the originally complete law crystal to break. However, the dead dream law crystal was much darker than the black crystal. As he fiddled with the 3 law crystals, Lin Yuan's concerns intensified. Lin Yuan would never trade something like law crystals. As such, they would continue staying with Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan was currently unable to use the law crystals. Due to the fundamental differences between the laws, not even Endless Summer or the Mother of Bloodbath would be able to absorb these law crystals. There was a sort of sweet dilemma behind it all. If Lin Yuan's thoughts were revealed to the members of the veteran factions, they would launch 2 slaps across his face. They would then scream at Lin Yuan, "Wake up, you fool! How can this be a sweet dilemma? It should be a sweet delight." Lu Ji was standing to the side, feeding a silver protein silkworm chrysalis to the insect queen. Lu Ji, who only had 1 contracted fey, made sure to replenish the insect queen's strength after every battle by feeding it source-type life forms. When he was done, Lu Ji looked at the sky and commented, "It's getting dark. Since we're going to be on the deserted island these 2 days, why don't I head to Indigo Azure City and get the materials to build a temporary campsite? Later, I'll gather some metal spirit ingredients to make pots so I can cook up some seafood." The Mother of Bloodbath's eyes lit up. However, it was not the one that voiced out. When Lin Yuan heard Lu Ji's suggestion, he fished several quick building tents out of his button-sized diamond fey storage box. These tents had been added as a precaution when Wen Yu was helping Lin Yuan organize the fey storage box. Lin Yuan had not had the chance to use them up until now. Finally, they could be of use. The Mother of Bloodbath saw Lin Yuan take out some fruit from the fey storage box as well. Its sharp eyes also caught sight of some rations sandwiched between the fruits. The Mother of Bloodbath hopped to its feet, raised its hand, and exclaimed, "I agree with Lu Ji's suggestion. Sister Summer will separate the cold snow pine's component parts into spirit ingredients. I will go check out Indigo Azure City's fresh produce market with Lu Ji. According to Star Web, grilled soft-bone grouper is especially delicious." The Mother of Bloodbath felt that Lin Yuan was practically a monster. It was a magnificent and battle-worn spider. How could he expect it to be satisfied with rations and fruits? It needed to feast on a griddle of seafood. When Lin Yuan heard the Mother of Bloodbath mention soft-boned grouper, his eyelids immediately started to twitch. Which fairy on Star Web had said that grilled soft bone grouper was tasty? Did they try to use some high-level fire to grill the soft bone grouper? Soft bone groupers were 4 meters in length when they were young. Mature ones could grow up to 18 meters long. It would take months to finish eating such a giant fish. Despite this, Lin Yuan agreed to the idea. It was because his stomach started to grumble the second that Lu Ji mentioned grilling seafood. Grilled seafood was Lu Ji's specialty. Lu Ji was capable of cooking a wide list of dishes, so he did not grill seafood often. Lin Yuan suddenly sensed the mother of Bloodbath looking at him with an accusatory glare. Lin Yuan was instantly on edge. He glanced at the fruits he had taken out and hastily bent down to store them back in the Fey storage box. The global champion of eating mother of Bloodbath sure got angry easily. Lin Yuan had only taken out the fruits to use as sauces on the seafood. The bag of rations had just fallen out accidentally. The corners of Lisan's lips tugged upward, and he struggled to quench his sniggers. He quickly said, "There's a lot of seafood in Indigo Azure City that's indigenous to the area. Some of the shrimps and scallops species are very suitable for charcoal grilling. I'm more familiar with the area and can act as a guide. I'll also pick up the basic rations we'll need for the next 2 days." After the mother of Bloodbath, Lu Ji, and Lisan departed, Lin Yuan started juicing fruits. He made sure to juice fruits according to each person's favorite. Since he did not know what Zhou Luo fancied, he made extra of each type so Zhou Luo would be able to have his pick. When he was done, Lin Yuan stored the juices in a crystal bottle and placed it in the cool ocean to maintain their freshness. As night approached, the mother of Bloodbath, Endless Summer, Lin Yuan, Lisan, and Zhou Luo had filled their stomachs to the brim. Zhou Luo's lava dragon lizard had also snagged quite a few pieces of grilled fish. Lu Ji was a masculine man that had managed to hold off the insect tide in Cold Frost City for half an hour all by himself, but he currently did not even have an ounce of strength. An idea struck Lu Ji. He was glad that Wen Yu had not come. Otherwise, they would need to grill at least 2 more fish, 5 more crabs, 3 more sticks of shrimp, another pile of scallops, and who knew how much more squid. Chapter 476, The Invite and the Third Person. After they filled their stomachs, the group headed into the already set-up tents to rest. Zhou Luo called out the recently contracted dark snake dragon lizard. He wanted it for companionship as he stood watch, as well as to form a deeper bond with it in the meantime. The lava dragon lizard continued helping the ethereal jellyfish disturb the ocean floor to collect the floating silver strands laying in the depths. A thunderous yawn soon sounded out from Lu Ji's tent, signifying his exhaustion. The mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer went back to tearing off the cold snow pine's bark. The mother of Bloodbath handled spiritual ingredients very professionally. The job was almost done, and the mother of Bloodbath had been extremely thorough. It even turned the cold snow pine's tree bark into hemp thread. It planned to give it to Wen Yu to make something for Lin Yuan. Lisan utilized the downtime to start training the pain illusory fox and the three-tailed crimson fox. He used the resonance between the clashing of the pain illusory fox and the three-tailed crimson fox to improve their battle compatibility. Lin Yuan noticed that the way Lisan was training the pain illusory fox, and the three-tailed crimson fox partially encompassed his own special brand of understanding. Lin Yuan had enhanced the Silver 7/Fantasy I pain illusory fox, and it was deemed a rather exquisite spirit type fey. The pain illusory fox used pain as a medium to control and harm its targets. It was an intangible means of fighting. Compared to the Silver 7/Fantasy I pain illusory fox, the Silver 3/Fantasy I three-tailed crimson fox was a step above. Thanks to the compatibility of their abilities, they were able to form a good partnership. Although its constantly burning three tails gave the three-tailed crimson fox the look of a fire-type fey, it was undoubtedly a spirit-type fey. The fire, which burned atop its tails, could weaken its targets and lower their defensive ability if it made contact. This strengthened the three-tailed crimson fox's spiritual abilities, whether it was the damage it dealt or the level of control it could exert. The three-tailed crimson fox also possessed a hypnotizing ability. In solo combat, due to the fact that every spirit chi professional mostly had many feys, attacking power was key in securing victory. Thus, a fey like the three-tailed crimson fox, which had controlling abilities, was not particularly helpful in solo combat. However, when it came to team fights, the three-tailed crimson fox's abilities would have great efficacy on the opponent's main phase. It was highly likely to be a key player in such fights. When Lisan heard Lin Yuan approaching, he stopped the fight between the pain illusory fox and the three-tailed crimson fox. The three-tailed crimson fox laid down by Lisan's leg and nestled on the ground as its three large tails lightly rested on Lisan's trousers, all in all looking very contented. The pain illusory fox called softly to Listen, who nodded. The snow-white pain illusory fox darted to Lin Yuan with only a few steps. Its small claws landed on Lin Yuan's leg, waggling as though it was greeting him before it returned to Listen's side. The pain illusory fox clearly still remembered that Lin Yuan had helped it advance its grade and quality. Listen assumed that Lin Yuan came over to issue an instruction. "Young master, does Big Brother Joe need help?" he asked. Lin Yuan shook his head and reached out to pat down the stray strands of hair at the back of his head. "Listen, you're of age and have enough power now. Do you have any plans to participate in the Guild Club's tournament?" Lin Yuan remembered that when Listen had mentioned his Star Web duel record, he had said his Star Tower level was just past level 10. Given Listen's power, he should have no problem reaching the Celestial Stairway. However, Listen had never gone to fight, which could indicate that he did not like competitive fighting. Even if Listen used a willpower rune to swear his undying loyalty to Lin Yuan, the latter would still be unable to force him to join his guild club. Listen paused for a while. "Me," he murmured unconsciously. During his pause, Listen thought back to his childhood. "My elders always focused on preparing me as the sole heir to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. My days were filled with lessons on managing the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce and expanding its reach. My elders might have been willing to part with half of the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's resources so that I could have powerful feys and abilities, but they never allowed me to fight on Star Web. They always thought it was a waste of time that could have been spent on learning how to manage the business. As time passed, I became used to setting aside the joy I felt when fighting on Star Web. Even after my family died at sea 3 years ago, I continued working hard to maintain the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. I didn't have any time or energy to devote to fighting on Star Web. However, I'll admit that sometimes while training my feys, I take the opportunity to improve my own fighting abilities. I never expected Lin Yuan to ask me to join his guild club. Of course, I would love to join. I can't believe he asked. Ever since I pledged my and the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's loyalty to him, he poured a lot of resources into the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. But I still haven't made anything of myself. If Lin Yuan didn't secretly protect me, I would have lost my life at the royal capital. During this time, I've come to realize that he's a good man who is easy to get along with. Being in his presence is relaxing. However, I'm constantly aware of my position as his subordinate. This said, he must be treating me like a friend rather than a subordinate since he's willing to invite me." Listen was touched beyond comprehension and chuckled at Lin Yuan's question. "Big Brother Lu and I started a guild club. We plan to join next year's tournament. The name of the guild club is Dome Guild Club. As of now, we're the 2 main members of the group. You'll be the 3rd if you decide to join." Chapter 477, Clouded Crane. After Lin Yuan's explanation and invitation, Listen bent down to pick up the pain illusory fox and 3-tailed crimson fox. "I'm in. I'll increase my own power while also furthering the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's success. It will be done in 4 months, said Listen. Lin Yuan reached out his hand toward Listen and said, "Welcome, 3rd member of Dome Guild Club." Listen gently placed his hand on the back of Lin Yuan's as a symbol of their new bond as comrades. Listen mentally came to a decision. It looks like I'm about to fight on Star Web. If Lin Yuan really takes part in next year's tournament, given his and Lu Ji's ability, they're sure to obtain a B-level standing for the Guild Club. Our Dome Guild Club has Black and the Radiance 100 sequence member Lu Ji. They will definitely attract immense attention once the member roster is released. I know I can't be a Radiance 100 sequence member, but if I can reach Celestial Stairway, I won't be known as the black sheep of the team. Since I'm going to be a member of the team, I'll have to make sure I'm irreplaceable. I need to prove myself to be a valuable asset worthy of being in such an amazing team. Otherwise, others will look down upon me, or the Star Web Bigs Hots will magnify my mistakes and laugh at me. I don't think my ego will ever recover." When Lin Yuan and Listen were done talking, he returned to his tent. Instead of hitting the sack, Lin Yuan entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Once he was in, Lin Yuan immediately noticed that the Pure Land of Bliss was filled with many snow-white feathers. Morbius' voice rang out in Lin Yuan's mind. "Lin Yuan, something is wrong with Grey." Since Lin Yuan did not reply, Morbius continued speaking. "The Pure Land of Bliss is connected with the version of itself that's both inside and outside the Spirit Lock spatial zone. At that time, the Pure Land of Bliss was outside and absorbing the world Grace. Grey had just recovered the genetic model and woken up. But, it accidentally absorbed some of the world Grace as well. This caused Gray's genetic model to spike its promotion state. Morbius' revelation delighted Lin Yuan. Gray had been on the cusp of death, but now its genetic model was better than ever. Who could have expected Gray to be granted such a prized opportunity for success? It was an extremely rare chance for one's genetic model to be promoted. It mostly only occurred to young feys. It preserved the feys' original genetic data while optimizing the genetic model, similar to the relationship between the blue flash butterfly and the blue flash purple butterfly. While the blue flash purple butterfly was in its cocoon, the blue flash butterfly's genetic model was promoted. Usually, the promotion of the genetic model was a natural result of development. This was the first time that it occurred due to a fey absorbing the world cleansing. Although the spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone is pure enough, it's not concentrated enough to fully support the promotion of Gray's genetic model. We'll need spirit chi crystals for that, Morbius added. Lin Yuan shifted his gaze toward the pile of spirit chi crystals. He had enough spirit chi crystals to feel comfortable using up some of them. This was too good of an opportunity for Gray, and there was no way Lin Yuan was going to let it pass. Lin Yuan walked over to the pile of spirit chi crystals below the small limestone bowl and took one spirit chi crystal out. Looking at the pile of spirit chi crystals made Lin Yuan feel energized. Lin Yuan did not keep count of the exact number of spirit chi crystals, but he estimated the number to be at least 300. If the Bronze X/Legend Morbius tried to combine all the spirit chi crystals, it would take at least 6 years. The world Gray stolen from the cold snow pine could potentially greatly increase Lin Yuan's power. He would not need to be thrifty like he was in the past when using the spirit chi crystals. Lin Yuan held the spirit chi crystals and marched over to Gray. Gray was still around the same size it used to be, but its mass had obviously increased. Gray was slumbering soundly on the cinnabar sweet osmanthus branches, its weight causing the branches to bend. Gray's impossibly white feathers, golden beak and red crown were accentuated by the cinnabar sweet osmanthus's red flowers. It gave the sleeping Gray an aura of unspeakable charm. Lin Yuan used true data to check Gray's attributes. Fey name, Cloud Crane. Fey species, Crane species/Red Crane species. Fey grade, Norma, 1/10, L. Fey type, Spiritual. Fey quality, Normal. Abilities. Cloud morph, turns its body into clouds. The cloud can obscure vision as well as block psychic abilities. Gray's name was now recorded as Cloud Crane in true data after its genetic model was repaired. It was a spiritual support type Fey. Lin Yuan carefully scanned through Gray's data. When Lin Yuan saw Gray's normal ability, he was stunned. Gray's Cloud Morph appeared to be a defensive ability. It could shield its user against attacks. However, Gray also had the ability to block psychic invasions, allowing it to be used as a counter-surveillance measure. Cloud Morph would create a scene when used on land, as the cloud coverage could only be used as a screen for the surroundings. But what if it was used in the cloud-filled sky? It could affect battles in a completely different way. Especially if Gray's grade was raised and the Cloud Morph's range was increased. The screening ability would improve tremendously. Until then, Cloud Morph might not be of much use to others. However, it was incredibly useful to Lin Yuan. He had an unhatched floating island whale, after all. Chapter 478, Heaven and Earth Fey. Lin Yuan was of the opinion that Cloud Morph and the floating island whale was a perfect match. The floating island whale would rise to the sky after becoming a fantasy breed. The height it rose to was inconsequential given its immense size. Even if Lin Yuan had the ethereal jellyfish, which had the spatial teleportation ability, it could establish a pathway between Sky City with Space Tunnel. It would essentially connect the land and sky. Alas, it was not an infallible solution. The floating island whale was never regarded just as a floating piece of land in the sky. Its intention was always to be used as a formidable battle fortress. Although its body was not strong, the floating island whale would carry weapons and appliances which were necessary for battle. The floating island whale could also fly at rapid speed and was apt to become a method of transportation that could traverse the globe. Lin Yuan could not keep such a battle fortress hidden in the sky forever. It was disadvantageous for him to do so, and it would be a waste of its potential. But now that he had the Cloud Crane, the floating island whale could continue gliding in the sky and do so while remaining undiscovered. Cloud Morph's shielding ability was impressive in itself, but its psychic blocking asset was an added bonus. The stronger the Cloud Crane grew, the more powerful Cloud Morph would become. Eventually, the floating island whale could become a legend and continue existing in the sky indefinitely. The more Lin Yuan thought about the prospects, the more thrilled he became. His grip increased along with his excitement, and the spirit chi crystals in his hand shattered. He instructed Morbius to direct the pulsing spirit chi into the body of the sleeping Grey so that it could absorb the energy. Unexpectedly, Grey did not seem any different from before after absorbing one spirit chi crystal. Lin Yuan frowned slightly and placed his hand on Grey's back. He gathered the powerful spirit chi from the spirit lock spatial zone inside his body and channeled it into Grey. The intense spirit chi traversed the surface layer of Grey's body. Lin Yuan could feel every cell in Grey's body gobbling up the spirit chi, akin to a starving mother of bloodbath that had not eaten for decades. In the end, all the energy was consumed by Grey's surface layer. Not 1 ounce of it penetrated the rest of Grey's body. Lin Yuan became certain that a large amount of spirit chi crystals would be needed for the promotion of Grey's genetic model. Feys who had never undergone the world cleansing usually did not experience the elevation of their genetic model. This meant that the opportunity that had presented itself to Grey was a 1 in a million draw of luck. It was nothing short of a miracle. However, the promotion of its genetic model could be severed, which would cause Grey to lose its once chance for success. It would be the equivalent of Lin Yuan personally destroying a gift from God. Since Lin Yuan had decided to form a contract with Grey, he would need to nurture it the same way he did with Chimey and Genius. Genius had started out as a mere housekeeping beast that had not even become a fey, while Chimey was a normal songstress bird that had failed to evolve its quality to normal. Despite it all, Lin Yuan was resolved to make the best out of their journey together. He grabbed a fistful of spirit chi crystals and returned to Grey's side. He ordered Morbius to fuse and direct the pure spirit chi from every crystal he shattered into Grey's body. 10 pieces. 20 pieces. Only when they reached 25 pieces did the rate at which Grey devoured the spirit chi begin to slow. When the 30th crystal was used up, Grey finally stopped absorbing the spirit chi. Suddenly, all of Grey's feathers molted and fell. Instead of falling to the ground, the feathers floated next to Grey, sustained by energy. Grey continued the cycle of growing and dropping feathers. This was when Lin Yuan realized why the Pure Land of Bliss had so many of Grey's fallen feathers. When he took a closer look at Grey's new feathers, Lin Yuan noticed that each new set of feathers was different from the last. Each new set of feathers looked more intricate and exquisite than the last, like they were handmade pieces of art. Lin Yuan thought that Grey's feathers were far more detailed than the divine travel black swallow's feathers, which he had used as a blueprint to make the source sans metal consume manifestation feathers. The last set of feathers that sprouted had subtle golden markings on them, giving Grey an even more mysterious appearance. Lin Yuan felt that these new feathers were even better than Grey's original ones. The feathers which had fallen from Grey were suspended next to its body and formed a large white egg. The egg's shell gently throbbed as though it was incubating new life. Lin Yuan used true data to check Grey's attributes again. He was instantly stunned. Grey used to be a fey, but after its genetic model was promoted, it turned into a heaven and earth fey like the floating island whale. Grey was no longer called Cloud Crane but Sky Clouded Crane. Lin Yuan was frazzled by Grey's sudden transformation into a heaven and earth fey. Grey fell back into a deep sleep. Only after it hatched from the egg would Grey gain a new life. This was the difference between the contract-forming method of heaven and earth feys and other feys. Using true data, Lin Yuan saw that Grey's contract method was similar to the floating island whale. Both of them needed to feel the bloodline of their contractor during the incubation period. After they hatched, they would decide whether or not to seal the deal. Lin Yuan thought back to when Grey used to cling to him. Even if I don't enhance the bloodline between Grey and me, it should still choose to form a contract with me. However, other than being able to enhance the bloodline between heaven and earth feys and us, blood can also strengthen our bond. I can't skimp on the amount of blood I use. Chapter 479, Enhancing the Elemental Shellfish. Lin Yuan couldn't help but put his hand on his forehead. After each enhanced bloodline relationship with the floating island whale, a large amount of blood in his body would be absorbed by the crystal eggshell of the floating island whale, causing him to feel like his body was being emptied. With Grey now, that was simply a double of being emptied and double the pleasure. Lin Yuan felt that he should really ask Zhang Xiaobai's care tips sometime later, and how he faced the bloody leech's destruction. Otherwise, no matter how strong a youth's physique was, he couldn't withstand the two heaven and earth feys, the floating island whale and the sky-clouded crane. Although he was against the idea, his body was incredibly honest. He had already started to enhance the bloodline with the sky-clouded crane, Grey. He deliberately used the blood from his tongue for the first time, just like the first time he had enhanced the bloodline with the floating island whale. Nearly 2 hours passed before he completed enhancing the bloodline with Grey and the floating island whale. During this time, Lin Yuan relied on his jasmine lily as it used its main flower to release life force and restore the qi and blood in his body. But given his current state of being like a faucet, he would be dried up even if he were a swimming pool. After Lin Yuan swayed in place, he sat on the ground. He let the jasmine lily use its heal on him for 3 minutes without bothering about its side effects. Due to the dizziness from blood loss, that extreme comfort nearly made him fall asleep in the spirit lock spatial zone, but after waking up from that extreme comfort, he recovered from the dizziness due to the blood loss. Previously, when Morbius had been channeling the spirit qi in the spirit qi crystals to Grey to strengthen its genetic model, there was still a portion of spirit qi left. Morbius asked Lin Yuan, "Yuan, Grey only consumed a trace of energy in the 31st energy crystal. The remaining energy should be able to allow 4 to 5 bronze/epic phase to reach legend." As soon as Lin Yuan heard that, he didn't even hesitate to take 1 scorching elemental shellfish, 2 celestine elemental shellfish, and 2 aquamarine elemental shellfish out of the spirit lock spatial zone. These 5 elemental shellfish were currently bronze X/epic. If he promoted them from epic to legend, then the speed at which they produced the elemental pearls would undoubtedly become faster than before. Lin Yuan now regretted not promoting these 5 elemental shellfish from epic to legend with the spirit qi crystals previously. After such a long time, it was unknown how many heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls had been lost. After channeling the remaining spirit qi in the 31st spirit qi crystals that Morbius controlled into the 5 elemental shellfish, they all immediately became much larger than before. The elemental patterns on them also became more obvious, and the color of the flesh was closer to the color of the different types of elements. When they opened, they all exhaled elemental energy that was like a smoky haze. This meant that the 4 elemental shellfish that had grown larger had successfully been promoted to legend. However, due to the lack of remaining spirit qi in the spirit qi crystals, one of the aquamarine elemental shellfish did not get promoted. This situation could let Lin Yuan find out how much faster were the elemental pearls produced by the bronze X/legend elemental shellfish than the ones produced by the bronze/epic elemental shellfish. Since elemental pearls from different elemental shellfish were produced differently, Lin Yuan didn't choose carefully and took out that bronze X/legend scorching elemental shellfish for comparison. During his 2 hours of observation, Lin Yuan found that it produced a total of 8 elemental pearls, while the bronze X/epic aquamarine elemental shellfish produced 6. Although such a ratio didn't seem too shocking, it was enough to be called an amazing fortune after it quantified a quarter of the difference over time. Of course, other people couldn't achieve this accumulation of wealth unless they had such an inexhaustible blessed land with a high concentration of pure spirit qi like Morbius spirit lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan took out the 2 young elemental shellfish that he had obtained from Master Jinglu in exchange for 200 fire elemental pearls. He already had a plan in his mind. What he needed to do was to induce their mutation and turn them into thick earth shellfish. First of all, between the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls produced by different elemental shellfish, they could be circulated at a price of 1:1. Thus, there was actually not much difference no matter what kind of elemental shellfish he nurtured. Lin Yuan wanted to evolve the 2 young elemental shellfish into thick earth shellfish because the source sand wanted to improve its grade and rank. Apart from relying on the spirit qi in the spirit qi crystals, the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls produced by the thick earth shellfish were also an excellent choice for enhancement. At the same time, the pure earth energy in those heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls could temper the source sand. With some inducement from Lin Yuan, the 2 young thick earth shellfish were easily nurtured into bronze X/epic. After that, he summoned the 3 red water blood snakes with the hornless dragon bloodline that he had gotten in a trade at the Indigo Azure Sea market from the amber button-shaped diamond fey storage box. They were the raw materials that the Mother of Bloodbath's 3rd exclusive skill, External Bloodbone, needed. The Mother of Bloodbath's exclusive skill and strength improvement couldn't be sloppy. Therefore, Lin Yuan had asked the Mother of Bloodbath about the choice of the 3 red water blood snakes' exclusive skills. Their exclusive skills were not important for the Mother of Bloodbath. After being fused with the Mother of Bloodbath's Calicity, these 3 red water blood snakes would be equal to a part of its body. Hence, they would be dominated by it and become the same as its exclusive skill. When Lin Yuan enhanced them, he didn't need to consider the choice of their exclusive skills when they were promoted to bronze. Chapter 480, Not a Self-Destructing Bucket. Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh as he looked at these 3 red water blood snakes. They indeed had the hornless dragon bloodline in them. Half a day ago, they had been sprinkled with realgar powder but seemed unharmed now. All of them were spirited. Lin Yuan enhanced the 3 red water blood snakes with the hornless dragon bloodline, and they were promoted to Bronze X/Epic a few hours later. Even though their exclusive skills when they were promoted to Bronze were not important, Lin Yuan still promoted them to Elite/Epic before promoting them to Bronze. From the 3 exclusive skills that appeared, he picked out the one that he thought was the most powerful. Lin Yuan then took out a Spirit Chi crystal and crushed it. Under Morbius guidance, the 3 Bronze/Epic red water blood snakes, 2 thick earth shellfish, and the aquamarine elemental shellfish that had failed to raise its quality before were all enhanced. Because the aquamarine elemental shellfish had previously absorbed the high pure Spirit Chi from the Spirit Chi crystals, it was on the verge of breaking through to Legend. So this time, all 6 Bronze/Epic feys were promoted to Legend thanks to 1 Spirit Chi crystal. Lin Yuan stored the 3 Bronze/Legend red water blood snakes into the Platinum Fey storage box and was going to give them to the Mother of Bloodbath when he returned to the royal capital. Immediately after that, he placed the aquamarine elemental shellfish and celestine elemental shellfish back into their original positions. Although the floating island whale, a heaven and earth fey, could devour the Spirit Chi, water energy and wind energy in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, there was a limit to it. Previously, the aquamarine elemental shellfish and celestine elemental shellfish were just enough for the floating island whale's consumption when they were at epic. After having their quality promoted now, Lin Yuan had 2 wind-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls produced by the celestine elemental shellfish and 2 water-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls produced by the aquamarine elemental shellfish every hour. Since the immature life-form sacrificial fire in the twin red pagoda's main flower could not finish absorbing the fire-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearl produced by the scorching elemental shellfish, the gathering speed had become a lot faster than before. Coupled with the 2 earth-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls produced by the thick earth elemental shellfish, the source sand could only consume 1 over a period. Therefore, the earth-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls basically equated to being an appetizer. Lin Yuan felt that although he had spent all the resources he could in the Indigo Azure Sea market, he would soon get rich based on the current rate of resource accumulation. Given the production speed of the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls in his hands, it wouldn't be too much for him to be called the Prince of Elemental Pearls. Lin Yuan looked at the time and found that it was already 5 o'clock in the morning. He had stayed up overnight in the Spirit Lock spatial zone again. Looking at the elemental shellfish constantly producing the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, he didn't feel tired but fulfilled. It was still early, as the agreed time to wake up with the others last night was 7:30. There were still nearly 2 hours left for him to continue enhancing the phase. He first took out the fairy source-type life form, the burning sunflower. When looking at this thumb-sized cactus-shaped burning sunflower, his expression paused when he was about to enhance it. Then he stored it back into the amber button-shaped diamond phase storage box. Chu Ci was now outside with Cold Moon for training and must have become stronger. Lin Yuan didn't know how strong she was now. Thus, it would be better to wait for her return and have some understanding of her phase before he took her Bronze/Epic Vajra Butterly over and promoted it together with the Burning Sunflower to Bronze/Legend. Chu Ci had grown up. As her brother, even if he wanted to be good to his sister, he had to respect her. Lin Yuan intended to let Chu Ci choose the Burning Sunflower's exclusive skill. She was now also a combat class Spirit Chi professional and was even clearer about her own path than others. He now only hoped that after the Burning Sunflower was nurtured, it could let her combat style be less rough. His Iron Bucket Sister Plan 3.0 was nurturing a solid iron bucket. Not a self-destructing bucket. If he raised her into a self-destructing bucket, Lin Yuan felt he would be simply letting down his identity as her older brother. After putting away the Burning Sunflower, Lin Yuan took the Heaven and Earth Fey, the Blood Brew Grapevine, out of the amber button-shaped diamond Fey storage box. The Platinum 4/Epic Blood Brew Grapevine that he had traded in the Indigo Azure Sea market was a mature Heaven and Earth Fey. For such a Fey, it only needed to be supplied with enough blood. The Blood Brew Grapevine could absorb the energy from blood to produce blood brew grapes. It had a very high demand for the quality and quantity of blood. If the Platinum Blood Brew Grapevine wanted to grow a bunch of blood brew grapes, it at least needed the blood energy from 1000 platinum phase that couldn't be supplied by ordinary blood. It must be the essence blood obtained after purification. The Blood Brew Grapevine also had very demanding requirements for essence blood. If the quality of the essence blood was not up to par, the produced blood brew grapes would be small. Lin Yuan had previously speculated about Red Thorn's Eyes of Relinquish and the Blood Brew Grapevine. He was now a bit apprehensive and didn't know whether the Blood Brew Grapevine could absorb the Eyes of Relinquish to produce blood brew grapes. Lin Yuan summoned Red Thorn from the leaf-shaped diamond Fey storage box. After Red Thorn saw him, it immediately became cheerful. It played with its huge flower that had obviously evolved more gill-shaped petals. Yuan. Red thorn, Mrs. Yu. Although its words from its gill-like flower were broken, red thorn had obviously shown what it wanted to express. During this time, it could be said that genius contributions couldn't go unnoticed. Ever since genius had agreed to teach red thorn to speak, it had been going to the leaf-shaped diamond fey storage box to guide red thorn dutifully. Chapter 481, Nurturing the Blood Brew Grapevine. The leaf-shaped diamond fey storage box used to contain the flesh of many dimensional life forms, so it gave off an odious stink. However, once red thorn's mouth of relinquish was activated, the energy waves emitted would be sufficient to force out any and all smells. Genius only needed to land on the mouth of relinquish's fleshy flowers when it entered the leaf-shaped diamond fey storage box. As such, Lin Yuan would no longer need to stuff paper balls made of leaf pulp up its nose. Lin Yuan thought that red thorn was truly genius's disciple, for it put on airs just like genius did. Lin Yuan was proud to see that red thorn was already able to produce simple voice statements. Red thorn had still been a plain, unformed source seed half a year ago, but it had blossomed quickly under his wing. Lin Yuan realized that red thorn's intelligence level was increasing as well. When it was digesting flesh in the leaf-shaped diamond fey storage box, it no longer stuffed itself mindlessly like it used to. It would now sprout vines that extracted the flesh from the gold-dimensional life forms. It would then transport the soluble flesh through the roots connecting the vines and the ortets, all the way to the mouth of relinquish. Next, the mouth of relinquish and tongue of relinquish would choose the best digesting agent suited to that particular dimensional life form before finally digesting the dimensional life form. This method sped up the digestive process considerably. However, the goal was not just to increase the digestion rate. Lin Yuan thought that this was a sign of red thorn's personality change. It was now conscious of its image and was trying to have etiquette. When red thorn first grew the thornless vine, it had simply asked Lin Yuan to tie it into a butterfly knot. But as time went on, red thorn started to want to improve its looks and requested Lin Yuan to use different colored ribbons to tie the butterfly knot. The previously emptied stock of Eye of Relinquish had grown to 30 within a day. Lin Yuan said to Red Thorn, can you harvest the Eyes of Relinquish which were meant to go into storage? Red Thorn had been playing with the 10 large gill-shaped flowers, but it grew serious and spat out some spores once Lin Yuan spoke. The spores sprouted 2 vines by Lin Yuan's feet. Red Thorn called out an Eye of Relinquish through the roots connected to the vines and dutifully handed it to Lin Yuan. Although Red Thorn could only produce about 60 Eyes of Relinquish, they would immediately turn into a sea of flowers or an important means of attack when combined during battle. Lin Yuan had also witnessed Red Thorn harvesting Eyes of Relinquish on command in a fight. The thornless vine had been using the Eye of Relinquish as a toy. When Lin Yuan saw the blood brew grapevines, he came up with the idea of using the Eye of Relinquish to nurture it. The mouth of Relinquish digested rapidly. Unfortunately, Red Thorn's rate of evolution was slow. As such, the mouth of Relinquish could only start to replenish the Eye of Relinquish when the number fell below 60. Only then would Red Thorn activate the mouth of Relinquish to turn the excess digested flesh into the Eyes of Relinquish for storage. Thus, Lin Yuan's depletion of the Eyes of Relinquish would not slow down Red Thorn's evolution. It only required a large intake of dimensional life form flesh. Lin Yuan placed an Eye of Relinquish into the roots of the blood brew grapevine. As a Platinum 4/Epic Fey, the blood brew grapevine could consume nutrients through its roots. If the blood brew grapevine could not absorb the pure energy from the Eye of Relinquish, Lin Yuan would need to go on Star Web to purchase Platinum Fey blood. The purchased Platinum Fey blood would be used to nurture the blood brew grapevine into growing blood brew grapes. When the Eye of Relinquish was placed at the blood brew grapevine's roots, Lin Yuan held his breath and watched the blood brew grapevine's movements. What he saw was the blood brew grapevine's roots encapsulating the Eye of Relinquish, squeezing it tighter and tighter. The sharp roots jabbed at the Eye of Relinquish. Lin Yuan was surprised by what he saw. He did not expect Red Thorn's Eye of Relinquish to be so resilient. Or perhaps it was the blood brew grapevine's roots that were too weak. Lin Yuan produced a feather made of day and night spirit silver using his source sand and slashed an opening in the Eye of Relinquish. A few of the blood brew grapevine's roots were then able to tunnel in through the opening. Lin Yuan soon noticed the rippling blood-red energy around the blood brew grapevine. The blood brew grapevine's seller had set up a shelf for it. All of a sudden, new vines were growing out of it. The sticky red sap, where the blood brew grapes had been slashed open, was slowly starting to dry. When Lin Yuan reached out to touch it, the layer of red tree sap immediately fell away. The wound had become shallow. The blood brew grapevine quickly absorbed the Eye of Relinquish. After only 20 minutes, the blood in the eye of Relinquish was almost all gone. Lin Yuan noticed that the rate at which the blood brew grapevine absorbed the eye of Relinquish was similar to the rate at which red thorn produced the eye of Relinquish. Lin Yuan placed the remaining 29 eyes of Relinquish at the blood brew grapevine's roots and then used the day and night spirit silver feather to cut an opening in every eye of Relinquish. The opening was small enough to ensure that the blood energy in each eye of Relinquish would not leak while still allowing the blood brew grapevine's roots easy access. Chapter 482, Greed and Change. When Lin Yuan was done, he noticed that the blood brew grapevine was rather greedy. It originally did not have many roots, but it had grown numerous more in order to absorb all the eyes of Relinquish. The new roots soon joined the old roots in entering the eyes of Relinquish. The blood brew grapevine only started to absorb the blood energy in the eyes of Relinquish after it had ensured that it had engulfed every piece. Lin Yuan noticed that the blood brew grapevine had its little tricks when it came to this process. The blood brew grapevine's new roots were much sharper than the old ones, and they were covered with a wooden exterior. The blood brew grapevine no longer needed Lin Yuan's help thanks to the new roots. It could now break down the eyes of Relinquish's defenses on its own. The blood energy from each of the 29 eyes of Relinquish was eventually all absorbed into the blood brew grapevine's body. The vines on top of the blood brew grapevine started to playfully dangle its new roots. With the addition of its new roots, the blood brew grapevine looked as though it had grown twice in size. Lin Yuan was unbothered. The old person who had sold the blood brew grapevine should have pruned all of its vines and leaves. All that was left was the main vine. This ensured that all the blood energy the blood brew grapevine absorbed would be focused on growing blood brew grapes along the main vine. However, Lin Yuan preferred the blood brew grapevine to grow more vines so as to increase the number of blood brew grapes it produced at a time. Although this would undoubtedly increase the blood brew grapes' growing time, not pruning the new vines could also preserve the energy in the blood brew grapevine's body. After all, the blood brew grapevine needed to channel more blood energy into regrowing the parts that had been pruned. The mother of bloodbath would need to eat an immeasurable number of blood brew grapes if it wanted to promote to myth 3. As such, the mother of bloodbath would be able to eat its fill of blood brew grapes whenever the blood brew grapevine produced its maximum number of blood brew grapes. Lin Yuan did a quick check to ensure that everything was in order before storing both red thorn and the blood brew grapevine into the leaf-shaped diamond fey storage box. Previously, Lin Yuan had not instructed red thorn to store its eyes of Relinquish because of his experimentation on the eyes of Relinquish. But now that Lin Yuan was going to get red thorn to continuously produce eyes of Relinquish to nurture the blood brew grapevine, it was better to maintain the 60 eyes of Relinquish on red thorn. The extra eyes of Relinquish would be placed at the blood brew grapevine's roots. The source sand might be Lin Yuan's current main choice of fey to use in battle, but red thorn's fighting abilities could strike a team as a whole. It could only be of significant use under the right circumstances. Lin Yuan was accustomed to expanding the range of effectiveness of his fighting power, for it allowed him to utilize the best action regardless of what situation he was facing. Despite already having powerful guardians like the Mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer by his side, not to mention the extreme token the Moon Empress had given him, Lin Yuan felt it was best to remain on his toes. Since the blood brew grapevine could absorb the eyes of Relinquish and was growing rapidly, Lin Yuan could now set his worries at ease. This undeniably helped Lin Yuan save a large amount of money. The eyes of Relinquish came from water world dimensional life forms. They had enormous bodies, and each piece of their flesh was sold for cheap. It was the most affordable meat ingredient in the world. Since Red Thorn could rely on these water world dimensional life forms to sustain itself, it saved Lin Yuan the effort of collecting the blood of feys. Lin Yuan used to stress about how to procure the water world dimensional life forms, but one stroll through the Indigo Azure Sea market had resolved that worry. It was almost time for the Dimensional Rift's active period. There was an endless stream of people coming to trade for water world dimensional life forms with the Indigo Azure Guards. Lin Yuan planned to strike up a deal with the middle-aged man when he returned to the royal capital. It would be best if he managed to get his hands on some water world dimensional life form to store in the Diamond Fey storage box. Suddenly, Lin Yuan realized that if the Mother of Bloodbath knew that the blood brew grapes it consumed were made from water world dimensional life forms, it might be repulsed. Lin Yuan dismissed the thought as unimportant. The important thing was that the blood brew grapes were packed full of the sparkling blood energy that the Mother of Bloodbath needed. Now that he had finished all his additional chores, Lin Yuan could focus on his own affairs. Lin Yuan took the mountain-containing embryo he had traded out of the button-shaped Fey storage box. The mountain-containing embryo was jumping around, and it looked like a bean to Lin Yuan. The mountain-containing embryo carried an air of virtue as it leaped about. It seemed as though this small yellow ball could even scale mountains. It could also be said that the mountain-containing embryo felt like it was part of the mountains itself. Lin Yuan turned the source sand into some landscape rocks and wrapped the jumping mountain-containing embryo inside. Lin Yuan could feel the source sand's strange happiness, showing that it was glad to be of service to him. Inside of the mountain-containing embryo was the ever-changing consciousness of the mountains. Thus, when the source sand was covering over the mountain-containing embryo, it could use metal-consume manifestation to devour the day and night spirit silver. It would use its memory of the shape of the divine travel black swallow's feather to produce the golden feathers grey grew when it evolved into the sky-clouded crane. The golden feather was much more complicated to produce than the divine travel black swallow's feathers. Hence, some time was needed in order to fully memorize and implement the change. The source sand would also take time to fully absorb the mountain-containing embryo's altered abilities. As such, Lin Yuan stored the hard-working source sand away. Chapter 483, Can't Sit Even If. While the source sand was changing into its button form, it looked as though it was housing a potato. Lin Yuan could not help but wonder if this was what people were referring to when they said even the humblest objects carried a certain amount of majesty. Since there was not much time left, Lin Yuan left the spirit lock spatial zone and returned to his tent. The faint aroma of seafood porridge drifted into the tent. He realized that Big Brother Lu must have started on breakfast. Lin Yuan stretched and strolled out of his tent. When he walked out of the tent, Lin Yuan noticed that the mother of bloodbath had also woken up. It was standing next to Lu Ji, who was cooking a huge pot of seafood porridge. Every now and then, it would toss a few pieces of shelled prawns, dried scallops, and abalone pieces into the bubbling pot. The mother of bloodbath kept adding ingredients, and it did not look like it was going to stop anytime soon. The more ingredients the mother of bloodbath threw in, the more vigorously Lu Ji's eyelids twitched, especially when it added the abalone pieces. Lu Ji finally had to stop it. If you add more abalone pieces, the porridge will be too thick. The mother of bloodbath stopped adding the seafood and asked, "This is my first time cooking. What if Lin Yuan, listen, and the rest don't like the taste because there are too few ingredients?" Lu Ji pulled out a crystal bottle of salt and handed it to the mother of bloodbath. "The seafood was bought first thing this morning. You also added some platinum abalone liver juices. There's no way it won't taste delicious. All we need to do now is to add some salt to bring out the porridge's freshness. About 4 shakes of this crystal bottle should be enough." Lin Yuan's eyebrow jumped when he heard that the mother of bloodbath was the chef behind this morning's breakfast. But he saw how attentively Lu Ji was guiding it, even giving specific instructions on how much salt to add, so the food might as well have been cooked by Lu Ji himself. The mother of bloodbath was more like a sous chef. The blazing sun set the entire sky alight, and foamy waves crashed softly on the shores. The ocean spray was completely devoid of life. The sea burial lotus flower had utterly removed all traces of energy from the coastal seas, essentially leaving it barren. It could very well take more than 100 years for the area to recover. Without feys in the shores, there should be no danger as long as a water world dimensional rift did not open up here, making the area suitable for a holiday location. Lin Yuan reveled in the abundant variety of ingredients, specifically the mother of bloodbath's mouth-watering seafood porridge. Unfortunately for the Zhang family, they were not having a gleeful time. A middle-aged man with 3 scars on his face was pushing a wheelchair along a narrow path that cut through an expansive yard. The dawn air was still pregnant with night chill. The skinny youth in the wheelchair had a thick blanket draped over him and was dressed in a set of white wool robes. The scarred middle-aged man pulled the blanket tighter around the youth as he bowed and said, "Third young master, you've been out twice as long as usual. How about we return after walking through this alley?" The skinny youth in the wheelchair was in a good mood as he replied, "No rush. I want to visit the cherry blossom forest after we're done walking around here. It's a pity that it doesn't snow in Indigo Azure City. The red cherry blossoms aren't as vibrant when they're not viewed against the blank white canvas of snow." The scarred middle-aged man knew that the third young master's mood could not simply be described as good. He knew why the third young masters had such a bright and spirited demeanor. "Third young master, there was a blizzard at sea last night, but it only lasted for a short while," said the scarred middle-aged man. The skinny youth chuckled. "The snow might have stopped above the sea, but it must have moved to another area. It wouldn't just end so abruptly. If only my legs were strong. I could have enjoyed the ocean view last night." The skinny youth suddenly asked, "Uncle Fu, you said that even Nightmare 6 disappeared. How's second brother taking it?" The scarred middle-aged man did not respond because he knew that the third young master was only engaging in soliloquy. He was actually detached from reality at the moment. Disturbing him while he was in such a state would only spell trouble. Suddenly, the third young master heaved a sigh. Well, second brother's legs are still working. At least, he'll be able to do something about it. If he was like me, he'd truly be crippled by helplessness. The middle-aged man suddenly felt the initially exceptionally pleasant weather shift as a cold wind kicked up. A figure surreptitiously appeared beside the skinny youth's wheelchair. He was dressed in black robes and had a figure which would tower over the average person, giving his black robe a wide and voluminous appearance. The black figure whispered into the skinny youth's ear, "Third young master, I've confirmed that Nightmare 6 is dead. I've also sent the item as per your orders." The skinny youth in the wheelchair stretched contentedly, and his fingers rapped on the wheelchair's armrest. His mood had apparently improved. Lin Yuan emerged from the ocean, having just checked on the ethereal jellyfish's progress of collecting the floating silver. He realized that the ethereal jellyfish was collecting the floating silver strands much faster than he had anticipated. It had already collected 1/3 of the floating silver strands from the ocean floor in just one night. This meant that all of the floating silver strands would be collected at the same time tomorrow. Zhou Luo's lava dragon lizard was instrumental in this result. After spending a day in the ocean, Lin Yuan felt that spirit chi professionals had stringent criteria when picking their contracted feys. The majority of feys could only control one of the three realms: the sea, the land, and the skies. There were very few feys that could control 2 or even 3. Different feys could use different abilities in different environments. For example, no matter how strong Lu Ji's insect queen became, it could only rely on its lightning-gathering moths and hurricane owlet moths to fight against enemies from the sea surface. When it came to enemies that were submerged underwater, Lu Ji would be helpless. Lin Yuan felt it was necessary for him to contract a real aquatic fey in the future besides Red Thorn that could fight underwater. Chapter 484, The Two Who Earned a Lot. Lin Yuan's phone suddenly rang. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he saw the caller. After picking up the phone, Lin Yuan heard the opposite party speak first. "I don't think it's possible to exchange any dimensional life form's flesh for the water world dimensional life form's flesh anymore." The voice coming from the other end of the phone was very forthright, with a hint of apology. Lin Yuan subconsciously replied, "It's okay even if you can't exchange any dimensional life form's flesh. I have a lot of abyss-dimensional life form's flesh here as well." The middle-aged man on the other end of the phone realized that Lin Yuan had gotten the wrong idea and hurriedly said, "We exchanged the water world dimensional life form's flesh for the demon dimensional life form's flesh. It's only because it's easier to sell the disassembled spiritual materials from the demon dimensional life form's flesh. Our boss has found a way to exchange the water world dimensional life form's flesh for some basic supplies. Therefore, I would have to go back on the exchange condition that I promised you before." When Lin Yuan heard that, his eyebrows immediately jumped wildly. He had managed to find a way to exchange for water world dimensional life form's flesh with much difficulty, so he couldn't just let it go like that. Moreover, hundreds of gold water world dimensional life form's flesh would have to be consumed every day for Red Thorn to use its mouth of Relinquish at full capacity to spawn the eyes of Relinquish to nurture the blood brew grapevine and allow Red Thorn to evolve its ability to breathe underwater. Previously, those that he had exchanged were only enough for Red Thorn's mouth of Relinquish to consume for a month or so. As Red Thorn became stronger and stronger, with acid secreted by the tongue of Relinquish that specialized in digesting water world dimensional life forms, Lin Yuan's demand for gold water world dimensional life forms flesh had to be on another level. How could he not have the water world dimensional life forms flesh? The middle-aged man on the other side of the phone was an Indigo Azure Guard, so the boss he mentioned must be the Indigo Azure Guard captain. Lin Yuan didn't know if he had come to the desolate island yesterday with the 2 guard envoys. Since the Indigo Azure Guard captain had done that in exchange for basic supplies, Lin Yuan could also provide basic supplies. Apart from basic supplies, in order to be able to exchange gold water world dimensional life forms flesh, Lin Yuan would even be willing to take out some relatively rare materials. As long as he could always use the water world dimensional life forms flesh, it was akin to doing the most economical thing. "Uncle, I'm not only able to take out basic supplies here, but I can even provide fine goods and some rare spiritual materials to exchange for the water world dimensional life form's flesh." As he spoke, Lin Yuan was a bit puzzled. He needed the water world dimensional life form's flesh as rations for Red Thorn. Why exactly did other people need such a smelly thing like the water world dimensional life form's flesh? While Lin Yuan was puzzled, he didn't know that the middle-aged man on the other end of the phone was even more puzzled. What's wrong with this world? How can someone be willing to take out fine goods and rare spiritual materials to exchange for gold water world dimensional life forms flesh? Rich people are really something. When boss found a channel where he could exchange the water world dimensional life forms flesh for basic supplies, it was like New Year's for the Indigo Azure Guards. The Indigo Azure Guards usually discarded most of the water world dimensional life forms flesh every year. The middle-aged man, who had previously discarded the water world dimensional life forms flesh, didn't feel it was a waste, but it was a little painful to think about. Lin Yuan soon heard the middle-aged man on the other end of the phone speak frankly again. If you can really take out fine goods and rare spiritual materials, our boss will naturally not refuse. However, if you want to reach long-term cooperation, you can't buy as little at one time as before. The middle-aged man suddenly felt a burst of pleasure. He now had the water world dimensional life forms flesh. Why did he suddenly feel that he was holding a precious bargaining chip and could start bargaining? Lin Yuan felt even better after hearing the middle-aged man's words. In the future, every time I exchange, it'll be in the form of one diamond fey storage box. We will still follow the previous price, except that I'll convert the price of the demon dimensional life forms flesh according to the price sold on Star Web. The price of the fine goods and rare spiritual materials will also be based on the Star Web price. What do you think about it, uncle? The middle-aged man had cancelled the agreement of the previous transaction mainly due to the loss of value in the process of reselling the spiritual materials broken down from the demon flesh, which had been exchanged with the water world dimensional life forms flesh. In addition to the value loss, breaking down various demon flesh among the abyss dimensional life forms also took a lot of time, and he was willing to use fine goods and rare spiritual materials to exchange. It would be like helping the middle-aged man offset the price difference in between. This middle-aged man should be willing to do so. In Lin Yuan's opinion, converting all the prices on Star Web was a more cost-effective price for the middle-aged man. After all, the price of the demon dimensional life forms flesh on Star Web was far more expensive than the actual value by about 1% to 2%. As expected, Lin Yuan immediately heard the middle-aged man's cheerful laughter after he finished speaking. You're fastidious. Lin Yuan couldn't help but be embarrassed when he heard how the middle-aged man had addressed him. Previously, he had called him uncle, but now, this middle-aged man was calling him brother, so Lin Yuan couldn't call him uncle anymore. At this moment, the middle-aged man said, "Brother, the active period of the dimensional rift is about to begin and will last for nearly half a year, so I can't offer any more trades during this period. The next time should be 6 months later. If you need a lot of water world dimensional life forms flesh, you need to finish the deal with me before tomorrow. Otherwise, our boss may empty all the dimensional life forms flesh now in exchange for some ordinary supplies that can improve the meals of the feys." After hearing the middle-aged man's words, Lin Yuan immediately stated, "It might be better for me to look for you in Indigo Azure City. It just so happens that I have an empty diamond fey storage box, which can just be filled up when trading." After agreeing on the location with the middle-aged man, Lin Yuan hung up the phone. At that moment, a rather serious voice suddenly came from behind the middle-aged man, whose face was happy. "Why are you smiling like that? Listen to you laughing at the door for nearly a minute. Why? You finally found a girlfriend after being single your entire life." Chapter 485, Truly a Classy Person. The middle-aged man frowned and said, "Captain, don't you think you should arrange a girlfriend for me after all my hard work?" The Indigo Azure Guard captain was the azure armor-wearing man Lin Yuan had met on the deserted island. The Indigo Azure Guard captain patted the middle-aged man's shoulder and chided him playfully. "You brat, I've been single for 5 years longer than you. Are you really asking me to set you up now? Quickly, be serious now. Let's go take care of all the water world dimensional life forms we have stored up. Then we'll talk." The middle-aged man scratched the back of his head before smiling devilishly. "Captain, I think I closed a huge deal. We don't need to exchange half of the water world dimensional life form flesh for ordinary supplies." The Indigo Azure Guard captain kicked the middle-aged man. "Stop stalling and just speak what's on your mind. I've been super busy these 2 days and haven't had much sleep. I'm in no mood to entertain you." After being kicked, the middle-aged man dutifully told the Indigo Azure Guard about the deal he had struck with Lin Yuan over the phone. The Indigo Azure Guard captain frowned slightly as the deal seemed too good to be true. If the deal went through, the Indigo Azure Guards would be able to receive an enormous amount of basic supplies, fine goods, and rare spiritual materials before the dimensional rift. However, such a sweet deal needed to be investigated thoroughly. The Indigo Azure Guard captain had come to ask the middle-aged man to go trade water-world dimensional life-form flesh with him. Now that they had another buyer, they could cover it on the way. The possibility of being able to trade for rare spiritual materials and fine goods at hand would make anyone dive straight in. How much water-world dimensional life-form flesh does the other party want? The middle-aged man grinned from ear to ear. They want a diamond fey storage box worth of it. The Indigo Azure Guard captain was shocked and pondered over the information. When he came back to his senses, the middle-aged was still standing at his original spot. He coughed and said, "Then what are you waiting for? Go and get ready. Besides the diamond fey storage box, make extra preparations." The middle-aged man made a sound of acknowledgement and bustled off to prepare. The Indigo Azure Guard captain thought to himself, "I'll have to see for myself how this plays out. What kind of rare spiritual materials and fine goods will they use to exchange for the diamond fey storage box? There are so many kinds. The more popular items will be snatched up immediately. If it's just some worthless items, it will mean they merely want to transfer the load onto me. If that happens, I'm better off just trading for regular daily necessities." After Lin Yuan hung up, he informed his comrades that he was going to head into Indigo Azure City first to trade. Endless Summer told the Mother of Bloodbath to continue separating Nightmare 6's spiritual ingredients. It transformed into a gorgeous ball-shaped light purple flower and landed on the jade bead of Lin Yuan's spirit chi clothes. It gave Lin Yuan's white attire a pop of color. Apparently, Endless Summer planned to enter Indigo Azure City with Lin Yuan. It was taking precautionary measures against the Zheng family's possible retaliation. Lin Yuan understood where Endless Summer was coming from. Despite its concerns, Lin Yuan felt that the Zheng family currently did not have the heart to come after them for revenge. The Zheng family might be a veteran faction, but they had lost 2 of their Emperor-class experts. Moreover, 2 of their Spirit Guard envoys were in Indigo Azure City, meaning the Zheng family was currently short-handed. At present, they needed to be more careful when they were in Indigo Azure City, in case the 2 veteran factions who allied with the Zheng family tried to cause him harm. Although the loss of the 2 Emperor-class experts was not enough to remove the 3 families' hold on power, it did result in the Zheng family becoming the weakest link. This time, the Mother of Bloodbath did not fight with Endless Summer about going to Indigo Azure City with Lin Yuan. The Mother of Bloodbath might be Lin Yuan's path protector, but Endless Summer was currently stronger. In spite of the strong front it was putting up, the Mother of Bloodbath needed time to recover from its previous injury. Lu Ji and Listen, who were free in the daytime, went into the ocean to help the ethereal jellyfish collect the floating silver strands. The ethereal jellyfish might be able to collect the floating silver strands, but it lacked the fine motor skills to properly organize and store them. Zhou Luo watched in shock as Lu Ji and Listen started competing again. Zhou Luo did not understand why they would use something so bitter as a betting stake. The platinum bitter gourd pulp might as well be poison. When Lin Yuan arrived at the agreed-upon restaurant in Indigo Azure City, he realized the middle-aged man had not arrived. He sat and observed the sight in the restaurant. The place was abuzz with customers. It was still morning, but numerous customers were seated in the store and had ordered drinks, fruit platters, and sweet biscuits. Lin Yuan ordered freshly squeezed watermelon juice as he waited for the middle-aged man. He started to organize the fey storage box he had obtained from Jiao Hanshong. The leaf-shaped diamond fey storage box held a fair amount of dimensional life-form flesh, as well as some wild feys he had caught deep in the endless forest. Hence, Lin Yuan planned on emptying Jiao Hanshong's fey storage box so it could be used to store the dimensional life forms. Lin Yuan had never delved into Jiao Hanshong's fey storage box before. Now, he saw that Jiao Hanshong had not gathered many resources. He must have invested most of his resources on the cold snow pine. Almost immediately after, Lin Yuan realized he was wrong. Jiao Hanshong was truly a classy person. The diamond fey storage box had always been used to store supplies, but Jiao Hanshong had managed to produce an atmosphere akin to Morbius's Spirit Lock spatial zone. Although it did not have the Spirit Lock spatial zone's effects, its interior resembled a small garden. Chapter 486, Looking forward to working together again. The Fey box contained hundreds of flora and fauna that had obviously been carefully taken care of. The leaves were pruned to perfection, evidence of loving nurturing. Lin Yuan used Morbius True Data to check and found that many of the plants were of a rare species. Unfortunately, they did not have much practical use as most of them were just edible ingredients. There were 20 platinum climbing roses that had grown flower buds. The roses were a superior breed, and one stalk could probably sell for 10 million radiance dollars. As long as there was a wall, regardless of the height, the climbing roses would be able to grow upward and bloom, creating a beautiful wall of flowers. The scent from the large green petals acted as a natural mosquito and fly repellent but still attracted butterflies. Jiao Hanzhong must have gone through a lot of trouble to collect all these plants because such rare plants could not be bought with money. He must have spent decades collecting all of them. The Class 5 spirit craftsman Hu Chuan had already started to look for an architect to begin the Dome Guild Club's construction. The plants from Jiao Hanzhong's Fey storage box would be perfect as decoration in the Guild Club. A small garden could also be built outside the mansion's bamboo forest, where the rare plants could be cultivated. Lin Yuan continued looking through the items inside of Jiao Hanzhong's Fey storage box. He discovered 50 source-type items inside. Ignoring all the rare plants, this had to be the majority of Jiao Hanzhong's wealth. After Lin Yuan set aside the items he deemed more valuable and harder to source from the items he planned to trade for water world dimensional life form flesh. When he was finally done organizing Jiao Hanzhong's Fey storage box, he took a big gulp of watermelon juice. A few more gulps later, Lin Yuan caught sight of the middle-aged man walking toward him. The middle-aged man waved at Lin Yuan when he saw him, and Lin Yuan hastily stood up to wave back. Lin Yuan noticed a familiar figure next to the middle-aged man. It was the Indigo Azure Guard captain he saw on the deserted island. Lin Yuan waved in greeting to the Indigo Azure Guard captain as well. The Indigo Azure Guard captain was shocked to see Lin Yuan. The Indigo Azure Guard captain did not expect the trading partner to be the same person who seemed to have a complicated relationship with the two guard envoys. The middle-aged man took a seat opposite Lin Yuan and ordered peanuts. Lin Yuan handed Jiao Hanzhong's Fey storage box to him and asked, "Please take a look at the items inside. Do you think they're worth trading for some water world dimensional life form flesh?" Lin Yuan had already organized the items inside. After he removed the items he wanted to keep for himself, he realized the remaining pile was rather scarce. Hence, he had added 200 silver/elite usnias. Lin Yuan had carefully calculated the value of the items and had deemed it more than enough. When the middle-aged man was done looking through the items, the peanuts that he had popped into his mouth tumbled out. The Indigo Azure Guard captain frowned. What's wrong with him? How could he have asked me to introduce him to a girl? It would only ruin the poor girl's life. The middle-aged man passed the Fey storage box to the Indigo Azure Guard captain. After the Indigo Azure Guard captain was done looking through the Fey storage box, his jaw dropped too. If he had eaten peanuts like the middle-aged man, he would probably have choked. One careful look was enough for the Indigo Azure Guard captain to be certain that the items inside were definitely enough. There were even silver usnias that could continuously reproduce. It was great value for money. Although there were some risky items as well, if a hot item like the usnia was priced according to Star Web prices, the masked youth would be able to sense his sincerity for sure. The Indigo Azure Guard captain handed the filled Fey storage box as well as the extra-dimensional life form flesh to Lin Yuan. "I look forward to working together with you again," said the Indigo Azure Guard captain. Lin Yuan did not reject the extra water world dimensional life form flesh, just like how the middle-aged man and the Indigo Azure Guard captain did not reject the extra rare spiritual materials. Lin Yuan set his worries at ease after the trade, as he would no longer need to be concerned over sourcing for water world dimensional life forms. Lin Yuan had also saved a large sum of money. The journey back was smooth. Lin Yuan and Endless Summer were back on the deserted island. The Mother of Bloodbath was almost done separating Nightmare 6. When the Mother of Bloodbath saw Lin Yuan, it offered him all the resources it had gleaned from the cold snow pine and the dream-eating bat. "Look at my handiwork. Haven't I improved by leaps and bounds since the time I separated that old crow?" Lin Yuan noticed it had been detail-orientated and separated out the different spiritual ingredients into different crystal bottles. He gave the Mother of Bloodbath a thumbs up. The Mother of Bloodbath could be a professional. It proudly accepted Lin Yuan's praise and stretched as it took out its phone. "My phone is almost out of battery. Lend me your phone. I want to share the recipe for my grilled seafood with my online friends," said the Mother of Bloodbath to Lin Yuan. Despite his twitching eyebrows, Lin Yuan gave it his phone. The Mother of Bloodbath had shared many of Lu Ji's dishes, and its online friends had quickly become loyal fans. However, only those who had tasted Lu Ji's food would know the true joy behind it. After becoming used to his delicious food, Lin Yuan could now feel that Spirit Food Pavilion's food was not up to par. There were just some dishes that Lu Ji was better at cooking. Chapter 487, Blooming Osmanthus. Lin Yuan went into the ocean after giving the Mother of Bloodbath his phone. He saw Lu Ji and Zhou Luo with green oxygen sea anemones over their mouths. They were bundling the floating silver strands the ethereal jellyfish had found into a ball. Lin Yuan was about to help when Zhou Luo handed him the bundled floating silver strands and pointed toward the surface of the water. Both men floated up to the surface. "Young master, we've already formed a total of 47 bundles. Each bundle consists of a kilometer of floating silver strands," said Zhou Luo. Lin Yuan gasped in spite of himself. The floating silver strands in his hands were already worth a small fortune. Besides blocking spatial fluctuations, the floating silver could also be used to create the trunks of fey carriages or pad walls as an anti-spy mechanism. Hu Chuan could probably get numerous uses out of the floating silver strands. "You should get back to the shore, young master. You don't need to go underwater. The three of us are more than capable of keeping up with the speed of your ethereal jellyfish. In fact, I find myself free a lot of the time," said Zhou Luo ruefully. Lin Yuan took into account Zhou Luo's words and expression. His mind immediately thought of the possibility that Lu Ji and Listen were up to another one of their strange competitions. Since he was of no help underwater, Lin Yuan returned to the island. He requested Lu Ji's insect queen to produce a hurricane owlet moth so he could dry his clothes and proceeded to return to his test. He decided to enter the spirit lock spatial zone again as some time had passed, and he wanted to check if the source sand had changed in any way after absorbing the mountain-containing embryo. Zhou Luo dove underwater once again. The more time Zhou Luo spent with Lin Yuan, the more he noticed the differences between Lin Yuan and other influential young masters. Lin Yuan did not carry himself with their overwhelming arrogance. Zhou Luo could distinctly feel the closeness and graciousness Lin Yuan extended to himself and others. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan had realized a fragrance had arisen in the spirit lock spatial zone. It was a familiar scent because it was very similar to that of the silver stamen gold luster caches at the Radiant Moon Palace entrance. However, it was heavier than the silver stamen gold luster cache's perfume. The fragrance carried a subtle hint of bitterness. When he had been strengthening grey yesterday, Lin Yuan had noticed the cinnabar sweet osmanthus, which had lost its tree core half a year ago, was growing a smattering of small flower buds. Lin Yuan had been too focused on grey yesterday and had not paid much attention to the cinnabar sweet osmanthus's changes. Lin Yuan remembered that although the cinnabar sweet osmanthus had demonstrated signs of recovering from its injuries before, it had never produced flower buds. Yet, small scarlet flowers had bloomed all over the cinnabar sweet osmanthus's branches now. The flowers were flooding the branches, almost completely obscuring the leaves. Occasionally, some of the flowers would fall, landing on the white pure land of bliss. It resembled a rain of flowers and created the same ambience of elegant beauty. When the pure land of bliss was absorbing the world grace yesterday, it must have benefited the cinnabar sweet osmanthus on top of it as well. If the cinnabar sweet osmanthus received an unexpected boost, what about the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree? Lin Yuan scanned the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree next to the cinnabar sweet osmanthus and noticed that the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree's branch that housed Chime's nest had grown a new branch. Although the new branch did not increase the size of Chime's nest, it did make the nest appear more lustrous. Lin Yuan could vaguely feel that the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree was sending gold energy to the nest at a slightly faster speed than before. Such an increase was not noticeable if not scrutinized. The wind speed rapid antelope Lin Yuan had put in charge was currently manipulating the wind into forming a vortex. It was hard at work gathering the scarlet flowers that had fallen on the pure land of bliss. When the wind speed rapid antelope sensed Lin Yuan entering the spirit lock spatial zone, it bolted over to him and hopped around in delight. It was more affectionate than usual. The wind speed rapid antelope had a different relationship with Lin Yuan than the other non-contracted feys he was nurturing. The wind speed rapid antelope had seen for itself how Lin Yuan had swooped down and saved it from tipping over the cliff of death. Lin Yuan had provided it with a lovely place to stay. Thus, the wind speed rapid antelope felt as much gratitude and affection toward Lin Yuan as Chime and Genius. Lin Yuan stroked the wind speed rapid antelope's small head. Lin Yuan looked at the 7 bronze/legend elemental shellfish he had placed around the spirit lock spatial zone. Other than those that had been absorbed by the floating island whale and the twin red pagoda, the rest of the elemental shellfish had produced elemental pearls. The wind speed rapid antelope had gathered and placed them all neatly in a pile. Lin Yuan marched over to the elemental pearls and took out the Celestine elemental shellfish's heavenly maiden grade elemental pearl. He then handed it to the wind speed rapid antelope. Previously, Lin Yuan had never thought of nurturing the wind speed rapid antelope, which was why he had never invested resources into it. But now, Lin Yuan had decided to nurture it. Although the wind-speed rapid antelope did not have a good foundation, Lin Yuan did not despise it in the least. The fallen flowers of the cinnabar sweet osmanthus were precious. The cinnabar sweet osmanthus flowers could be used as a rejuvenating supplement, had detoxing properties, and could suppress toxins in the body. Although it did not have the same effects as the silver stamen gold luster cashews flowers, which had the marrow cleansing ability that improved the body's genetic model, the cinnabar sweet osmanthus's flowers were still a premium edible ingredient. The Manners maple syrup consumed during breakfast could be replaced with the nectar of the cinnabar sweet osmanthus's flowers. Lin Yuan noted the wind-speed rapid antelope's thoughtfulness. The wind-speed rapid antelope was a fey that could spiritually transform elemental energy, making it able to experience the pure blustering wind energy inside the elemental pearl. The wind-speed rapid antelope carefully nudged Lin Yuan's hand, lowered its head, and swiveled its neck. Chapter 488, Closer to the Truth. The wind-speed rapid antelope's action seemed to be hinting Lin Yuan help it wear the wind elemental pearl on its neck. Lin Yuan smiled and crushed the wind element heavenly maiden grade pearl before signaling for the wind-speed rapid antelope to eat it. The wind-speed rapid antelope's current intelligence was just like the reliant pets that people had in Lin Yuan's previous life. As long as you take some action, they would be able to understand the meaning of your action. If Lin Yuan spoke to the wind-speed rapid antelope with words, it still couldn't understand. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan spoke to the wind-speed rapid antelope like how he spoke to Genius and Chimey. Little fellow, with your current body, you will need to use one elemental pearl every 3 days. From now on, I will feed you one pearl every 3 days. The wind-speed rapid antelope saw Lin Yuan crushing the nice pearl and passing it over with his palm. It didn't understand why Lin Yuan was so wasteful and allowed it to eat such a great thing. However, the wind-speed rapid antelope still delightfully licked all the pearl powder. Lin Yuan shook his head helplessly. Is this little fellow afraid that the elemental pearl powder will go to waste, or is it washing my hand? Isn't this a little too clean? Since the wind-speed rapid antelope wasn't powerful innately and didn't receive nurturing when it was young, Lin Yuan decided to rely on resources to develop the wind-speed rapid antelope. Such a priceless treasure was something Lin Yuan could obtain effortlessly. However, it was hard to find another wind-speed rapid antelope that was so considerate and sensible. It was also able to use its instincts to tidy up the spirit lock spatial zone so orderly. Even if he could find another one, Lin Yuan felt that it would never be as fateful as this little fellow here. With the pleasant surprise of the cinnabar sweet osmanthus blooming flowers, Lin Yuan went closer to observe the cinnabar osmanthus haworthia that was living on the cinnabar sweet osmanthus. After taking a look, Lin Yuan realized that the cinnabar osmanthus haworthia had already progressed from gold 8 to gold X. Furthermore, it grew long and thin tassels. When Lin Yuan saw the tassels, he knew that it was an indication that the cinnabar osmanthus haworthia was going to bear fruit. Lin Yuan was truly looking forward to the cinnabar osmanthus haworthia's fruit. Once the fruit was ripe, it would allow Lin Yuan to enhance his spiritual energy. It was something that he never dared to meddle with. Even though the enhancement wouldn't be much, it could allow Lin Yuan to pick another fey without thinking about the limits of his spiritual energy, allowing him to have more choices. After everything was settled, Lin Yuan made the source sand transform it into its sand form. Lin Yuan realized that the mountain-containing embryo was indeed smaller than before. However, the source sand was still in its original state and had yet to upgrade from Fantasy I to Fantasy II. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan could obviously feel the source sand's extreme transformation. Previously, when the source sand was split in two, it would be to split up the original body and the sand that it produced by using the ground. But now, the source sand could produce a kind of sand that was high in density. The high-density sand might not be superior in control as compared to the source sand itself, but Lin Yuan had better control over it than the source sand's produced sand. The amount of high-density sand might not be much, but it was totally enough to envelop Lin Yuan within a 3-meter radius. This certainly gave Lin Yuan a great and pleasant surprise for such a transformation to happen after the source sand absorbed the mountain-containing embryo. Lin Yuan planned to give this high-density sand the name Close Guard Sand. The Close Guard Sand's existence greatly improved Lin Yuan's close-range defense and offense. Lin Yuan was now able to feel the horrific increase in strength when one nurtured a fey with superior resources. Lin Yuan was rejoicing that he hadn't found another spiritual ingredient to nurture the fantasy breed source sand's quality. Lin Yuan took one piece of earth elemental pearl and tossed it into the source sand. The source sand immediately transported the earth elemental pearl to the side of the mountain-containing embryo before circulating the sand. It made the earth elemental pearl constantly rub and grind against the mountain-containing embryo. Lin Yuan suddenly felt that the source sand's soul was probably, An old man? With the muddled intelligence it had at gold/fantasy, it already knew to rotate balls. What would happen once it continued to develop? Lin Yuan had yet to give the source sand a name, but since he knew that the source sand liked to rotate balls, why not call it Bunchy? Lin Yuan wanted to make use of the boundless earth elemental energy from the heavenly maiden grade earth elemental pearl to temper the source sand's elemental body. The sand element was a variant of the earth element, and they were of the same source. The source sand was an elemental source type life form. Therefore, it had great benefits when being tempered by such pure earth elemental energy. It would also help the source sand to increase its grade. Upon sensing the source sand's absorption speed, Lin Yuan speculated that the source sand would need to use around 2 heavenly maiden grade earth elemental pearls per day. In other words, it would need 60 pearls in 1 month and 720 pearls in 1 year. Such a consumption speed was something that few could afford. Even if they could afford it, how many would be willing to pour in such resources to their feys? Nurturing feys was a process of using resources to roll a snowball. The ratio of investment and return wasn't equal. However, it was obviously not realistic if the owner wanted the fey to evolve without any investment. This was also why people with a strong foundation could nurture powerful feys with the prerequisite of having talent. Naturally, Lin Yuan was more than willing to use any available resources when nurturing a fey. Morbius was Lin Yuan's contracted fey, and Morbius' exclusive skill, Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, allowed Lin Yuan to have the confidence to carry out such nurturing processes. As compared to the consumption of the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls, the production of the elemental pearls was more than enough. Lin Yuan then started to carry out the routine enhancement of silver usnias in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. This method he used to increase his Spirit Chi professional rank. Consuming his Spirit Chi when enhancing feys was simply too difficult. After exiting the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, Lin Yuan immediately felt the ethereal jellyfish sending a spirit wave toward him. Lin Yuan's eyes immediately widened. He knew that the secret hidden in the coastal sea had finally been revealed. Chapter 489, Got Sucked In. Once Lin Yuan got out of the tent, he saw Listen sitting with drenched clothes while he constantly sent rations into his mouth. Obviously, Listen had already used all of his stamina when trying to collect the floating silver strands under the sea. From the looks of it, the winner and loser between Listen and Lu Ji had already been decided. Lin Yuan walked beside Listen, took a bag of fresh fruits out of the button-shaped fey storage box, and asked, "What kind of bet did you make with Brother Lu this time?" Listen responded with a bitter face, "It is the pulp of the platinum bitter gourd. Originally, we were only betting on this, but I added on another condition that we cannot drink water 3 hours after finishing it." Lin Yuan reached out and patted on Listen's shoulder while revealing a sympathetic expression. It was fine to eat a platinum bitter gourd, one would simply have a taste of bitterness that was enough to break the gallbladder. If the victim was to drink a few cups of sweet fruit juices or the cinnabar sweet osmanthus nectar, it would quickly disperse the bitterness that was so extreme that it would make one think of death. However, not drinking water for 3 hours after eating the bitter gourd was simply too ridiculous. What kind of immortal condition was that? What difference was there to begging to play 3 days and 3 nights with a girlfriend? The extreme bitterness wasn't something that would disperse just by enduring for a moment. Wouldn't Listen have to experience the bitterness constantly for 3 hours? Even Lin Yuan, who had suffered for the first half of his life, wouldn't dare to imagine this sensation. Lin Yuan then saw the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer holding a mobile phone each and fiddling with it. These two suzerain/myth feys had already reached the extreme state of hand on the phone and phone on the hand. However, the mother of Bloodbath was using her mobile phone to share the delicacies that Lu Ji made in the foodie group, attracting some praise. As for Endless Summer, it was in all sorts of accessory groups and being frenziedly promoted with all sorts of products. Lin Yuan felt it was truly great. As long as Endless Summer didn't dye her hair, anything was good. When the mother of Bloodbath saw Lin Yuan exiting the tent, she pursed her lips. Is there anyone more homebody than Lin Yuan in this world? We finally came to the sea, yet he is actually not enjoying the scenery and the sea breeze. People who are always on Star Web are called fat homebodies. But apart from drinking less soft drinks, is there a difference between a skinny homebody and a fat homebody? The mother of Bloodbath stood up and was preparing to ask Lin Yuan to move around this barren island before going toward the sea to catch some crabs. Immediately after, the mother of Bloodbath saw Lin Yuan suddenly jumping into the sea. As such, the mother of Bloodbath could only sit back down and continue to play with her phone. However, she wasn't chatting in the foodie group this time. She opened up the search engine and started searching. A skinny homebody suddenly loves sports and took the initiative to swim? What is going on? The top search result came out with an answer: the skinny homebody is definitely diving underwater to see some babes. Anyone who is asking such a silly question definitely needs some nourishment for the brain. Just as the mother of Bloodbath was getting angry, she thought of the words, see some babes. Lu Ji and Zhou Luo are naturally not babes. But their looks are considered outstanding. So what is going on when a skinny homebody dives into the sea to see handsome men? The mother of Bloodbath suddenly felt that the humans of the world were very hard to understand. Male spiders are easier to understand. But male spiders don't know how to cook, so pass. When Lin Yuan dove into the sea, he saw that Lu Ji was still standing on the seabed and constantly wrapping up the floating silver strands. As for Zhou Luo, he was commanding the lava dragon lizard to smash an underwater hill that was obviously many times harder than the other seabed rocks. Lin Yuan came near and realized that the effects of the smashing from the lava dragon lizard weren't very significant. He immediately summoned Redthorn and asked it to produce a huge group of brutal vine ramets. The brutal vine ramets used the sharp thorns on the vines to constantly grind down the underwater hill. After half an hour of the brutal vine ramets grinding and the lava dragon lizard smashing, the final piece of floating silver strand that was under the hill was removed. Just as Lu Ji pulled out the last strand of the floating silver, the spatial zone within the sea suddenly vibrated violently. It was so violent that a giant opening was ripped open. The giant opening immediately sucked Lin Yuan, Lu Ji, Zhou Luo, Redthorn, and the lava dragon lizard inside. Due to the loss of the first layer of defense of the spatial magnets, and the second layer of defense of the floating silver strands, once Lin Yuan and the others were sucked inside, a giant dimensional rift opened on the surface of the sea. Immediately after, an unforeseen incident took place within the giant dimensional rift, causing it to shake. The dark red giant rift suddenly gushed out with violent spatial energy. The spatial energy felt as though it was attempting to pull and make the dimensional rift opening even bigger. As soon as Lin Yuan's group vanished and when the dimensional rift suddenly appeared, the mother of Bloodbath flashed and appeared where Lin Yuan had vanished. The mother of Bloodbath only saw the ethereal jellyfish trying to fiddle with the spatial zone with its soft tentacles as though it wanted to enter the dimensional rift that had a layer of restriction. Surprisingly, once the soft tentacles touched the restriction, they were sliced into dust by the dimensional rift. However, the ethereal jellyfish seemed like it didn't feel any pain and wanted to risk its life by squeezing inside. The mother of Bloodbath stopped the ethereal jellyfish and activated the fresh blood law. But even with all the blood energy in its hands, it hesitated to use it against the dimensional rift with the layer of restriction. Endless Summer had an abnormally unpleasant expression. Why is there a controlled Pinnacle Class 3 Water World Dimensional Rift here? What happened to the spatial zone within the Water World Dimensional Rift? It actually upgraded the class of the Dimensional Rift. The mother of Bloodbath that normally didn't have any expression was now revealing a face of panic, helplessness, and self-blame. The mother of Bloodbath hugged the ethereal jellyfish and couldn't help recalling how that youth had done everything he could during the world cleansing. He had allowed it, which had given up on enduring the world cleansing during the Myth 2 upgrade, to transform into its human form. It was Lin Yuan Path Protector, but it had actually lost the vigilance that it should have in this dangerous situation. When outside, it should constantly be following Lin Yuan and following Lin Yuan under the sea. If it had been under the sea with Lin Yuan when the dimensional rift suddenly opened, it would have been able to react immediately. Lin Yuan wouldn't have been sucked into the dimensional rift. Chapter 490, The Cold Moon in the Sky. When a dimensional rift evolved, it was equivalent to sealing off the original dimensional space. This formed an independent spatial environment that was constantly ripping and expanding. Even if the mother of Bloodbath exerted all of its strength, it would not be able to tear open a dimensional rift that was in the process of evolving. Moreover, even if someone had the ability to tear such a dimensional rift open, the mother of Bloodbath would desperately rush to stop that person. If a dimensional rift was torn open during the process of evolution, then its internal spatial energy would dissolve into chaos and collapse. At that time, Lin Yuan would be ripped into pieces, destined to have no chance of survival. Now, the mother of Bloodbath held Lin Yuan's ethereal jellyfish in its arms. They were the only thing with which it could determine Lin Yuan's life and death. Although the mother of Bloodbath had suppressed its panic, the self-reproach written on its face was unabated. It took to the air directly and returned to the deserted island, taking out the cell phone that it had previously received from Lin Yuan. Despite being a myth-breed Fey, the hand with which the mother of Bloodbath held Lin Yuan's cell phone still trembled. It had been alive for a long time. Yet, all the traces previously left by life paled in comparison to those left in this half a year. Scenes of the times it had spent with Lin Yuan, from their very first meeting, flashed in its mind. It would not abandon him now. In the end, its entire life was integrated into the return from faraway mansion. The mansion had long been regarded by the mother of Bloodbath as its home. Spider feys had always been cruel, but once these cold-blooded feys were certain about something, they tended to be more sincere. The mother of Bloodbath forced itself not to let its thoughts wander any longer and lowered its head. Its eyes rested on the cell phone in its hands. It took a deep breath and dialed a number on Lin Yuan's cell phone. It understood that it could not do anything now. However, that person might have had some idea. At Leaning Moon Mountain, where gulls and herons circled as butterflies fluttered, the silver stamen gold luster cassia gave off an elegant osmanthus fragrance, which permeated the air in front of the Radiant Moon Palace. Today, there was something different about the Radiant Moon Palace. 4 tea attendants stood at its entrance. Although their expressions were unusually serious, they revealed a hint of expectation. Mystic Moon was standing beside the table with a jade pumpkin teapot in his hand within the inner palace. His gaze was on the moon shadow walkway within the inner palace. The walkway led inwards to the Moon Empress bedchamber. At this time, all of the suzerain lotus flower feys in the inner palace's lotus pond spouted haze. This made the inner palace look like a fairyland shrouded in sunlight. In the pond, the peony-like tails of a few spirit siphon goldfish, which had evolved from the platinum to the diamond grade at some point in time, occasionally surfaced. Ripples emerged on the surface of the haze-shrouded lotus pond. At that moment, Mystic Moon's thoughts were obviously not on the jade pumpkin teapot in his hand. Thus, as he was pouring tea from the teapot, he accidentally spilled some on the table. He hurriedly placed the teapot on the table before using a piece of cloth to wipe away the water stains. Compared to the expressions of the 4 tea attendants standing at the entrance of the inner palace, the worry in Mystic Moon's eyes was greater. He could not help but mutter softly, "This is the Moon Empress' third time reaching this myth grade in the past few years. Not only did she fail in her last 2 attempts, but she also suffered heavy losses. I really hope that the Moon Empress will come out unscathed this time." At that moment, the cell phone that the Moon Empress had previously placed on the table suddenly began to ring. Mystic Moon did not react immediately. The Moon Empress' cell phone seldom rang. Most of her calls came from Lin Yuan. However, the Moon Empress had recently suggested that the Radiance 100 sequence should be changed. Hence, the chance that it was the Radiance Sacred Hall contacting the Moon Empress had also increased. Although Mystic Moon was one of the Moon Empress' 2 moon envoys, he would not directly respond to her calls on her behalf. That would be overstepping his authority. Yet, right after the cell phone had stopped ringing, it sounded again, 3 times in a row. It seemed that there was an urgent matter at hand. Mystic Moon glanced at the cell phone and realized that it was Lin Yuan who had called. He could not help frowning slightly. These 3 consecutive calls were rather pressing. Could Lin Yuan have encountered something urgent? The Moon Empress was currently in seclusion. If Lin Yuan really required urgent assistance, Mystic Moon himself could take care of the matter. With that in mind, Mystic Moon picked up the phone. Upon answering the call, he heard a strange female voice on the other end instead of Lin Yuan's familiar one. After hearing what the speaker had to say, Mystic Moon's face darkened. In an instant, a violent spiritual fluctuation spiraled from Mystic Moon's body. At the same time, magnificent bright silver patterns appeared on his forehead, cheeks, and palms. His pupils also turned dark silver. Mystic Moon's usually gentle voice acquired an edge of coldness and worry. "Wait for me to inform the Moon Empress." Having said that, Mystic Moon spared a glance at the moon shadow walkway of the inner palace. He gnashed his teeth, grabbed the cell phone that he had yet to hang up, and headed towards the walkway. Just then, in the bedchamber of the moon shadow walkway, the Moon Empress' originally shut eyes suddenly opened. In the instant that the Moon Empress' eyes opened, her demeanor was entirely transformed. Her previous bearing was comparable to a bright moon shining diagonally across a large river, unparalleled in elegance and destined to be at the peak. Now, all of her sharpness and nobility disappeared instantaneously, the bright moon reduced to a wisp of soft, gentle moonlight. The hint of a smile hovered on the Moon Empress' lips. But right after that, her eyebrows knitted tightly together. Abruptly, she could no longer sense the existence of the extreme token that she had given to Lin Yuan. At that moment, she heard Mystic Moon's voice at her door. "Moon Empress, I have an important matter to report. It is regarding the young lord, so I had no choice but to bother you." Upon hearing Mystic Moon's words, the Moon Empress immediately picked up the little rabbit beside her that was nibbling its carrot incessantly. In a flash, she left her bedchamber. When the Moon Empress appeared before Mystic Moon, he sensed her body's condition and instantly knew that she had really broken through the boundary. Now, she was already of a higher rank than an S-rank spirit chi professional. Yet, Mystic Moon could not utter even a single congratulatory phrase to her. He handed over the cell phone that was still on the line to the Moon Empress. After picking up the call, the Moon Empress' initially cold expression became impassive and calm in less than a moment. Soon after, countless experts and ordinary people from the Radiance Federation raised their heads and looked toward the sky. At that moment, the sky had suddenly transformed. It had originally been midday, with the sun slanting slightly to the west. In the blink of an eye, the white day had turned into black night, the scorching sun into a bright moon. It was just that the moonlight radiating from the moon at that moment appeared unusually cold. Chapter 491, Day Ends, Blood-Tinted Moon. The Moon Empress was listening to the voice on the other end of the call when she heard the Mother of Bloodbath say that Lin Yuan had been sucked into a Class 3 dimensional rift outside of Indigo Azure City. Moreover, it was not known what had gone wrong with this dimensional rift that even allowed it to evolve. A smile suddenly blossomed on the Moon Empress' originally emotionless face. This smile was like an epiphyllum flower, bringing an instant of vividness. Just as the Moon Empress smiled, the bright moon that had replaced the scorching sun and shed cold moonlight was abruptly stained with blood. As the moon became tinted, its initial coldness transformed into murderous intent boiling in the horizon. At that moment, within the Radiance Federation, the pupils of the experts looking at the horizon constricted at the same time. As for the numerous ordinary people gazing at the sky, dust-laden memories were suddenly uncovered. One day, 10 years ago, a blood-stained moon had also hung in the sky from dusk to dawn. Mystic Moon noticed that the Moon Empress' expression revealed her shock. Within her heart, the Moon Empress' murderous intent and worry for the young lord were so thick that she laughed in her fury. Yet, Mystic Moon's own rage and worry were just as intense as the Moon Empress. Although Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress' disciple and did not share blood ties with her, their master-disciple relationship meant that he could be considered her only heir. Naturally, the Moon Empress regarded him as a treasure. While she always displayed her might in her actions, she would also carefully consider how the most minute of details might affect the young lord's feelings. Even if Mystic Moon was not as meticulous as the Moon Empress in his treatment of Lin Yuan, just the sound of Lin Yuan calling him Uncle Mystic was enough for Mystic Moon to also treat Lin Yuan as his only descendant. It was just that the more Mystic Moon cared for Lin Yuan, the more he worried now. When a dimensional rift was evolving, even if the Moon Empress had now reached that level, she could only destroy it. She still could not change the truth of this world's spatial dimension laws or tear the dimensional rift open to save the young lord within it. It could be said that the only chance of surviving after being sucked into a dimensional rift was to safely spend a period of time inside. Only when the dimensional rift had evolved and was reopened did the people inside have an opportunity to escape it. Upon seeing that the Moon Empress had hung up the phone, Mystic Moon immediately asked. Moon Empress, in the process of denying its evolution, the Class 3 Water World dimensional rift that was originally controlled will recover its initial peak strength of Class 3. The young lord. Before Mystic Moon could finish his sentence, the Moon Empress' cold voice interrupted him. Follow this Empress to the entrance of that evolving dimensional rift, and wait for this Empress disciple to return. How could the Moon Empress not know that when a controlled dimensional rift was evolving, it would recover the strength that it had possessed before being controlled? However, the Moon Empress remained completely unperturbed by such danger. She had paid attention to Black's identity every step of the way. Lin Yuan had many secrets and also many capabilities. Even without the aid of the extreme token that she had given him, the Moon Empress believed that Lin Yuan would be able to find a way to survive in the pinnacle Class 3 Water World dimensional rift. It was just that during the active period of such a dimensional rift, Lin Yuan had stumbled upon a big secret hidden in Indigo Azure City's coastal sea. It was likely that the real danger that Lin Yuan had to face lay not in the dimensional life forms within the dimensional rift but in the enemy who was plotting everything in secret. The Moon Empress' face became increasingly shrouded in worry. If she were to have planned all of this in secret, would she have allowed the pinnacle Class 3 Water World dimensional rift to only have evolved one grade? For the first time, a sense of powerlessness surged in the Moon Empress' heart, causing her to immediately clench her fist. This helplessness did not stem from her strength itself. She could sublimate mountains and oceans into states beyond the gaseous, liquid, and solid ones when the moonlight boiled. She could skyrocket the grades and qualities of Fey. What bothered her was that she could not change the rules governing space to directly rescue her disciple. It was comparable to how a dead person could not come back to life. Hence, the Moon Empress could only wait hopefully for her disciple to walk out of that evolving dimensional rift alive. She could only wait, and only waiting remained. Then, the Moon Empress' pleasing pupils froze over with ice. Standing in the moon shadow walkway, she gazed far into the distance. The tree wishes for quiet, but the wind is unceasing. Now, this unceasing wind blows on this Empress disciple. The small rabbit in the Moon Empress' arms reluctantly stopped gnawing on its carrot and put it away. At this moment, its ears, which were always drooping, also stood up, shaking slightly. An extreme purple hue rose in its eyes. In a dark room within the spirit guard's headquarters, a black-robed and black-veiled woman was reading the letters in her hands. After reading each letter, she would either lay it down on her left or roll up one of its corners and lay it down on her right. At that moment, the woman's gaze grew suddenly severe. After setting down the letter that she was currently reading, she arrived before the spirit guard's chief guard pavilion in a flash. Upon the black-robed woman's sudden appearance, the two old men who had initially been standing before the pavilion hurriedly bowed and said, "We wish you immense peace, Chief Guard." After speaking, one of the old men bowed again and continued, "Knight Chief Guard, look at where the Moon Empress is in the sky." The other old man then quickly added, "Knight Chief Guard, why don't you go and persuade?" The black-robed, black-veiled woman did not acknowledge the old men's words but turned her gaze to the sky. The clouds span 10,000 miles, the mountains form thousands of piles, the day is at its end, and the moon is tinted with blood. Having said that, the spirit guard's night chief guard picked the most alluring flower blooming on a peony in front of the chief guard pavilion and flung it toward the horizon. Beneath the blood-colored moonlight, this most beautiful peony flower appeared unusually delicate, as if soaked with blood. The night chief guard gazed intently at the blood-tinted moon on the horizon. She realized that what had initially been one blood-stained moon were now two. Her expression was hidden behind her black veil, but a sigh escaped from her lips. The moonlight blooms with a blood luster, and the first quarter and third quarter moon divide the moon. It's too late to persuade her. After a while, the night chief guard looked directly at the two old men by her side and said, "My left and right palm attendants, you do not need to concern yourself with this matter. After settling the guard envoy's affairs, one of you will go north and the other south, one to Hearthstone City and the other to Cold Frost City to preside over them." Upon hearing the night chief guard's words, the two old men immediately bowed and retreated to follow her orders. Chapter 492, The Rekindled Radiant Flame. The Mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer were standing firmly at the entrance of this evolving dimensional rift. After hanging up on the phone, the Mother of Bloodbath looked at the blood moon and pursed its lips. The thought of becoming strong in its mind had never been as strong as it was at this moment because it could only protect better when it was strong enough. At the same time, the Mother of Bloodbath understood that as a path protector, it must always be vigilant. Listen, who was standing beside the Mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer, was looking at the evolving dimensional rift's entrance with obvious concern on his face. While he had sworn with the willpower rune to become Lin Yuan's servant, he had also regarded his life as a bargaining chip for allegiance and as part of the oath. In this case, Lin Yuan wouldn't be affected if Listen died. At most, Lin Yuan would have only lost a servant, but it would be completely different if Lin Yuan died. Listen would also die. However, Listen's concern was not just for himself. Rather, he sincerely hoped that Lin Yuan, the youth who had saved him and given him a new lease of life, could get through it and survive. An opening suddenly formed in the water world dimensional rift. Three figures, a huge two-headed lizard, and a strange plant were spat out. After being spat out, Lin Yuan immediately looked at the surroundings. After a clear look at the surroundings, he subconsciously let the amber button-shaped source sand at his sleeve turn into a wisp of fine sand and burrow in the rock layer beneath his feet. But immediately after, he furrowed even more. When Lu Ji had pulled out the last floating silver strand, and the entrance to the dimensional rift appeared abruptly, even though it was too late for Lin Yuan to do anything, he was quick-witted. He knew that the 500 spatial magnets and so many floating silver strands had been invested in hiding the dimensional rift that had suddenly appeared. Someone had secretly set up the entrance of the dimensional rift. The fact that the entrance was in the sea showed that this dimensional rift that had suddenly appeared was a water world dimensional rift. However, the surroundings now left Lin Yuan in disbelief. It was very humid inside the water world dimensional rift, and the air was filled with a lot of salty water vapor, but it was not a world completely submerged in the water. As far as the eye could see, there was not even a single water world dimensional life form in the surrounding. Without the seawater, it would even be a challenge for such soft-bodied life forms that mostly had tentacles, like the water world dimensional life forms, to move. In this environment without water, the high-grade water world dimensional life forms might be able to rely on a large amount of water vapor in the air to create a small water region to survive. However, the low-grade ones would undoubtedly die without water. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly thought of the spatial fluctuations he and the mother of Bloodbath had seen in the sea that had poured out a lot of water world dimensional life forms' flesh, including the platinum water world dimensional life forms' flesh. The platinum water world dimensional life forms naturally wouldn't die out of thin air, nor would they chop themselves into pieces after death. Coupled with the fact that this dimensional rift was completely different from the normal water world, it meant that there must be a huge problem. As Lin Yuan allowed the source sand to turn into sand grains and burrow into the dry sea bed under his feet to create a large amount of sand, Lu Ji also immediately let the insect queen turn into an insect base on the spot, producing a large amount of flesh-mincing blade insects. He looked at the surroundings and the entrance to the dimensional rift that had been sealed up behind him before looking at Lin Yuan and saying in a deep voice, "Lin Yuan, based on the strength of the dimensional fluctuations of this dimensional rift entrance, it should at least be a class 3 dimensional rift." After saying that, Lu Ji looked at the layer of rampant dimensional energy and added, "And this is at least a class 3 dimensional rift that is still evolving." Lu Ji's words had expressed the seriousness of this matter. Lin Yuan knew that if the class 3 water world dimensional rift evolved, it would become a class 4 water world dimensional rift. It was also now the active period of the dimensional rift, in which large variables appeared all of a sudden. A class 4 dimensional rift had class 6 dimensional life forms that were akin to suzerain feys. If it evolved to class 5 by a freak combination of factors due to the active period, class 7 dimensional life forms that were akin to myth-breed feys might appear. During the active period of the dimensional rift, there would be far more dimensional life forms than usual. If a lot of water world dimensional life forms that were akin to myth-breed feys appeared, Indigo Azure City, which was extremely close to this place, would turn into a ruin that would be destroyed under the sea in a matter of moments. Lin Yuan knew that there was only one possibility for the dimensional rift to evolve. There were more source-type items than usual at the hub of this water world dimensional rifts that connected to the water world. He had encountered such a situation previously when training in the Abyss dimensional rift. At that time, he hadn't been directly involved. The mother of Bloodbath had stepped in and solved the problem perfectly. But now, only Lin Yuan, Lu Ji, and Zhou Luo could handle this matter. When the dimensional rift evolved, as long as Lin Yuan hid at his current location, which was the entrance to the dimensional rift, it would be the safest way to escape after the dimensional rift evolved. In order not to keep the potential enemies inside the rift from discovering him, Lin Yuan could also let the source sand precipitate numerous ferromanganese chain blades and let them combine into a spacious and airtight space. He, Lu Ji, and Zhou Luo would hide inside. Then the source sand would sink this confined space underground to hide them to the greatest extent. However, Lin Yuan was not going to do so, just like how he had chosen to die to protect Millstone Town and resist the demons with everyone in the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift. This time, he also wanted to try to stop the evolution of this Class 3 Water World Dimensional Rift beneath him. He still had the trump card his master had given him, so even if he met a powerful enemy, he could still stand a chance. Lu Ji shifted his gaze to Lu Ji and Zhou Luo and said in a deep voice, "Big brother Lu, Zhou Luo, I want to go to the hub to stop the evolution of this dimensional rift." Lin Yuan did not speak very loudly, but it seemed to ignite a radiant flame in this humid air. Chapter 493, Blanket Search. The glowing flames started as subdued embers in the humid air. However, once Lin Yuan spoke, Lu Ji's hesitant expression vanished. The brilliant glowing flames illuminated his eyes. As a member of the Radiance 100, he was definitely going to put all his attention toward preventing the possible disaster from occurring outside Indigo Azure City. But, he was also Lin Yuan's retainer knight. Lu Ji had long since dedicated himself to Lin Yuan, and every decision Lu Ji made received Lin Yuan's stamp of approval. Lu Ji's undying faith stoked the already radiant light in his eyes. When Zhou Luo heard Lin Yuan's opinion, he mentally started to prepare for battle. The resolution in Lin Yuan's eyes spurred Zhou Luo on. The dim flame was but a small bright spot. It took seed in the corner of Zhou Luo's heart. The longer he observed the surroundings, the more Lin Yuan felt that stopping the Class 3 Water World's evolution was going to be challenging. The way Lin Yuan saw it, the largest obstacle was locating the dimensional hub connected to the dimensional rift. Unfortunately, the ethereal jellyfish had not been sucked into the dimensional rift. Lu Ji and Zhou Luo were not attuned to sensing spatial-type source life forms that could cause spatial fluctuations. Thus, they had to go back to basics and start combing the area. Lu Ji's insect queen's flying insects were the most suitable to conduct the search. Big Brother Lu, you take charge of the search. We have to find the dimensional hub's location, said Lin Yuan to Lu Ji. Lu Ji started to pump spirit chi toward the insect queen, which had already transformed into an insect colony. With Lu Ji injecting such a large amount of spirit chi into it, the insect queen's valves inflated instantly. The enormous amount of liquefied energy surged through the valves quickly. The high-intensity vibrations changed the liquefied energy into sticky insect protein. The insect protein was continuously produced and recirculated back into the insect queen's body through the valves. The vigorous vibrations caused the insect queen's 3-meter-tall insect colony to expand. The entrance of the colony proceeded to spit out almost 200 hurricane owlet moths. Lin Yuan noticed that these 200 hurricane owlet moths were different from the hurricane owlet moths he saw the insect queen produce in the past. They no longer had as strong of a wind energy fluctuation around their bodies. These hurricane owlet moths are probably the product of Lu Ji trying to conserve his and the insect queen's spiritual power. He merely cloned a portion of the hurricane owlet moth's genetic model and created a different output. These new hurricane owlet moths flew into the sky in all directions. Using Lu Ji's current position as the base, the hurricane owlet moths could act as his eyes in the dimensional rift. It was necessary to conduct such surveillance in a foreign space like this. They needed to investigate the surroundings to ascertain where their possible enemies could be. Since Lin Yuan had set his mind on preventing the dimensional rift's evolution, he was definitely going to encounter enemies at some point. Hence, a preemptive strike to understand the enemy's movements and the situation was the plan's next step. This way, he could stay one step ahead of them. Lu Ji looked toward Lu Ji and said, given the Class 3 dimensional rifts region, the hurricane owlet moths will need at least 6 hours to thoroughly scope out the area. Lin Yuan's brows drew together tightly. Looking at the time, there was less than a day until the active period of the dimensional rift. The evolution of the dimensional rift would be completed in 12 hours, during which Lin Yuan would need to find a way to stop it. When they had been sucked into the dimensional rift, it had been open but had not started to evolve yet. The evolution had only started after they were sucked in. Lu Ji's hurricane owlet moths needed 6 hours to finish the surveillance, meaning half of the time would be gone. However, panicking was not going to solve any problems. Lin Yuan knew this. Lin Yuan made the rare decision to summon the spirit-drawing ichthyosaur. The last time Blackie had been summoned, it was still a spirit-gather goldfish. Lin Yuan placed Blackie in front of himself and Lu Ji and released spirit injection twice. When Blackie had evolved into the spirit-drawing ichthyosaur, spirit injection had also changed significantly. Spirit injection used to replenish the target's spiritual power. Now, it could also absorb the spirit chi from the air and direct it into the target's body in the form of spiritual power within a window of time. Initially, Lin Yuan did not think much of the change. It was because outside, the concentration of spirit chi in the air was too low. As such, the improved ability had minimal effects. However, the concentration of spirit chi in the Class 3 dimensional rift's air was much higher than outside, greatly increasing the effectiveness of spirit injection. In fact, spirit injection's original ability to replenish spiritual power was now less effective than if it absorbed and transformed the spirit chi in the air. Lu Ji did not expect Lin Yuan to have nurtured a fey that could replenish spiritual power. The greatest fear Lu Ji had while commandeering the insect queen in a fight was that his spiritual power would run out. Thus, he was always thrifty and calculative when it came to using the spiritual power in his body. Now that Blackie could replenish his spiritual power, Lu Ji could be more liberal in using his spiritual power. Lu Ji immediately used his spiritual power again to order the insect queen to release 200 more hurricane owlet moth clones. There were now double the number of hurricane owlet moths in the sky, which allowed the surveillance efforts and search for the dimensional hub to be more efficient. Lu Ji's tightly shut eyes would now open in less than 3 hours instead of 6. When Lu Ji's eyes finally flew open, his expression was grim. Chapter 494, Is Master Powerful? While Lu Ji was using the hurricane owlet moths to conduct surveillance, Lin Yuan was overexerting himself by drawing out massive amounts of spiritual power from his body. He was activating the source sand that was underwater so that it could smash the rocks and generate tiny sand grains. Lin Yuan stomped his feet and sighed. The hardness of the underwater rocks in the dimensional rift is really no joke. It greatly surpasses that of the purple and black soil in the Abyss Dimensional Rift. Back in the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift, Lin Yuan had sent the source sand to dive 100 meters and tunnel through the deep sediments so as to preserve the generated gravel's durability. Unexpectedly, at 10 meters underwater, the rate at which the source sand was smashing the rocks was much slower. It was extremely difficult for the source sand to generate gravel in such an environment. Although some better results could be obtained through the use of ferromanganese plating, it was still far below Lin Yuan's expectations. Finally, Lin Yuan calculated the odds and decided to limit the source sand to a depth of 1 or 2 meters. The deeper the water, the harder the rocks became. If the source sand only generated gravel at a depth of only 1 or 2 meters, it would be able to almost keep up with Lin Yuan's expectations. Nonetheless, the source sand was generating a significantly greater amount of gravel than was ever expected of it by Lin Yuan in battle. Lin Yuan's spiritual power was being depleted 3 times faster than before. Even if Blackie continuously injected spiritual power into him, Lin Yuan could feel that his well of spiritual energy was close to running dry. After all, Lin Yuan was only a C-rank spirit chi professional. When Lu Ji opened his eyes, Lin Yuan hastily asked him, "Big brother Lu, what did the hurricane owlet moths discover?" Lu Ji's expression clearly warned that he was about to unleash bad news. "I've discovered the dimensional hub's location. I also found evidence of life in this zone," said Lu Ji solemnly. Lin Yuan's expression flattened as well. Yet, he plastered on a smile and said, "That's good news. We're now 3 hours ahead of our initial schedule." Lin Yuan paused for a moment before continuing. "Big brother Lu, please send out 2 more hurricane owlet moths. They are to slowly fly toward where the dimensional hub is." Lu Ji was stunned by Lin Yuan's request, but he did what was asked of him. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan activated the spirit chi imprint, which had been accumulating spirit chi all this time. The moment the spirit chi imprint was set off, the spirit chi imprint markings on Blackie lit up. To both Lu Ji and Zhou Luo's astonishment, a tsunami of spiritual power exploded from Lin Yuan's body. Lin Yuan directed the spiritual power which had burst forth from him into the source sand underneath him. The source sand immediately started smashing the rocks in the ocean floor in the direction of the dimensional hub, as led by the hurricane owlet moths. With Lin Yuan inputting such an enormous amount of spirit chi into it, the source sand started to churn out gravel at the same rate it used to. It was completely capable of keeping up with the hurricane owlet moths that were flying slowly. After producing the 2 hurricane owlet moths, Lu Ji ordered the insect queen, use blast recovery. The insect queen's body was alight with many green glowing spots. A wave of green fluid sprayed out of its valves. While he commandeered the insect queen's flesh-mincing blade insect, Lu Ji continued updating Lin Yuan on the surveillance results. The enemy has about 70 spirit chi professionals who possess platinum phase. There are at least 20 of them who own diamond phase. Since my hurricane owlet moths are clones that only have a portion of the genetic model, they lack fighting abilities. Thus, my hurricane owlet moths did not trespass past the formation of the spirit chi professionals who own diamond quality phase. They were unable to reach the central zone. Due to this, I have no clue what kind of powers are guarding the central zone." Lu Ji added one more statement, "I don't recognize the spirit chi professionals spotted by the hurricane owlet moths, but most of their contracted phase have never been seen before in the Radiance Federation." When Lu Ji spoke, his mask hid his expression. However, unadulterated murderous intent was evident in his gaze. Lin Yuan was not surprised by Lu Ji's report on the situation. When they discovered the mother lode of spatial magnets, Lin Yuan had already made a speculation. The surveillance results only proved his guess to be accurate. Lu Ji's revelation of the enemy's power added a new sense of pressure on Lin Yuan. Even if the Gold Eye/Fantasy Eye source sand evolved into a Fantasy 2, it would still pale in comparison to the level of a Platinum Fae. Frankly, Lu Ji's Platinum/Fantasy breed insect queen was only at the level of a Diamond Fae. Zhou Luo was a king-class expert and had the Diamond/Fantasy Eye Lava Dragon Lizard, putting him ahead of Lin Yuan and Lu Ji in terms of power. Unfortunately, the Lava Dragon Lizard was just a defense-type Fae and was inept at offense. The discrepancy in fighting abilities between them and the enemy was vast. Moreover, the enemy could also be hiding a greater power that was still unknown to them. Lin Yuan touched the extreme token hanging around his neck. It looked like he would need to use it to secure victory this time. Lin Yuan removed the extreme token from around his neck and said to Lu Ji and Zhou Luo, "Inside of this lies the attacking domain of an expert. The strength of this attacking domain is sufficient to break the red crystal spiders that the Mother of Bloodbath threw at us on the deserted island." Lin Yuan was utterly unaware of the Moon Empress power. All he knew was that she was a greatly venerated Class 5 creation master and that she possessed overwhelming power. Since the Moon Empress was able to help the Mother of Bloodbath with its world cleansing, she had to be more powerful than the Mother of Bloodbath. Lin Yuan chose to reveal his trump card to Lu Ji and Zhou Luo now because he wanted to let them in on his plan and because he wanted to raise their morale during such a quagmire. Chapter 495, Do You Love Me, 7th Chan? A gold war chariot drove along the clear sky above the coast. The golden ripples in the sky glittered like a golden ocean, brighter than the boundless seas that reflected off it below. The golden sky was laced with the radiance of victory. It was as though the golden expanse of the sky was crying out with the triumph of war. 2 golden metal war horses trotted with their heads held high, giving the golden war chariot a devastatingly regal aura of power. A girl with golden tresses, a ramrod straight posture, and golden eyes perched atop the chariot with a blank expression. She left austerity and arrogance in her wake. Suddenly, several water vortexes erupted from the ocean and shot up toward the chariot. Although the ocean was obviously blue, the gigantic water vortexes were black. The inky black water vortexes engulfed the sky and threatened to destroy the golden field that was the sky. A shallow glow glimmered in the manes of the war horses pulling the chariot. The shallow glow formed a barrier, preventing the obsidian water vortexes from breaching it. When they were unable to break through the golden barrier, the black water vortexes immediately turned into chains. The chains confined both the war chariot and the emotionless girl in an instant. The golden-eyed girl's lips curled into a playful smile that carried hints of contempt. Pity was visible in those golden orbs of hers. Thou has been laying in wait for some time. When the last word fell from the golden-eyed girl's lips, massive black tentacles floated out of the water. The inky black tentacles gleamed with a shadowy glow, and they looked extremely smooth. The black tentacles soon blanketed the azure surface of the ocean. A withered elderly man stood on one of the black tentacles with a short-haired young woman by his side. The old man was positioned a step behind the short-haired woman, and he looked at her with respect and affection. The short-haired woman's eyes were fixed on the golden girl. Her originally black pupils suddenly surged with bloodthirst and turned dark red. From the short-haired woman's gaze, one could tell that she bitterly resented the golden girl on the war chariot. The elderly man lifted his head and looked at the golden girl in the sky. The elderly man hissed. 7th Page War, you have to pay for your deeds in the Dark Continent. The golden girl's voice dripped with pity and derision as she replied, You want me to pay? Just because of the nether sea jellyfish underneath your feet. The coast started to undulate. A gargantuan black jellyfish adorned with purple light emerged from the water. The hood on top of it seemed to swallow up the entire shore. The nether sea jellyfish compressed the water near the shore into a black droplet and launched it at the airborne golden war chariot. As the black water droplet approached, 7th Page War raised her hand relaxedly. The golden war chariot was enveloped in a blinding light that was as bright as the sun. The brilliant light dissolved the darkened surroundings created by the nether sea jellyfish. The 2 war horses neighed and burst the water droplet, which rained down from the sky like a golden shower. The golden precipitation descended upon the nether sea jellyfish's tentacles. Each drop burned a small hole into the surface of the tentacles. The holes grew and eventually disfigured the nether sea jellyfish's appearance. The elderly man circulated his spiritual power and instructed the nether sea jellyfish to continue maintaining the darkened surroundings as a means of countering. 7th Page War's brow furrowed. Her original expression of indifference was replaced with surprise and conflict. Shortly after, as though she had just received bad news, her expression turned melancholy. 7th Page War's countenance was severely grim. But, it also seemed like she no longer needed to attend to an urgent matter as she did not hastily start to haul attacks. The short-haired woman's originally hate-filled red eyes turned pink. A pink demonic flower appeared in her hand. The moment the pink flower materialized, the short-haired woman's demeanor changed. Her determination turned into a strange charm. It was as though a breathtaking beauty had appeared amidst the dark shores and effulgent sky. Her beauty could make anyone fall madly in love with her. The short-haired woman leaped into the air and appeared beside 7th Page War in an instant. She held the demonic pink flower up to 7th Page War and asked, Am I pretty, 7th Chan? A silver of scorn and bemusement flashed across 7th Page War's gaze, but not a trace of it remained a moment later. 7th Page War suddenly started acting like a young girl in the throes of love. It mumbled bashfully, Yes. The short-haired woman's pink eyes intensified in hue, but her tone was flirtatious. Do you love me, 7th Chan? 7th Page War's bashfulness turned up a notch. Yes. The short-haired woman asked in a gentle and alluring voice, Loving someone means giving all of you to them. If you love me, will you die for me? 7th Page War's hypnotized and bashful face morphed into sorrow. However, she did not hesitate to raise her arm as though she was ready to strike and end her life at any time. A look of relief appeared on the short-haired woman's face. Instead of the joy of revenge, there was only grief and nostalgia. Just when the short-haired woman thought Seventh Page War was about to take her own life before her, a pair of strong hands appeared in front of the short-haired woman. The hands crushed the demonic pink flower the short-haired woman held. With one forceful squeeze, Seventh Page War reduced the demonic pink flower petals and stamen into powder. Chapter 496, Really Too Strong. An unbelievable look sprang up on the short-haired woman's face. The beautiful flower in her hand was now left with only a short stem and root. Impossible. The mocking expression in the eyes of Seventh Page War was revealed at this moment. A sacred source life form, the absolute love poppy. This is the first time I've seen a sacred source life form like this that can manipulate the soul of its kind. What a good thing. Just as Seventh Page War was speaking, the golden chariot underneath had disappeared. She stood in the air as she looked disdainfully at everything under her feet. It's really interesting that the Dark Envoy, who the 7 states of darkness jointly elected, is actually an expert who plays with emotions from the soul level. The Dark Continent has now become a cornerstone under Tower Cannon. I have no time to take care of you, but you have taken the initiative to come. You've delayed my important business through your obstruction. You're guilty of a very serious offense. As much as you've wasted one of my sacred source life forms, I'll make all of you into wax figures and slowly repent under the cleansing spring. Seventh Page War frowned slightly. I didn't expect that someone would discover my arrangements within the Radiance Federation. But no matter who you are, it's difficult for you to take this sacred source life form. The Radiance Federation will have to accept the big gift with a bargaining chip that I've prepared. However, Seventh Page War took her anger from all the loss out on this old man and woman in front of her. The short-haired woman still had an unbelievable look on her face. You have been charmed by the absolute love poppy. Even if you are stronger than me, I can feel it in advance if you break free from it. Seventh Page War was furious and lost interest in talking with this short-haired woman. How have I ever been charmed? I'm not the same as you. Just as Seventh Page War said that, she was surrounded by golden light and turned into a golden thorn apple. The short-haired woman cried out in horror, You're actually not a human. You're a plant-type fae. Just as Seventh Page War regained its original body, the old man on the creation breed nether sea jellyfish's tentacles summoned a small silver tuna-like fish on the spot. Then, the nether sea jellyfish started to burn up like a dead tree. Upon sensing the old man's action, 2 golden petal lights shot out of the leaves of the golden thorn apple that Seventh Page War had transformed into. The 2 petal lights seemed to contain the grandeur of war. The old man disregarded the safety of the nether sea jellyfish, which had a large part of its tentacles still underwater, and let it wrap him with its black silk-like tentacles before using its huge body to go toward the 2 golden petal lights. At that moment, the small silver tuna-like fish tore open the space. The old man immediately fled toward it with the short-haired woman. In just a moment, the nether sea jellyfish, which had come into contact with the 2 golden petal lights, landed on the surface of the sea like a rag. Soon after, it sank into the deep sea, bringing a life force far beyond the large whale fall in the deep sea. One of the golden lights continued with its momentum after blasting the nether sea jellyfish. Although it had still let the short-haired woman and the old man escape into the spatial rift that the small silver fish had torn opened, half of the old man's body had been hit by this golden petal light, causing half of his body to end up like the nether sea jellyfish. Seventh Page War stood in the sky above the raging sea, watching the various fierce marine beasts at its feet nibbling away the feast left behind after the nether sea jellyfish had blown up. However, the nether sea jellyfish's flesh contained too much energy, so many greedy marine beasts that didn't meet the strength requirements were blown into pieces by this energy, which in turn brought about a feast for other weaker marine beasts. The sea was dyed red by the blood of an unknown number of marine beasts in just a moment. Seventh Page War suddenly looked up, with a change of its disdainful posture. Instead, it looked at the sky with a grave expression and saw the sky darkened all of a sudden as the long silent night descended. A white moon rose high in the silent night sky. Within a few moments, it was tinted with a layer of the color of blood. It looked at the white moon that suddenly appeared in the sky being divided into the first quarter moon and third quarter moon that were drenched with a blood-colored luster. When Seventh Page War felt the intent of endless slaughter in the blood-colored moon, it frowned even more tightly. The words coming out of its mouth no longer contained the kind of pity and mockery like before. They were only solemn. The moonlight blooms with a blood luster, and the first quarter and third quarter moon divide the moon. It seems I don't have to go to the Radiance Federation anymore. 7th page. War was about to summon the Radiance War Chariot to return when it revealed the same expression as when the short-haired woman used the absolute love poppy. Then it returned to normal and said softly, surprisingly, it has such a strong, charming effect on the souls of non-identical life forms. The absolute love poppy is really good. But it doesn't have much chance to bloom after all. As it spoke, 7th page War disgustingly shook the mud left behind by the absolute love poppy on its hand. The Radiance War Chariot went far, but there was something left on the sea. The beautiful pink flower is really tacky. I'll fall in love with the kind of plant that can take a big bite of meat, look at me with deep affection, and bloom into a sea of flowers in a blink of an eye. The words remained for a moment before it was shattered by the sharp sea breeze and blown away to nowhere. Big Brother Lu, try to make the flesh-mincing blade insects burrow into the seabed underneath your feet. Lin Yuan's words confused Lu Ji a little. Lu Ji was still constantly producing lightning-gathering moths and plasma caterpillars. For the enemy, the lightning beam that the lightning-gathering moths could release after the plasma caterpillars had been charged with plasma was the strongest attack method that he could use at the moment. Whenever the plasma caterpillars couldn't spit out more plasma, Lu Ji would let the insect queen use its blast recovery to recover energy through the destruction of the plasma caterpillars that had lost their value, as scraps, allowing every trace of energy in the insect queen to emit its maximum value. Upon receiving Lin Yuan's instruction, Lu Ji was ready to let the flesh-mincing blade insects try to plow the seabed with their blade-like insect legs. But in Lu Ji's opinion, even if the flesh-mincing blade insects could burrow into the hard seabed underneath, it could only allow them to hide with a loss of mobility. At that moment, Lu Ji suddenly noticed a huge vortex of quicksand had suddenly appeared on the seabed under Lin Yuan's feet. His eyes lit up as he immediately understood what Lin Yuan meant. Zhou Luo, who was looking at the quicksand vortex that had suddenly appeared under Lin Yuan's feet and the sea of insects behind Lu Ji, took a huge gulp. The younger generation was now simply too damn strong. Chapter 497, The Beauty of Positional Warfare. Zhou Luo felt that since Lu Ji was Radiance 100 number 30, it was not unexpected for him to have this level of ability. The members at the forefront of the Radiance 100 were all capable of being king-class experts. Zhou Luo compared his current level of power and the level he was at before meeting Lin Yuan. Given Platinum 9/Fantasy I Lava Dragon Lizard's power, how long will I be able to fend off Lu Ji's Insect Queen Sea of Insects? As a king-class expert, my spiritual power is A rank. I have a much larger capacity for spiritual power than Lu Ji. However, the Insect Queen has the exclusive ability to produce insect bombs. The exploding insects not only enable the Insect Queen to recover spiritual energy, but they can also inflict a decent amount of damage. Will my lava dragon lizard die in the struggle against the Insect Queen's insect swarm in the long run? The final odds don't look good. After seeing Lu Ji unleash his power, I now understand the fighting abilities that come with youth. On the other hand, Lin Yuan's power shocked me to the core. When I saw him without his mask, I was surprised a young man like him possessed so many resources. I found out that he's black later on. However, his powers have now significantly transcended the level black demonstrated on Star Web. As usual, he continues to hide his true power. I never saw the tsunami of spiritual power he released coming. Although Zhou Luo was able to feel the enormous amount of spiritual power Lin Yuan injected downward, he did not know it was meant for the elemental source-type life form below. Many parts of the seafloor below had already been smashed into yellow sand. Lu Ji was currently instructing many flesh-mincing blade insects to tunnel into the large swirling quicksand that had appeared by Lin Yuan's feet. After the flesh-mincing blade insects tunneled into the quicksand, Lu Ji's eyes brightened. From the connected consciousness between the Insect Queen and the flesh-mincing blade insects, Lu Ji saw the project Lin Yuan had been working on the seafloor during the past few hours. On the seafloor were numerous tunnels leading toward the dimensional hub. The tunnels were wide enough to fit 5 flesh-mincing blade insects. Even the shield ladybugs would be able to move freely in the tunnels. The arrangement of the tunnels allowed the flesh-mincing blade insects that had entered through the quicksand to form orderly groups. Now, Lu Ji's previously obvious armada was obscured. The quicksand in the seafloor also increased the flesh-mincing blade insects' striking opportunities. The flesh-mincing blade insects could shoot out of any portion of the tunnels to attack. Big Brother Lu, we can begin filibustering. Lin Yuan inhaled deeply and injected the majestic spiritual power into Blackie. Blackie started using spirit injection unceasingly on Lu Ji to replenish his depleted spiritual power. Lu Ji suddenly realized that ever since the surge in Lin Yuan's spiritual power, Lin Yuan no longer cared about the amount of spiritual power he exhausted when activating Blackie to use spirit injection. The spiritual power entering Lu Ji's body felt like a shot of vitalization. More. 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 Rise more. Lu Ji quickly directed the spiritual power into the insect queen and instructed it to produce more flesh-mincing blade insects, plasma caterpillars, lightning-gathering moths, and hurricane owlet moths. He wanted to grow the army of insects under his control as much as possible. Lu Ji knew that he was the core output position of their three-man team. In order for their team to be able to deal the greatest damage, Lu Ji did not hold back in his efforts to produce the best insect army. Lin Yuan was also aware of his role in this fight and the responsibilities that came with it. Lin Yuan was an all-rounded contestant. However, Lin Yuan's defensive capabilities were undeniably weak as they were limited to only being to provide individual protection. Zhou Luo was in charge of defense within their team, so Lin Yuan did not need to shoulder any part of the burden. In terms of output, Lin Yuan only had Red Thorn, the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee, and the Source Sand in his arsenal because Chimey was asleep. Red Thorn's Sea of Flowers could deal a considerable amount of damage to a large number of dimensional life forms at a time, but it only had the power of a silver/fantasy breed. The ensuing battle was above its level. Thus, Lin Yuan assigned himself to be a healing and supporting role. The responsibility of healing would fall to the Jasmine Lily. The support would be provided by Blackie that could replenish spiritual power, while the Source Sand would try to control the situation at the same time. The Source Sand could also apply a layer of sand on the exterior of the shield ladybugs, which could help buffer some of the damage. Although the effects of the sand layer would not be evident on just one bug, the effects would be immeasurable if applied to the entire insect army. The plan relied on the assumption that Lin Yuan was fine with Blackie unceasingly draining the spiritual power in the spirit chi imprint. Essentially, Lin Yuan had become a battery that supplied Lu Ji with spiritual power. 2 hours flew by in the blink of an eye. Lin Yuan continued helping the Source Sand to create gravel on the seafloor while at the same time replenishing Lu Ji's spiritual power. By the end of the 2 hours, 2/3 of the spiritual power that Lin Yuan had injected into the spirit chi imprint was already gone. Zhou Luo felt desensitized. He had already lost track of the number of insects he watched tunnel into the quicksand. Even flying insect species feys like the lightning-gathering moths and hurricane owlet moths entered the sand with their wings wrapped around their bodies. What a scary master and retainer knight! They had managed to raise their fighting power by several times in just 2 hours. Lin Yuan could sense the insect queen's insects through his source sand, and he felt his confidence spike slightly. During the process of transporting the insect army through the quicksand, Lin Yuan felt himself appreciating the unique beauty of warfare. Chapter 498, Hunting Ashes. Lin Yuan's source sand was the link that created the insect army's positional warfare. The initially flexible formation was now even more flexible, and they would be able to get into position swiftly. It would also change the visible section of the insect army into a type of surprise attack. Both Lu Ji and Lin Yuan halted their movements and smiled at each other. Lin Yuan turned to smile at Zhou Luo and said, "We can begin." Lin Yuan and Lu Ji sat astride the lava dragon lizard's back while Zhou Luo rode at the front of the lava dragon lizard. The 10-meter-long lava dragon lizard spread its legs and bolted toward the dimensional hub. On the lava dragon lizard's back, Lin Yuan noticed it was much more enjoyable to ride land feys than flying feys. In the sky, there were only clouds for as far as the eye could see. However, riding a fey that was charging about on land allowed him to take in the ephemeral scenery around, which was an incomparable delight. Inside the evolving Class 3-dimensional rift was interminable ocean water that emanated a distinct salty redolence. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes and inhaled deeply to calm his nerves. He knew that a battle to the death was imminent. Blood would be shed, and deaths were unavoidable. Despite Lin Yuan having taken out his master's extreme token and showing it to Lu Ji and Zhou Luo as a means of boosting morale, he could not repeat the action flippantly. No one knew whether the enemy camp scoped out by Lu Ji's hurricane owlet moths was hiding a greater peril. Moreover, during the evolution of the dimensional rift, an obstacle of turbulence would be formed outside the dimensional hub's inner layer's source-type life forms. During the evolution of the Class 3-dimensional rift into Class 4, the dimensional obstacle at the surface would be as strong as diamond quality. Either Zhou Luo or Lu Ji would be able to break through. However, if the dimensional rift's evolution was to Class 5, the dimensional obstacle at the surface could only be broken by the power of suzerain and above. In order to prevent the dimensional rift's evolution, breaking the dimensional obstacle was the minimum requirement. Thus, Lin Yuan could not show his trump card until they arrived at the dimensional hub. Lin Yuan kept this notion to himself, but the other two men were well aware. Zhou Luo was about to speak, but he hesitated and turned to look at Lin Yuan and Lu Ji. He noticed the resolute expressions on their faces. Zhou Luo smirked and turned back to stroke his buddy, the lava dragon lizard. His own gaze became determined as a grin spread across his face. He seemed to have come to some sort of decision. Lin Yuan's expression suddenly tensed, and he sensed the report coming from the source sand. Prepare for battle. The enemy is here, he said. 5 source-type items were at the dimensional hub. The aura they emitted generated dimensional ripples at the dimensional hub. These dimensional ripples widened the doorway linking to the water world. Next to the 5 pieces of source-type items was an opaque glowing mass of rainbow light. A transparent light yellow shell covered the glowing mass. There were also remnants of shattered transparent light yellow pieces near the 5 pieces of source-type items. Clearly, there used to be a transparent light yellow shell around the 5 pieces of source-type items as well, but it was broken. A well-put-together man wearing an outfit adorned with many gemstones stood next to the dimensional hub. His hair was grey, his face was deathly pale, and his eyes were a dull grey that was completely devoid of the spark of life. Nonetheless, flecks of light occasionally streaked past the man's eyes, giving him a less lifeless deportment. Instead, they made him look extremely treacherous. A tall man with a head of short dark green hair walked up to stand by the grey-haired man's side. Lord Hunting Ashes, I've already sent out the people you designated as per your instructions. But those people... The tall, dark green-haired man was not done speaking when he was interrupted by the grey-haired man. Just sent them out as I instructed. Have the rest of the people finished drinking the medicine I instructed you to distribute. He impatiently snapped. The dark green-haired man trembled and hastily replied, Yes, Lord Hunting Ashes. They're all done drinking. The grey-haired man touched the waist of his attire, namely the black jewels that were about the size of quail eggs. Did you drink the medicine too? He asked. The dark green-haired man gnashed his teeth as sweat dripped down his face. He anxiously pulled out a bottle and gulped down the grey liquid contents. The grey-haired man extended his arm and patted the other man's face. 10 minutes later, bring me the people who drank the medicine, he ordered. The dark green-haired man retreated hurriedly and proceeded to carry out the grey-haired man's order. The grey-haired man stood at the same spot for about 5 minutes. The grey-haired man kept his gaze fixed on the evolving Class 3-dimensional hub during those 5 minutes. His face split into a grotesque smile. The evolving dimensional rift is completely cut off from the outside space. I don't need to listen to Lord 7th Page War's orders. The stupid crow is dead now, which means so are the 3 king class experts under it. No issue. I, Hunting Ashes, shall accomplish Lord 7th Page War's final order, he murmured under his breath. The grey-haired man gently clapped his hands, and a grey fly appeared nearby. At that same time, a screen seemed to have disappeared around the area, revealing a pot of thriving thorn apple. Chapter 499, Evolving to Class 5. The grey-haired man humbly walked over to the thorn apple and fell to his knees. The glimmer that was in the grey eyes had disappeared, leaving only sincerity. Tower Cannon, Tower of War, Battlefield Division's Ashes Team. Hunting Ashes greets Lord 7th Page War. I'm willing to sacrifice my unworthy life to carry out your decree. The grey-haired man dipped his head and kowtowed before the thorn apple. He reached out and plucked the golden lush thorn apple from the ground, holding it gingerly. He threw the golden thorn apple into the evolving Class 3-dimensional rift. With the energy of the dimensional hub, the golden thorn apple started to slowly wither. The wilting golden thorn apple released a large burst of energy, pushing the dimensional hub's spatial energy up a level. This resulted in the evolving dimensional rift to open and widen by 3 times. 4 pieces of source-type items immediately fell from the ripped-open dimensional rift. When the decay of the thorn apple reached the flower core, more energy was released. The recently evolved water world dimensional rift instantly began to evolve toward Class 5. At that moment, the grey-haired man caught sight of the tall, dark green-haired man he had dispatched, leading about 50 people toward him. The grey-haired man fished out a small palm-sized plate. It was carved with intricate and complex golden patterns. The plate shook, and a large purplish-grey egg appeared in the man's hand. The people behind the tall man looked intensely troubled. However, the tall man was as deadpan as ever, his eyes completely devoid of life. It seemed as though he knew what was coming. A dark-skinned man emerged from the crowd and asked the grey-haired man, Lord Hunting Ashes, we might not have been in a dead end if someone had discovered us being sucked into the dimensional rift here. But since you evolved the dimensional rift, you've essentially locked the dimensional rift. Now we. The dark-skinned man did not even manage to finish speaking as one look from the grey-haired man made him shut up. The dark-skinned man's chest tightened, and he felt as though a layer of dust had settled over his heart. The pressure was indescribable. "Where do you want to go if we don't seal this up?" inquired the grey-haired man. The dark-skinned man's face tensed. The way he looked at the grey-haired man displayed much less obedience than the tall man. "Of course we need to stay here to continue doing as Lord Chanter Crow says." At the mention of Chanter Crow, disgust flashed across the grey-haired man's face. "The Crow wanted you to stay here to maintain the Dimensional Rift's regular functionality and the covered operations outside of the Dimensional Rift. Is it done? If someone barges in, it'll be your responsibility to become guardians." A dark green-haired girl frowned. Her tone lacked respect, and she was suspicious. "Lord Hunting Ashes, the contracted phase we have here are normally used to maintain the Dimensional Rift's regular functionality. Their abilities are not suited for battle. If we are to become guardians, we will suffer losses for sure. Lord Crow will be displeased. May I ask where the 3 King-class experts under Lord Crow are? We need them to stabilize the situation. They'll be of much more use than us." The green-haired girl's tone suddenly changed to one of overt fury. "Lord Hunting Ashes, the 30 people you sent out are usually in charge of cleaning. By sending them to the front lines, you've signed their death sentences. Who shall do the cleaning now?" The grey-haired man scanned the faces of the people present. He turned, forced a smile, and said to the tall man, "I must have caused a lot of trouble for you by sending you out on tasks. I didn't know that I had lost so much influence. I wonder if the Chanting Crow would dare speak to me in such a manner if he was still alive." When the tall man heard what the grey-haired man said and glimpsed his expression, he was immediately gripped by terror. Although Lord Crow was a peak suzerain/myth 2 Fey, it was only a chanter in the Tower of War. Meanwhile, Hunting Ashes might not possess much power, but he was affiliated with an impressive battlefield division team. The Ashes team members held higher positions than the Tower of War's chanters, some of whom were comparable with lead chanters. Every Ashes team member controlled a carcinoma Fey that could incite disasters. Lord 7th Page War had handpicked each Fey. The entrance of any Ashes team member in battle was sure to result in destruction. However, they had been keeping a low profile since they were here. Luckily, they had been guarding the Dimensional Hub and had not learned that Lord Crow had died. Otherwise, they might not have been able to bring themselves to move, even if Lord Hunting Ashes' signal flag had been raised. The tall man was preparing to speak and control the situation, but he suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his abdomen. The tall man fell to the ground. His contracted Fey came out despite not having been summoned. The tall man's pain seemed to intensify, and he sprawled out on the ground feebly. The tall man closed his eyes in resignation and prepared to draw his last breath. The other 50 people who had come with the tall man all exhibited the same symptoms. Hunting Ashes pumped spiritual power into the large purplish-grey egg in his hands. An elegantly slender poisonous bee hatched from the egg. Its body mirrored the color of the egg. When the poisonous bee appeared, the grey-haired man instructed it to fly to the faces of each fallen spirit chi professional. The bee's stinger pierced the back of each of their heads, and something strange started occurring at the back of their heads. Chapter 500, Enemies like Construction Association's Support Staff. The gazes of every spirit chi professional who had been stung by the purplish-grey bee became calm. However, the contracted phase of these spirit chi professionals looked as though they were under psychic torture. They were thrashing about violently. The purplish-grey poisonous bee's stinger injected the eye of each person present. Including the tall man, a total of 51 spirit chi professionals and 72 Feys instantly stopped breathing. Shortly after, a bone-chilling chewing noise sounded from the Feys' bodies. A blade-covered worm emerged from the bodies of each and every Fey. The worms devoured the host Fey they grew out, and their bodies rapidly increased in size. Approximately 25 of the worms grew to about 5 meters. The blades that jutted out of all over their bodies were razor-sharp. The remaining 47 worms grew to about 3 meters, but the blades that covered their bodies were just as bountiful in quantity. However, the blades that covered the 47 worms were not as sharp as those on the bodies of the 5-meter worms. Everything on site was guzzled up in a flash, leaving only the grey-haired man and the 72 large blade-covered worms. The grey-haired man extended his arm, and the purplish-grey poisonous bee landed on it. It was cleaning its stinger with its mouth. The grey-haired man muttered to himself, "The Blade Queen Bee's first batch of eggs is of such low quality. What a waste! But, these blade worms' battle prowess is much higher than that crowd. These 25 diamond blade worms and 47 gold blade worms should be able to complete Lord 7th Page War's decree. The grey-haired man waved his arm and dispatched all the blade worms. He turned and walked to the stronghold in the distance. Inside the stronghold were 7 enormous long dead feys that had clearly been pumped full of a premium preservative. They had begun mummifying, but no decomposition existed. The grey-haired man whispered to the Blade Queen Bee, "Eat these 7 feys." The Blade Queen Bee was slightly against the idea, but it still stung each of the dead feys. Soon, the Blade Queen Bee started consuming the enormous feys' liquefied flesh. The grey-haired man stood nearby with his eyes closed. He seemed to be doing mental calculations. When he felt the Blade Queen Bee land on his palm, the grey-haired man closed his palm and crushed it without hesitation. "Apologies, Lord 7th Page War. I killed the Blade Queen Bee you entrusted to me, but it had to be done so I can better complete your decree," he murmured. The grey-haired man plucked a greyish-purple crystal from the mangled remnants of the Blade Queen Bee. He then wiped the Blade Queen Bee's carcass on a wall, repeating the wiping motion multiple times. The Blade Queen Bee ate the 7 diamond/fantasy breed feys, and the crystallized venom stored in its body exploded. Yet, it was only about as strong as one full force strike by a diamond V/fantasy breed. If those 7 feys the Blade Queen Bee ate were still alive, the crystallized venom could have been as strong as the full force strike of a diamond X/fantasy breed. After walking out of the stronghold, the grey-haired man gently clapped to summon a fey. "It's the most fitting death to die for Lord 7th Page War's decree. It'll be wonderful to see the Class 5-dimensional rifts opening. Will the sacred source life form that falls from the Class 5-dimensional rift and the unbroken sacred source life forms at the dimensional hub cause the dimensional rift to evolve again?" he whispered. A buzzing grey fly landed on the grey-haired man's shoulder. The grey-haired man's demeanor suddenly became unnatural. His aura weakened, and his silhouette could only be seen when he moved. When they heard Lin Yuan say the enemy was here, Lu Ji and Zhou Luo went into battle mode. "Big brother Lu, my source sand can only sense a rough estimate of the number of enemies. It can't sense their level of power. I'm going to create an area of quicksand about half a meter wide. Send out 2 hurricane owlet moths and 10 flesh-mincing blade insects to check on the enemy's power," said Lin Yuan anxiously. Lu Ji immediately instructed the insect queen to concentrate its consciousness on the 10 flesh-mincing blade insects and hurricane owlet moths. After checking on the enemy, Lu Ji's face twisted with shock. He was not shocked by the mightiness of the enemy but by how vulnerable they were. There were only 30 spirit chi professionals who were all riding on a few diamond giant cattle. There were also about 40 feys of a variety of species charging toward them. The 30 spirit chi professionals and feys looked more like the support staff of the construction association rather than oncoming enemies. Although a large proportion of the feys did not belong to species that the Radiance Federation produced, a small proportion of them was. These feys were not skilled at fighting. For example, the diamond giant cattle was the construction association's favorite fey. The giant cattle could transport materials and be able to speed up the construction association's workflow by 3 times. Lu Ji never expected to face off against such enemies. Only a few of the giant cattle and the other 40 feys grade was diamond. With such enemies, Lu Ji was certain of attaining victory even if Lin Yuan had not used his spiritual power to help him create the insect army. Lu Ji could have used his normal fighting style.